Chapter 2333 Fall of a Sovereign. Chapter 2333 Fall of a Sovereign. Yi Yuan being conferred Ancestor shocked the entire alchemy world. There was no idea how many human powerhouses it was naturally impossible to all come to Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. Concerning Yi Yuan spreading his Tao, there were still some who were disdainful. But when they knew that all of the progenitors, including Sacred Ancestor High Priest, actually jointly revered Yi Yuan as an ancestor, their shock could not be any greater. A brat who was still wet behind his ears actually became the alchemy path's common ancestor? No matter how great their influence was, they could not change this fact either. No matter how great their influence was, could it be greater than so many progenitors? The Tli of Ancestor, he had already become an established fact. His limelight even overshadowed the Medicine Ancestor back then. During this period, inside a certain small world, above a quiet lake, a scrawny old man was sitting cross-legged. Streams of immortal chi coiled around him, forming a circular aura field. The circular aura field divided into two, circulating endlessly. That appearance was actually somewhat similar to Yi Yuan's Tai Chi diagram. No matter how the aura field revolved, the surface of the lake was calm from start to end. It could be seen that the old man was not ordinary. Before long, another figure landed on the surface of the lake. He gave a bow toward the old man and said, "Master." This old man was precisely the Medicine Ancestor who went missing after the Cloudheart Realm battle. And the person who just appeared was the eldest disciple who went missing along with him. It was Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. Medicine Ancestor nodded slightly and said coolly, "What events are there at the outside world?" Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy smiled and said, "The Divine Race Army is bearing upon the borders. Yi Yuan is conferred the status of an ancestor." Medicine Ancestor smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "A child also dares to conceitedly call himself as an ancestor." Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy said it was not that he proclaimed himself as an ancestor, but that all the progenitors exalted him as an ancestor. Now he's already the common ancestor of the alchemy path. Medicine Ancestor's entire body trembled, his eyes full of astonishment. One had to know he had roamed the heaven-span world obstructed for countless years, and also did not become the alchemy path's common ancestor. But Yi Yuan did it. Immediately, an extremely complicated emotion welled up in his heart. Terrific lad. Fine means. However, he's also underestimating this ancestor too much. His Tao has inspired this ancestor greatly. As long as I digest his Tao, this ancestor will definitely be able to reach the true realm of Tao Pill. When this ancestor comes into being anew, I'll make the myriad regions tremble. This ancestor is the common ancestor of the alchemy path." Puff! Right at this time, a hand plunged into his chest. Medicine Ancestor's entire body was paralyzed, immediately unable to move. At the same time, he felt his strength flowing away bit by bit. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy with a look of disbelief. In this world, the one that he trusted the most was Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. But Lasting Joy struck a vicious blow towards him. He did not understand it. He did not believe it. He felt that it was inconceivable. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's hand was thrust in Medicine Ancestor's chest. Still smiling as he said, "If there's only one person in this world who can achieve Tao Pill, then it can only be me. I served you carefully. It's for the sake of today. Absorbing your Tao, I'll be the real Medicine Ancestor. Go in peace. Everything that you lost, I'll help you take back." Medicine Ancestor's entire body was unable to move. He only felt that his Tao was slipping away little by little. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. It was as if it was his first day knowing him. This guy could actually absorb his Tao. Medicine Ancestor discovered that he underestimated Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy too much. the anesthetic in Lasting Joy's hands. With his body that was close to Tao, he was actually unable to dispel it. Gradually, Medicine Ancestor's aura grew weaker and weaker. Finally, he turned into a pool of blood, a sovereign of his generation who had commanded the heaven-span world for countless years, a figure almost like a Tao ancestor, actually died in a small world that no one knew, just like that. Well, at this time, the great Tao aura on Lasting Joy's body gradually became thicker. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "These countless years I've concealed so bitterly. I devoured other people's Tao nonstop, continuously became stronger, and finally stepped into the realm of Tao Pill. Absorbing this old thing's Tao, I'll be the strongest alchemy path sovereign in this world. Yi Yuan that brat's Tao must be even more delicious. After I absorb his Tao, I'll be the alchemy path's #1 person since time immemorial. At that time, maybe I can reach Tao Ancestor that level. Who knows?" Really looking forward to it. It turned out that Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy actually walked an extremely strange path of alchemy Tao. His Tao was to continuously devour other people's Tao. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was a figure from the same era as Medicine Ancestor. His alchemy path talent was ordinary, but he was an eccentric, genius-like figure. Following Medicine Ancestor, he had witnessed countless alchemy path geniuses. Hence, he devoured non-stop, continuously becoming stronger. He actually reached the realm of Tao Pill in the end. However, he concealed it extremely well. Even Medicine Ancestor did not detect it either. Medicine Ancestor trusted him immensely instead. Now, he even devoured Medicine Ancestor's Tao, truly becoming the alchemy path's #1 person. Even the current Yi Yuan was inferior to him too. Now he set his sights on Yi Yuan again. During this period, the Yi Yuan who had just been conferred Ancestor already embarked on the road to the primeval war realm. Profound Secrets, Heavenly Capital, the place where Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets stood toweringly. This was an enigmatic figure, and also a legendary figure. Of course, he was also a figure who was powerful until it made people despair. Arriving at Profound Secrets, Heavenly Capital, Yi Yuan was deeply shocked. The Jian family was too strong. Those walking around everywhere, here were all at least true D realm powerhouses. Heavenly Emperor and Emperorians who were hard to come across in the outside world could be seen everywhere here. Only then did Yi Yuan know that it turns out that only those members of the Jian family who were second-rate would be sent out. No wonder everyone says that the Jian family is the heaven-span world's #1 family. This grandeur was indeed not boasted out. Yi Yuan exclaimed, "Hoo-hoo, I've incurred young friend Ye's ridicule." At this time, a figure appeared behind Yi Yuan. It was precisely Jian Yunxin. Yi Yuan bowed and said, "Senior." Jian Yunxin smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, congratulations to young friendy for being conferred the status of an ancestor. Ancestor, Yi is already a member of my generation now. You don't need to be so courteous." Yi Yuan being conferred ancestor was a huge thing in the alchemy world. But in the eyes of a powerhouse like Jian Yunxin, it was nothing. Presently, the human race's alchemy path was too weak. It could not provide much help for the doomsday battle at all. What the Jian family thought highly of was still Yi Yuan's unparalleled combat power. Hence, he still addressed Yi Yuan as young friend Yi Yuan. Regarding the matter of being conferred the Tli ancestor, it was merely just being polite. Yi Yuan was aware in his heart, but did not say much. It was a fact that the alchemy path had declined. It was pointless to say any more. Otherwise, how could it be him, this junior's turn, to be called ancestor? However, Yi Yuan had confidence in being able to make the alchemy path regain its glory in the future. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior is jesting. Please bring me to the primeval war realm then." Jian Yunxin smiled and said, "No rush. Father wants to see you." Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets wants to see me. He thought that he was merely an ordinary genius in the eyes of the Jian family's people. After all, no matter how amazing he was, he should not have been able to enter Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' arcane sight. He did not expect that the human race sovereign, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, actually wanted to see him. Jian Yunxin nodded and said, "Father thinks very highly of you. He says that you'll surely make great accomplishments. Young friend Yi, this emperor has followed father for close to 10 billion years. Yet, it's still my first time seeing him value a junior so highly. The battle of geniuses this time. You have to perform well and not let father down." Chapter 2334. The Jian family's curiosity is innate. Chapter 2334. The Jian family's curiosity is innate. In front of him was an ordinary but hale and hearty old man. Yi Yuan even could not feel the undulation of divine essence in his body. Throwing him into the crowd absolutely would not arouse any attention. He was like air, clearly standing there, but it was as if he did not exist. It was seriously very hard for Yi Yuan to associate this person in front of him to the master whose name shook the world. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Very clearly, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had already reached the realm of returning to one's original simplicity on the journey of Tao. Yi Yuan was sizing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets up. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also sizing him up at the same time. "Little fellow, you seem to be very curious about this old man," Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with a warm smile. When Yi Yuan heard that, he also smiled and said, "Senior is probably the heaven-span world's most mysterious Deva powerhouse. Isn't it very normal for this junior to be a little curious?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said meaningfully, "Hoo-hoo, little fellow, you're also very mysterious in my eyes." Yi Yuan's heart went cold. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' words had an implicit meaning. Could it be that he discovered something? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed and said, "You don't need to be so nervous. Geniuses who can reach unpredictable aura, which one doesn't hide of secrets on them. It's just that you seem to be a little more mysterious compared to them. Hence, this old man is very interested in you." Unpredictable aura? Yi Yuan asked doubtfully. Back then, Jian Hongshao said that he was of the emperor surmounting aura. What was this unpredictable aura? The Jian family's cultivation method was very mysterious. Yi Yuan did not know much about it either. Jian Yunxin explained, "Our human race's numbers are huge. With father's means, the vast majority of people's fate can be predicted. But heaven's secrets are hard to predict. There will always be some people's fate that's beyond heavenly Tao. These people's fate, even father finds it difficult to predict too. People possessing this kind of destiny have an unpredictable aura. Previously, our Jian family members being unable to discern your destiny with the aura viewing art, it's due to this." Yi Yuan was enlightened when he heard that. No wonder the Jian family's members would go blind when they saw him. It turned out that it was actually due to this reason. Heaven's secrets could not be predicted. So how could it be measured with the naked eye? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, "Unpredictable children are not within the operation of heavenly Tao. Even heavenly Tao can't grasp their destiny too. Their talent tends to be extremely Estonies, HI, plusing, and they are distinguished talents of the current era." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "According to what senior said, there should be many unpredictable children. Our human race has huge numbers. Since there are so many extremely talented people, then our human race should be extremely strong. Why is it so weak now?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets sighed deeply and looked straight at Yi Yuan as he said, "A destiny that even heavenly Tao isn't able to control. How can heavenly Tao allow it to live in this world?" Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, seemingly understanding something. Unpredictable children were incredibly talented, their destinies being extremely strong. But because of this, they were not tolerated by Heavenly Tao. Therefore, Heavenly Tao would obliterate these existences in all sorts of ways to ensure the normal operation of Heavenly Tao. This way, wouldn't he have to face the sanction of Heavenly Tao? Therefore, over the past 10 billion years, the human race's geniuses have been abundant like schools of carps crossing the river. But those who could truly survive are scanty few. Of course, for those able to survive, each person's strength is immensely strong. Since you're an unpredictable child, I believe that you've also experienced it strongly. Your encounters were probably much more perilous than ordinary martial artists. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret said. Yi Yuan recalled his encounters and thought that it was indeed the case. Walking all the way until today, the dangers that he had experienced were beyond count. Fortunately, he pulled through all of them. Senior didn't come to find me to tell me these, right? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret smiled and said, Didn't I say just now that you're very mysterious too? During these 100 years, this old man has seen before no idea how many unpredictable children. But those who can have such accomplishments at your age, there is only you alone. Hence, this old man is very curious about you two. Yi Yuan said hesitantly, Does Senior want to use the aura viewing art on me? Hoo-hoo, the Jian family member's curiosity is innate. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, But didn't you say that I'm of the unpredictable aura? Will your eyes have any problem? Yi Yuan asked rather worriedly. Only then did he understand where the Jian family's people's curiosity came from. It turned out that it was all inherited from their forefather. However, he was a little worried about Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, because he was different from the others. He was in possession of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. Its power was boundless. Even though he was facing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Yi Yuan was also a little worried. But Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed loudly when he heard it and said, Little fellow, you're still the first one who looks down on this old man like this. You have to know, the aura viewing art was created by this old man. Other people can't look at unpredictable aura. So you think this old man is not able to perceive it? Heavenly Tao is ethereal, but one can always discern some inklings. Yi Yuan thought about it and said with a nod, Since that's the case, Senior, go ahead and cast the spell then. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded slightly, the aura on his body suddenly changing. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, feeling as if he had arrived in another world. This world was the world belonging to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. In this place he felt like he was stripped bare, all secrets unable to remain hidden. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Was this the strength of the strongest person who could pry into Heavenly Tao? A milky white light surfaced on Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' eyes. This light shone on Yi Yuan's body, seemingly wanting to see through Yi Yuan's secrets. But right at this time, a shocking change suddenly occurred. On a sunny day, a bolt of lightning suddenly cut through the sky and directly slammed into this SPAC. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed wildly, all the hair on his body standing on end. There was no time to think too much. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets suddenly pointed a finger at the sky, and Astoni's HI plusing aura erupted. At this time, the number 1 Heavenly Emperor's strength was displayed to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. The expression of Yi Yuan, who was in front of him, similarly changed wildly. He felt as if this finger of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could pierce a hole in the sky. This finger was too strong. Rumble. With a loud bang, SPAC collapsed, and the mansion was directly turned into ruins. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, looking toward Yi Yuan with a shocked face, speechless for a long time. The scene earlier was too shocking. He looked at Yi Yuan with the aura viewing art just now, but seemed to have seen an eye. That eye seemed to piece through the unreal, looking at him from some hidden place. Meeting eyes with that eye, he felt like he was going to die. He felt as if he met gazes with heavenly Tao. How could such a thing happen? Unpredictable children were not tolerated by heavenly Tao. But why did he feel like he was staring at heavenly Tao? This kind of feeling was too contradictory. And this thunderbolt out of the clear sky was heavenly Tao's warning. Prying into heavenly Tao was treason and heresy. Heavenly Tao would naturally send down a warning. It was also that heavenly emperor profound secrets, strength was fearsome. If it were others, they would have likely been directly smitten into flying ashes. How could he have known that the lesser heaven-span mountain on Yi Yuan could be said to be a miniature heavenly Tao? Him prying into Yi Yuan's secrets was equivalent to peeping at heavenly Tao. How could this sort of action be tolerated by heavenly Tao? Heavenly Emperor profound secrets, strength was monstrous. Ever since he attained Tao, this sort of situation had never happened before. Today he was really scared. Chapter 23:35 Cloudade City. Chapter 23:35 Cloudade City was H plus was H plus was H plus one incomparably powerful aura after another arrived in an instant. The Jian family had many experts. Seeing such a terrifying line-up, each and every one of them was alarmed. Who dares to act wildly in the Jian family? To dare make a move against progenitor? Got tired of living? Alarmed and angry voices came over one after another. But when they arrived here, they could not help having stunned faces. A handsome youth was standing in front of their progenitor. There was no one else. This youth's strength was only heavenly emperor realm. But their progenitor who was opposite him was heavily injured until he vomited blood. Could it be that it was this youth who hurt their progenitor? How was this possible? They wanted to berate this youth, but they felt that it was somewhat funny. How could their progenitor possibly be hurt by a heavenly emperor? Just as they were stunned, they saw heavenly emperor profound secrets wave his hand slightly and say, "It's fine. I'll go back." Everyone exchanged glances, being at a loss on what to do. Jian Yunxin also woke up from the shock and said, "It's fine. I'll go back for now." Only then did everyone leave with puzzled looks. Yi Yuan also had a helpless look and said, "Profound secrets. Heavenly capital should have many spirit medicines, right? Why not let this Yi refine a medicinal pill for senior to heal your injuries?" Heavenly Emperor profound secrets nodded slightly, expressing his consent. He naturally knew about the matter of Yi Yuan being conferred the status of an ancestor. If anyone in this world could refine pills for him, it would be none other than Yi Yuan. Jian Yunxin sent Yi Yuan to refine the pill and then turned back. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was well deserving of being the #1 Heavenly Emperor. At this time he already recovered to normal. Seeing Jian Yunxin looking like he wanted to speak, but swallowing his words back, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said coolly, "He's different from the rest." Unpredictable children similarly have the distinction of high and low. But no matter how high they are, they also won't provoke Heavenly Tao's warning. This old man has divined for 1,000,000,000 years and also can't see where the human race's way out lies. Perhaps this slight variable will fall on him for all I know. Jian Yunxin's entire body trembled and he said, "This boy must be hiding a ma's secret on him. Why don't Father replace him?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "It's been so many years. Don't you understand it yet? Every single being has its own destiny. That secret with him is a variable. Placed on me, it will become a fixed number. In this battle, the human race will definitely be defeated. If it becomes a fixed factor, then the human race will be ruined in this old man's hands. Putting aside merits and demerits, will the divine race let us, these existences, off? Jian Yunshin drew a breath of cold air and said in shame, "It was this child who was impulsive, but he's currently too weak. Can he really grow to the extent of influencing the battle situation?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed in spite of himself and said, "How can I know? If he can be divined, he wouldn't be an unpredictable child. It's precisely because he's unpredictable that the human race has a chance. Actually, the one who's curious isn't just you. This old man is very curious too." Several days later, Yi Yuan refined a quasi-Dao pill. After Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets consumed it, his injuries immediately improved significantly. Except Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' realm was too high. Yi Yuan's realm was not there yet currently. Hence, the medicinal pills refined could not let him recover fully. But with Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' ability, what remained was not that serious. With regards to Yi Yuan's alchemy skill, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also lauded over and over again. After the matter, Jian Yunshin brought Yi Yuan into the Primeval War Realm. The Primeval War Realm's entrance was in Profound Secrets' heavenly capital. "All right, I'll send you up to here. After you go in, you'll naturally know what to do," Jian Yunshin said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and entered the small world. A feeling of weightlessness suddenly appeared. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he entered a ball of light. Then a large amount of information entered his mind. It turned out that this Primeval War Realm was actually a world like the Death Cultivation SPAC. This ball of light could perfectly replicate his strength. Of course, this Primeval War Realm was established by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets by expending great efforts. It was naturally D knows how many times more advanced than the Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Yi Yuan led the clone. Furthermore, all that this clone acquired in the Primeval War Realm was equivalent to him obtaining it. This was also to say that when the clone cultivated in the Primeval War Realm, the heaven and earth spiritual energy would be transmitted onto the main body. This was equivalent to the main body cultivating. This clone was actually equivalent to Yi Yuan's own body. Furthermore, this clone could revive infinitely. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. This clone would enter the Primeval War Realm to fight. In the Primeval War Realm, there were 100 cities. Each city had 10,000 unpredictable children. The unpredictable children fought among each other or went out of the city to hunt all kinds of ferocious beasts. Fighting was not allowed in the city. Outside the city, there were hunting grounds. With each fierce beast hunted, one would obtain D of war points. Among unpredictable children, they were ranked based on D of war points. This Primeval War Realm was actually a virtual battle PAC. A million unpredictable children. Furthermore, they are all Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. When Yi Yuan became aware of this information, he could not help feeling shocked. He did not expect that the human, demon, fiend, and various races actually had so many unpredictable children. This was still merely just unpredictable children. The human race's Heavenly Emperor powerhouses are probably numbered in the tens of millions. Yi Yuan discovered that he still underestimated the human race. He used to think that Heavenly Emperors were paramount existences. The numbers must be extremely few. But reaching his present realm, the level that he came into contact with was totally different. Only then did he discover the strength that the human race concealed. The reproduction ability of these few races was too strong. Back then, the few races used human wave tactics and brutishly defeated the divine race to death. If I could not beat you with one progenitor, then 3. If 3 could not beat, then 5. 10. The invincible divine race was suppressed just like that. But thinking carefully, Yi Yuan felt at ease. The heaven-span world was boundless without horizon. The numbers of the few races could simply be calculated in billions of trillions. Even if one heavenly emperor appeared among a billion martial artists, the number that ACCU, Mulat would also be very considerable. However, heavenly emperors were easy to obtain, while devas were hard to ask for. Deva realm powerhouses were truly rare. Those able to transcend the Deva Blight tribulation were 1 in a million. The vast majority of heavenly emperors all died in the Deva Blight tribulation. Hence, in the last doomsday battle, the human race sovereigns virtually all fell. It was a destructive blow to the human race. After understanding the primeval war realm's information, Yi Yuan's consciousness sunk into the light ball. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and his entire person arrived at a prosperous city. Yi Yuan, Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor. City location, Cloudade City. G. O. D of War Points, 0. G. O. D of War Ranking, 12,532. At this time, some more information appeared in Yi Yuan's head. Very clearly, there were currently a total of 12,532 unpredictable children in this Cloudade City, and his ranking was at the bottom. Another newcomer. Hoo, so weak. Just Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor. This bit of strength also dares to come to the primeval war realm. Reckon that before long, he'll be frightened until he doesn't dare to go out of the city, right? The moment Yi Yuan landed, he immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Of course, there was more disdain. Second Firmament Heavenly Emperor strength was not worth mentioning in the city. Yi Yuan knew that the primeval war realm had already been open for more than a year. It was equivalent to him falling far behind the rest. Chapter 2336. Giving Away Heads. Chapter 2336. Giving away heads. Looking at your appearance. You should have just come back from the dead, right? How many times have you died? Sorry about that. It should be how many dozen times? Yi Yuan swept a glance over the few people's faces, his tone full of mockery. These few people's strengths were not very strong. The strongest was also merely Third Firmament Heavenly Emperor, but he was mocking him here was really ridiculous. Sure enough, the moment the few people heard, their faces immediately changed. Several dozen times was a bit exaggerated, but they had indeed died more than 10 times already. But in such an environment, the mortality rate of weaklings was extremely high. The eyes of one of them, a youth in brocade, turned cold, and he said, "Brat, newcomers got to have the awareness of newcomers. Being too arrogant, you'll die very miserably." The youth in brocade was called Yang Ku, the leader of this group of people, a peak Third Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Their group had just encountered the ambush of an expert outside the city. In the end, their group was annihilated. At this time, this group of people was currently upset. When they saw Yi Yuan, they could not help mocking him a little. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "The moment I entered, you guys have been ridiculing me nonstop. Now, you're saying that I'm arrogant. Why has the side of reason been occupied by you?" Yang said in a cold voice, in the primeval war realm, "The words of the strong are the side of reason. Brat, if you dare to say this sort of words outside the city, you'd already be a dead man." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'll go out of the city right now. Do you guys dare to come?" Yang was stunned. Could this guy be a fool? They were apprehensive and did not dare to make a move inside the city. But leaving the city, they would be able to strike a fatal blow. This kind of thing was very commonly seen outside the city. Outside the city, not only did one have to be on guard against fierce beasts that might appear at any time, they even had to take precautions against humans who pop out from God knows where. Except Yi Yuan was a newcomer. There was no D of war points on him at all. Killing would be in vain too. According to the primeval war realm's rules, by killing the opponent, one would be able to obtain 10% to 70% of the D of war points on them. The higher the opponent's ranking, the more D of war points obtained, and the fewer conversely. In the beginning, some powerful people would intentionally wait for other people's ranking to get high before hunting them down. But over time, the rankings would also become more and more stable. Challenging people who ranked higher than them was equivalent to giving away their heads. Ha ha ha! Are you challenging this emperor? Seen before those who seek death, but never seen before someone like you who's in such a hurry to court death. Just entered, and you want to experience the taste of death? Rest assured, it's exactly the same as in reality. Yang Ke said with a loud laugh. Even though Yi Yuan did not have D of war points on him, Yi Yuan was so arrogant. How could he yield? Moreover, they had just been group annihilated. Finding a rookie to vent was also pretty good. Yi Yuan said, "Coolly, I'm eyeing your D of war points. Although it's a bit less, it's better than nothing." The moment the few people heard, they could not help bursting into laughter. When Yang Ke heard that, he laughed even harder and said, "You, this newcomer, are really interesting. Good, very good. Then let's go outside the city and cross swords. Your Grandpa Yang's D of war points are here. Take it if you have the ability." Yi Yuan was not long-winded either, directly turning around and heading in the direction out of the city. In the city, many martial artists saw that there was a show to watch and could not hold back their curiosity and also followed after. This newcomer is really interesting. A second firmament, Heavenly Emperor, is actually so arrogant. A martial artist said with vicissitudes of emotion, those able to enter the primeval war realm, which one isn't an Estones. Plussing talent outside? But after arriving here, only then will one know that there's a heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. This kid can probably jump ranks and battle outside, but he likely doesn't know that everyone here can jump ranks and battle. However, there's no use at all. Regarding Yi Yuan's action, the group of unpredictable children was very disdainful. When they just entered, which one did not have their noses pointed at the sky, but along with the sing of time, their confidence was beaten down little by little. Until now, they already learned to tuck their tails between their legs and behave, accidentally offending an expert. That expert would chase after you, killing you all the way until you did not dare to go out of the city. But it was also not absolutely safe in the city, because there was a time limit in the city. Once the time was up, the Primeval War Realms rules would directly obliterate you. Yang Ke squad had a total of 6 people, 2 third firmament Heavenly Emperors and 4 second firmament Heavenly Emperors. But even if they were second firmament Heavenly Emperors, they were peak existences too. They were only a step away from being a third firmament Heavenly Emperor. Arriving outside the city, they looked at Yi Yuan like a big bad wolf saw a little white rabbit, having playful expressions on their faces. This kid actually really came outside the city. "Pangyang, go and teach this little brother of ours on how to behave in Cloud8 City," Yang Ke said to his companion. The companion, called Pangyang, had a playful look on his face as he said smilingly, "Okay, teaching newcomers this sort of thing. I'm most happy to do it. Brat, you must think that you're very amazing, can jump ranks and challenge opponents. But each one of us can jump ranks and battle outside. Therefore, after you die, remember to tuck your tail and boom!" Pangyang's words had yet to fade, and he was already dead. Yi Yuan suddenly exploded with a punch, his speed unimaginably quick. Everyone did not react yet, and Pangyang already returned to the place of rebirth once more. Yi Yuan had a calm and collected look. It was as if he did something very ordinary. Well, at this time, one gilded inscription text after another entered his body. This was D of war points. Casually killing Pangyang, Yi Yuan obtained 32 D of war points. Just this bit of D of war points. You guys are so weak, Yi Yuan said with some dissatisfaction. Pangyang's ranking was not high, but compared to Yi Yuan it was very high. He obtained 30% of Pangyang's D of war points, which was also to say that Pangyang's D of war points was just in the low 100s. Yi Yuan was just speaking his mind, but this was a great insult to Yang Ku and the rest. Oh, D of War points being low indicated that their strength was weak. Actually, their D of War points was not considered low either, especially Yonku. He could rank close to 10,000. But they had just experienced a group annihilation and lost a lot of D of War points at once. Hence, that was why it appeared little. Yonku's gaze was gloomy, and he seethed with killing intent as he said, "Brat, you actually didn't follow the rules and sneak attacked Pangyang." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "A fight means a fight. What's with so much C-R-A-P? Moreover, isn't this primeval war realm a land of slaughter? Could it be that when killing people we still have to bow to each other first and say HLO?" Ha ha ha! A wave of guffaws came from all around. Indeed, what Yi Yuan said made a lot of sense. They also saw that Yi Yuan's realm was too low, so they underestimated him. Otherwise, why would they be long-winded with him? Most likely, the moment they went out of the city, the 6 of them would have attacked together and besieged Yi Yuan. Yonku's gaze was cold, and he said in a low voice, "Attack together! Kill him!" Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Yonku's patience already reached its limit. He wanted to wreck this guy to death, and let him know the taste of being so overwhelmed with pain to the point where he wished that he was dead. In the primeval war realm, being dead was not scary. What was scary was the process of death. That process was the exact same as the real body, except the reality was quite different from what he imagined. The moment they came to blows, he discovered how strong Yi Yuan's strength was. Chapter 2337, Nightmare. Chapter 2337, Nightmare that was right. These unpredictable children were all Astonies. H.I. plus Ingly talented, their law comprehensions extremely strong. They could indeed jump ranks and do battle. It was just a pity that their strength was still far lacking when compared to same rank divine race powerhouses. But who was Yi Yuan? Back then, his realm was not as good as divine Sun Xan's, but he was able to crush the other party. Now his realm could be seen as comparable to a second firmament heavenly emperor. But the thickness of his divine essence was no idea how many times stronger than a second firmament heavenly emperor. It was not at all inferior when compared to a third firmament heavenly emperor as well. Such strength, even if he did not employ time freeze, this kind of heaven-defying divine ability, it would also be too effortless to deal with Yang Ku and company. Yi Yuan forcefully resisted Yang Ku 2 people's attacks. 1 punch each. In virtually a blink of an eye, he blew the other 3 second firmament heavenly emperors up. Perfect 8th transformation golden body was no joke. The heaven-span world's body-refining powerhouses were countless, but a person who could cultivate the fleshy body to perfect rank 8 was one of a kind. Yang Kutu people did not hurt Yi Yuan, but shocked themselves until their vital energy was in upheaval. This scared them badly enough. This is your strength to jump ranks and battle? It looks like the ranks that you're jumping isn't enough. Yi Yuan said with rather waned interest. He still thought how formidable these unpredictable sons were. In the end, they were weak to the max. Of course, Yi Yuan could feel that Yonku their strength was indeed very strong. With their strength, they could even rival fourth firmament heavenly emperors. But so what? Their so-called jumping ranks were only targeted at the most ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouses. That was all. Those who have fought with Yi Yuan before, which one was not a prodigy among geniuses? Yonku's expression was incomparably ugly. They were lecturing Yi Yuan earlier, making him tuck his tail between his legs and behave. Now their face was really slapped burning hot. Run. Yonku saw that the situation was bad and turned tail and ran. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's too late." It was only to see him punching a fist out, carrying a series of dragon roars and tearing through the air. True, transient, heavenly dragon hand. Boom! Yang Kutu people felt their hearts drop and turned around to resist it. but the power of this punch already exceeded their limits. After resisting it slightly, they were directly decimated. From start to end, it was merely a dozen over-breaths of time. By the side, all the unpredictable children were stunned from watching. The people who were somewhat looking down on Yi Yuan previously felt their faces were burning currently. He wiped out a squad in a few breaths of time by himself. How? How can he be so strong? Too scary. His fleshy body is actually able to forcefully contend with the attacks of a third firmament heavenly emperor, unless he's of the perfect rank 8 golden body. Heaven beyond heaven. There's always someone better. He's the heaven beyond heaven. He's the person who's always better. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan slowly entered the city. Encountering a few people who delivered their heads the moment he came in, Yi Yuan was still in quite a good mood. Annihilating 6 people, his D of war points already rose to 247. His ranking also already rose to rank 11,328, rising more than 1,000 places at once. While at this time Yang Ku and the rest who returned to the rebirth point all had hard-to-conceal depression on their faces. They were annihilated once more. Just returned to Cloud-Aid City. They were actually annihilated once more. With this, their losses were huge. Several people's ranks fell crazily, especially the few second firmament heavenly emperors. It was virtually almost falling to their tails. And after I died the last time, I expended a Herculean effort before seeing several hundred D of war points. With this, it's all gone. Peng Yang said gloomily. He felt like there was a resentful lump in his chest, making his chest almost explode. Imagine that you were climbing a mountain and finally climbed halfway up the mountain. In the end, your hand slipped and you fell by more than half. Another slip and you fell to the starting point. At this time, whose mood could be good? Yang had a look of lingering fear as he said, "That punk is too strong. I feel like he didn't take out his true strength at all and easily wiped us out. I reckon that his true strength will likely rank within 8,000. Everyone's faces were startled and they said, "It's impossible, right? Within 8,000, that's middle stage first firmament heavenly emperor powerhouses already." Yang had a solemn expression as he said, "Disregarding other things with just his perfect rank 8 golden body, there's absolutely no issue with being ranked in the top 9,000. If he's still concealing strength, he can absolutely be ranked in the top 8,000. When everyone heard that, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone smiled bitterly and said, "Why are we so unlucky encountering such a jinx the moment we revived? This guy is simply like a nightmare. I don't want to remember it anymore." Including Yang Ku, everyone had bitter smiles. It was really a memory that one could not bear to recall. Truly a magical world. The flow of time here is 100 times slower than the outside world. I entered a year late, but actually 100 years have already passed south said in this place. With over 100 years' time, I'm afraid that a large group of powerhouses has emerged, right? Yi Yuan discovered that the primeval war realm's flow of time was very slow. It was only 1% of the outside world. If he cultivated in here, it was equivalent to cultivating for 100 years in the outside world. This was simply a cultivation paradise to Yi Yuan. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "If I can comprehend time law and create ASPAC for Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's alchemy path powerhouses to gain enlightenment on Tao, their strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It's just that I don't know if there's an opportunity to comprehend time law here or not." Presently, the human race's alchemy path powerhouses were a little useless. Human leaders like Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets did not care about the alchemy path's existence at all, because they felt that the alchemy path had declined and would not have much effect on the Doomsday Battle. But if there were several people who could comprehend the power of law and comprehend the true Tao pill, then the alchemy path would regain its glory anew and make the divine race dread. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan was rather excited. But very soon, he became a little dejected again. Time law was too hard to comprehend. It was even harder than spatial law. Although he already entered the door, he had not been able to find a way to improve further all the way until now. Forget it. Better don't think too much. Exchanging for some heavenly emperor spirit treasures and going out to earn G. Oh, D of war points are more realistic. Everyone who entered the primeval war realm came in all on their own. All the treasures on their bodies were unable to be brought in. Want to use treasures in the primeval war realm? One could only make an exchange with G. Oh, D of war points. There was a spirit treasure hall, medicinal pill hall, and so on and so forth in the city. They could all be exchanged for by using G. Oh, D of war points. Hence G. Oh, D of war points was extremely important in the primeval war realm. Sir, I wonder how I can help you? Yi Yuan entered the spirit treasure hall, and an enchanting woman in red clothes came up to greet him. I need a sword. Yi Yuan said. The woman in red smiled brightly and said, Sir, please follow me. She led Yi Yuan into a place called Sword Pavilion. There were all kinds of swords laid out inside in a dazzling array. The woman in red smiled and said, Sir, there are tens of thousands of swords in all kinds of styles inside the Sword Pavilion. You can choose freely. Yi Yuan nodded his head and casually circled one round, and could not help drawing a cold breath. These swords were so expensive. The roughly 200 G, D of war points that he had just obtained was barely able to buy 12. More importantly, there were no Empyrean spirit treasures here. Do you guys have Empyrean spirit treasures here? Yi Yuan asked rather embarrassed. S. Sedley. Chapter 2338. Prodigal Son. Chapter 2338. Prodigal son, the woman in red's expression turned cold as she said, Empyrean spirit treasure? Sir, are you making fun of this girl? There were still some martial artists buying swords in the sword pavilion currently. Hearing these words, they could not help glancing over sideways with mocking faces. Those able to enter the primeval war realm were all heavenly emperor powerhouses. No one would use Empyrean spirit treasures. This guy asked for Empyrean spirit treasures the moment he opened his mouth. He was used to being poor, right? But Yi Yuan asked with a serious look, not making fun of Mississippi. I'm serious. Either way, the swords here are all made of energy and laws. Since it's able to create heavenly emperor spirit treasures, then it can create Empyrean spirit treasures too, right? Seeing that Yi Yuan's expression did not seem to be fake, the woman in red said with a frown, Can is can. It's just that no one has ever bought Empyrean spirit treasures before. Furthermore, you're using Empyrean spirit treasures to deal with heavenly emperors. Isn't this a joke? By the side, a burly man said mockingly, Haha, Miss Redleaf, can't you tell yet? This kid is clearly a pauper who can't take out D of war points to buy heavenly emperor spirit treasures. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a nod, That's right, I just arrived today and can't take out too many D of war points. Therefore, I can only substitute, toot it with Empyrean spirit treasures. Redleaf was enlightened and said, Like this, ha? Then you can go outside the city to hunt down fierce beasts and obtain D of war points. Hunting those lowest grade azure light beasts. The money saved can still be used to buy a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. Azure light beasts were one of the lowest level fierce beasts in the primeval war realm. Its strength was relatively weak, but the D of war points obtained from hunting it was also pitifully little. Every 100 azure light beasts killed would only obtain 1 D of war point. However, azure light beasts were actually not as easy to kill as Redleaf said. They appeared in groups and often went together in hundreds or thousands. Furthermore, the so-called weak was just relatively speaking. Even if it was the azure light beast, their strength was significantly stronger than ordinary first firmament heavenly emperors too. To martial artists who were weaker, wanting to obtain sufficient D of war points was not easy. Haha, Miss Redleaf, let him do what he wants. This kid is just a second firmament heavenly emperor, wanting to get the D of war points for a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. Who knows how many years he'll have to wait until. That burly man mocked once more. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he glanced at that burly man, who knew that that burly man glared and threatened. What, brat? Not convinced. Keep staring. Do you believe that I will kill you every time I see you? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, Very good, I've remembered you. When the burly man heard Yi Yuan's words, he could not help laughing loudly as he said, Haha, I am really so scared. Did you guys hear that? He's remembered me. Brat, then you remember my name, Qin Hu. This name will become your nightmare in the primeval war realm. It's over. This kid probably doesn't know who Qin Hu is, right? A young calf doesn't fear the tiger. Qin Hu is a famous demon king. Furthermore, he likes to stir trouble a lot and already killed until many unpredictable children don't dare to go out of the city anymore. He's a fourth firmament heavenly emperor powerhouse. It's said that his ranking already reached the top 8,000. When everyone saw Yi Yuan's unconvinced appearance, each and every one of them could not help secretly shaking their heads. Newcomers should be more low profile. They could not afford to provoke everyone. But Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Qin Hu MN, I've remembered this name. This period of time, you don't go out of the city anymore. It's very dangerous. Qin Hu's face turned black, and he said with a cold smile, Nice one, punk. Not many people dared to talk to me this way in this clouded city, yet, in order to reward your bravery, I will make your divine soul tremble. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to him anymore, and turned to Redleaf and said, Miss has misunderstood. This Yi doesn't want one sword, but 1,012 swords. Additionally, I need 12 heavenly emperor spirit treasures. Redleaf had a shocked face and said, You just came today and already have so many D of war points. The others, inclusive of Qin Hu, all had suspicious faces. Clearly, they did not think that Yi Yuan had this strength. Hey, just you brag. You, a newcomer, can have so many D of war points? Qin Hu said with a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and shrugged as he said to Redleaf, This Yi isn't bored until the extent where I'll come and make fun of Miss Redleaf. However, I only have 247 D of war points, the remaining 7 D of war points, using it to exchange for 1,000 over Empyrean spirit treasures, should be sufficient, right? Yi Yuan thought so. After all, Empyrean spirit treasures were worthless in this place, being less than even trash. Apart from Yi Yuan, no one was interested at all. Redleaf's vermilion, lips open wide, unable to close her mouth for a long time. He only arrived at the primeval war realm today, and he actually already obtained 247 D of war points. D of war points were not so easy to get, especially to a martial artist who looked very weak like Yi Yuan. Redleaf said, Sir, you might not know what D of war points means, right? 247 D of war points, to many people, that takes more than 10 years to obtain. She felt that Yi Yuan spending D of war points like this was too wasteful. Simply a prodigal son. Not just her, the other martial artists present also thought so. But Yi Yuan did not dare at all. Taking a look at Qin Hu, he said, It's fine. After spending them, there's still someone who'll come and give me more. In his heart, he already regarded Qin Hu as a cash withdrawal machine. Qin Hu's face turned black, the anger in his heart growing even more. He already made up his mind to make this punk not dare to leave the city again. When Redleaf saw that she could not persuade Yi Yuan, she could only say, All right, since Sir insists on doing so, then the 1,000 over Empyrean spirit treasures. I'll count it as 5 GOD of war points then. It's a total of 245 GOD of war points, sir, please pay the bill. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed Redleaf and arrived in front of a jade plate. He put his palm on it. One gilded rune after another was pulled out of his body, entering the jade plate. His GOD of war points was instantly only left with 2 pitiful ones, and his ranking also dropped to the last place at once. Seeing that Yi Yuan really paid so much GOD of war points, everyone could not help having shocked faces. But even more was still feeling that this guy was too prodigal. Other people's 10 years' worth of GOD of war points, he spent it in one go. Moreover, he bought so many Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. What was the use? Yi Yuan took the swords and was immediately satisfied. With the sword formation, his strength would be stronger. But he had his own plans. He planned on slowly exchanging these 1,000 over Empyrean spirit treasures into all Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. At that time, the power of his sword formation would be extremely terrifying. This was actually very hard to realize outside. After all, the outside world's Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures were very rare. Wanting to collect 1,000 swords was very, very difficult. Killing people and seizing treasures, this sort of thing. Yi Yuan could not do it yet. But in this primeval war realm, it was very easy to do so. The Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures here were only composed of energy and laws. They could be supplied limitlessly. As for GOD of war points, he did not care at all. As long as his strength was strong enough, would he still be scared that there was no GOD of war points? Wasn't there going to be GOD of war points being delivered right away soon? Chapter 2339, Battling Qin, who... Chapter 2339, Battling Qin, who Yi Yuan put away the sword and slowly walked out of the city. Qin, who followed him from far away, but he walked very carefully, as if afraid of startling Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan discovered it long ago, but he could not wait for the other party to follow. He lacked GOD of war points very much right now. If Yi Yuan's plan was known to others, they would definitely scold him for being prodigal. Just take the lowest grade Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure to calculate it. 1,000 swords needed 10,000 GOD of war points too. This GOD of war points was sufficient to rank within 3,000 already. This guy was actually just using it to buy swords. There's a good show to watch. That newcomer brat offended Qin, who is currently planning on going to find him to settle scores. Poor thing. This kid doesn't seem to have detected it, yet that a tail is following behind him. In the crowd, Yang Ke's ears moved slightly, hearing this news. Especially newcomer brat, these few words. It aroused his curiosity at once. Upon inquiring, there was a prodigal son who spent more than 200 points and bought 1,000 over swords in the spirit treasure hall. The moment Yang Ke heard, wasn't this Yi Yuan? This guy, forget about that he killed us, he also provoked Qin, who? Yang Ke said in puzzlement. Qin, who is a powerhouse, ranked within 8,000. That punk is dead for sure this time. Boss, let's go together to take a look. Peng Yang said excitedly. Go. The brothers, 6 people, could not hold back their curiosity and also followed after. After Yi Yuan left the city, he headed towards the wilderness. Before walking very far, a figure blocked his path. It was precisely Qin, who looked at Yi Yuan with a look of amuse. ENT, and said, Brat, you really have the guts to really dare leave the city so quickly. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, If I don't leave the city, how will you come and give me GOD of war points? Qin, who laughed loudly and said, Those who dare to speak to me this way are all already dead men. Punk, before long you'll doubt life. I will kill you until you don't dare to leave the city. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Oh, then what are you still waiting for? Bring it. Yi Yuan's nonchalant attitude made Qin, who greatly enraged in his heart. He gave a cold snort, his figure suddenly launching forward. A shocking aura suddenly erupted. At the same time, for power of laws added radiance and beauty to each other, reverberating between heaven and earth. A powerhouse who fused four powers of law. Qin, who being so arrogant indeed had his capital to be arrogant. Yi Yuan had seen before countless geniuses, but had never met before a genius who fused for kinds of laws. Furthermore, the power of laws that Qin who fused, their realms were all extremely high, already reaching the level of rank 8. One had to know, each additional power of law fused, the difficulty increased exponentially. Fusing 3 kinds could already be considered a genius among geniuses. But Qin, who fused 4 kinds, this kind of talent was extremely heaven-defying already. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally understood what was called an unpredictable child. With talent like Qin Hu's, jumping ranks to battle was simply as easy as eating and drinking. TSK, really envy Qin Hu's talent. This fellow looks boorish and is unreasonable, but actually he's extremely talented. His sword Dao is fused with wind, fire, and water, 3 kinds of power of law. The power is irresistible. That kid thinks that he's a genius, but how can he know the horror of this primeval war realm? When the group of geniuses saw Qin who take action, each and every one of them was incomparably envious. They were all geniuses too, but compared to Qin who, they were simply even less than trash. Ha ha ha. Punk, do you regret it very much now? However, you already have no chance. When Qin who saw the surprised expression on Yi Yuan's face, he could not help being very pleased. He appreciated this kind of expression very much. Yi Yuan could not help shaking his head and smiling when he heard this. He said, regret? There's no such word in my dictionary. Humph. Reckless and blind brat go to H-E-L-L. Qin, who roared loudly and raised his sword, Russ. H-I, plussing over. For a moment, sword energy intermingled with the other 3 kinds of power of laws. Its power was irresistible. Golden light shone brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body, and Astoni's H-I, plussing dragon might similarly surge to the sky. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan actually relied on his fleshy body to clash together with Qin Hu. In the wilderness, 2 figures crisscrossed, fighting until the earth shook and mountains swayed. The more Qin Hu fought, the more alarmed he got. Yi Yuan actually relied on his fleshy body to fight with him until they were locked in a struggle. He fused 4 kinds of power of laws and was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. One had to know, even in the primeval war realm, he was an existence who jumped ranks to battle. Everyone thought that his ranking was close to rank 8,000, but actually his rank already rose to around 6,900. But he was actually unable to do anything to a second firmament heavenly emperor brat. This kid was actually of the perfect rank 8 golden body. Furthermore, he was of the dragon race. How could he know that Yi Yuan was an existence who obtained divine steel-injecting spirit, a candidate for the dragon clan's progenitor? The dragon race was extremely talented, their strength far surpa. Said same rank humans in itself. The elites among the dragon race could naturally contend with the human race elites. And Yi Yuan's talent was at the top of the pyramid in the dragon race, coupled with the formidable strength of rank 8 golden body. Fighting to a draw with him was nothing unusual. The geniuses who came to watch the battle were long already dumbfounded with shock from watching. Some people had already seen before Yi Yuan's battle with Yang Ku's 6 people and knew about his prowess. But they did not know that Yi Yuan was actually so powerful. Yang Ku's 6 people were not on the same level as Qin Hu at all. Even if the 6 of them added up together, it was not even worthy enough to carry shoes for Qin Hu. But Yi Yuan actually fought to a draw with him. Just where did this freakish brat pop out from? His strength is actually so strong. He can fight to a draw with Qin Hu. Doesn't that mean that his strength can already rank within 8,000? Hiss! A second firmament heavenly emperor kid actually ranked within 8,000. Simply dare not imagine. In the primeval war realm, jumping ranks and battling was a very indulgent behavior, because the geniuses here were too many. Very unfortunately, Qin, who was that extravagant one. But today, the powerful Qin who was actually leapfrogged and battled by someone. How could these geniuses not be shocked? This was also to say that their so-called geniuses, so-called unpredictable auras, were not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan at all. Qin, who gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Punk, consider me to have erred in judgment. Your strength is indeed very strong, but you're still hard-pressed to escape death today." Suddenly, his figure retreated explosively. At the same time, the sword, wind, fire, water, for kinds of power of laws in his body, started revolving according to some sort of rule. Heaven and earth suddenly became berserk until the maneuvering of his power of laws. Everyone's hearts turned fearful, knowing that Qin who was going to release a big move. This move, very few people could force it out of him. But Yi Yuan did it. To be able to force me to use this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Heavenly Tao combined spirit sword. A sword stabbed out heaven and earth changed colors. The sharpness of this sword was unrivaled, except a hint of disdain showed on Yi Yuan's face, the dragon might on his body quivering once more. Behind him, the spirit of a true dragon suddenly appeared, being incomparably solid. It was as if it was a true dragon descending upon the world. Heretic Dragon Dominating S.P.A.C. Chapter 2340. Yi Yuan Who Keeps His Word. Chapter 2340. Yi Yuan Who Keeps His Word. The spirit of the true dragon overlooked the world from above the firmament, showing disdain over everything in the world. That kind of domineeringness carried the world before him. Taking a step out, the world was shocked. Boom! Hills toppled and the earth quaked. The void trembled. Everyone's countenances changed visibly. These two people's strength was really too fearsome. This class, H.I. plussing of major moves was actually evenly matched. Qin, whose strength was truly formidable, while Yi Yuan's innate divine ability was a top-notch existence even in the Dragon Clan. Yet he actually only fought to a draw with him. The strength of an unpredictable child was displayed to the fullest expression of its beauty and form on Qin Hu. However, everyone's shock was due to Yi Yuan. The reason was very simple. Qin, who was defeated, the second firmament, Heavenly Emperor Yi Yuan, fought to a draw with the fourth firmament, Heavenly Emperor Qin Hu. This was enough to shock them. This innate divine ability is really terrifying. In the same rank, who can be his match? This is a spatial attribute, innate divine ability. That's one of the supreme innate divine abilities. Most likely, it's a top existence in the Dragon Clan too. Qin, who even said that he was going to kill until this kid would not dare to leave the city. Looking at it now, it's really a joke. Looking at it like this newcomer kid, his strength should be ranked within 8,000 at the lowest too. Just as everyone was exclaiming in amazement, Qin, who suddenly spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, wildly, his figure flying out backward. Under the two people's stalemate, it was finally still Qin who was defeated. This kind of confrontation had a tremendous impact force on the martial artists themselves to begin with. It was true that Qin who was formidable, but how could he be as strong as Yi Yuan's body? Under the circuit, stances where their strength difference was not great, body-refining martial artists would almost certainly win. With Yi Yuan gaining momentum in one move, he immediately chased after. He pursued in haste and pummeled fiercely Qin, who was seriously injured. So how could he withstand this bout of beating? In a few blows, he was on his dying breath. Everyone could not help feeling alarmed from watching. This kid was really vicious when making his move. But in this place, everyone existed for G. Oh, D of war points. Not being viscous would not do. Hoo-hoo, thank you for your G. Oh, D of war points. Yi Yuan looked at the half-dead Qin, who and said with a light smile. Qin, who said with his dying breath, "Brat, don't run if you have the capability. After I revive, I'll come to find you to settle scores." He lost and was unconvinced. His strength was clearly not weaker than Yi Yuan's, but Yi Yuan relied on the advantage of his body to defeat him. Moreover, with his D of war points, once he died once, the losses would be too great. He could not swallow this insult. Yi Yuan smiled slightly in his heart and was very satisfied with Qin, whose reaction. As long as he employed the sword formation, annihilating Qin, who would simply be effortless. Fusing 4 kinds of power of laws was indeed powerful. But no matter how strong, could it be stronger than the combination of 2 great source powers? But why did he have to expend his strength and unfold a life-and-death struggle with Qin Hu? He did it in order to make Qin Hu feel unwilling to submit. It was in order to make Qin Hu come out to take revenge. This way, he would be able to continue plundering D of war points. Wasn't he going to kill him until he did not dare to come out? Fine then, I'll kill you until you do not dare to come out. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that Qin Hu definitely would not come out alone this time. He would definitely find a helper. At that time, the current Yi Yuan could already predict the scene of D of war points rising rapidly. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Yi Yuan said with a calm expression. Finish saying with a bang. He finished Qin Hu off with a punch. 1 CLUS. Tur of runes after another entered Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's eyes could not help lighting up. So many D of war points. Because Yi Yuan's ranking was only 12,000 plus, but Qin Hu's ranking was around 7,000. This huge difference let Yi Yuan obtain 40% of the other party's D of war points. Right now, Yi Yuan already had 1,480 points on him, and his ranking already rose to rank 8,941 too. Even Yi Yuan himself was also shocked by the points. TSK really awesome, Yi Yuan exclaimed, truly becoming a tyke. And in an instant, seeing the expression on Yi Yuan's face, everyone was incredibly envious in their hearts. They knew that Yi Yuan definitely obtained a significant amount of D of war points. In this primeval war realm, the stronger the opponent killed, the more the D of war points obtained. But during these 100 years' time, the rankings were actually already relatively stable. Wanting to jump several thousand places to kill the opponent in front was simply a fool's talk. But Yi Yuan killed the formidable Qin, who just like that, and Agi had so many D of war points like pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. However, Yi Yuan was currently meditating calmly on the spot and was actually really waiting for Qin Hu to come out. This made many people extremely surprised. Was this kid a fool? Could it be that he really thought that Qin Hu would fight one-on-one with him? Young man, hurry up and go. Qin Hu has a buddy in the city called Mo Shi. His strength is even a notch above his. You're only waiting to die by being here. A kind-hearted person came forward to persuade him. Yeah, kid, don't get too greedy. You waiting for him here is equivalent to waiting for death. Yi Yuan's gaze swept over, and he said with a smile, Many thanks for everyone's warning. But this ye said to wait for him. I won't go back on my word and will wait here for him to come. When everyone saw that Yi Yuan did not listen to advice, they could not help shaking their heads and sighing. This kid was really hopelessly headstrong. It was useless even if he was strong. Being brainless was too scary. Except the Yonku in the crowd was absorbed in thought. I really didn't expect that this kid would be so formidable. However, he's a fool to actually really wait here for Qin Hu to come back. Peng Yang said, but Yonka frowned and said, Don't you guys find it strange? Everyone was taken back, uncertain what it meant. What's strange about it? This brat and Qin Hu are about on par. If add in Mo Shi, this kid will be dead for sure. Yeah, his fleshy body is strong, but Qin Hu's strength isn't weak either. If he doesn't leave now, it's tantamount to seeking death. But Yang Ke shook his head and said, I heard that he used all the D of war points that he has, and A to Z, head from us to buy swords. Furthermore, he bought over 1,000. But have you guys seen him draw a sword? The vast majority of the people neglected this problem. Not that they deliberately overlooked it, but that the combat strength that Yi Yuan displayed made them believe in Yi Yuan's strength strongly. They felt that Yi Yuan's strongest trump card should be the perfect rank 8 golden body. Yi Yuan relied on perfect rank 8 and could already defeat the Qin who fused 4 kinds of power of laws. It could be seen how monstrous he was. Then did he still need other means? But Yang Ke thought of this question. He did not know how strong Yi Yuan's sword arts were, but in this primeval war realm, there definitely would not be someone silly enough to spend all the D of war points on them to go and buy something useless. Yang Ke's followers could not help being stunned, also discovering this issue now. But Yang Ke smiled strangely and said, I'm somewhat curious now, just how strong his sword arts are. An hour later, 2 figures came out of the city with a howl, arriving in no time. These 2 people were precisely Qin Hu and his buddy Mo Shi. The 2 people, one in front and one behind, blocked off all of Yi Yuan's paths of retreat. Qin Hu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a loud laugh, Punk, you really keep your promises. To actually wait here to die. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2341. Qin Hu, you've screwed me over this time. Chapter 2341. Qin Hu, you've screwed me over this time. My greatest plus point is that I'm a man of my word. Furthermore, you seem to have forgotten. I said before to kill you until you don't dare to go out of the city. Yi Yuan was very calm and did not feel surprised because Qin Hu brought a helper. Furthermore, he felt very interested in this Mo Shi from listening to the other people's discussions instead. With regards to such a big point giver, it would not do if he was not interested either. Mo Shi looked at Yi Yuan with a look of amuse. ENT, and said with a light smile, Hoo-hoo, kid, you really don't know about the immensity of heaven and earth. The primeval war realm's waters are much deeper than you think. You can't play just because you're talented. He naturally knew about Yi Yuan's strength. It was just that fighting 2-on-1, it was useless no matter how strong Yi Yuan was. Yi Yuan looked at Mo Shi and suddenly said, Your esteemed self is helping Qin Hu. Are you also going to kill this Yi until I don't dare to go out of the city? Mo Shi could not help laughing as he said, Of course. Qin Hu and I are extremely close friends in reality as well. You killed him once. So how can I make it easy for you? Your question was very moronic. But Yi Yuan smiled brilliantly and said, That's good then. I can set my mind at ease. The others were all speechless. This kid was too defenseless. He could still smile at this time. Moreover, these words were indeed moronic enough. You could set your mind at ease? At ease about what? The 2 of you don't go out of the city any more in the future. Otherwise, if I see once, I'll kill once. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, Ha ha ha. Mo Shi, this kid probably still hasn't figured out the situation until now. Looks like he's underestimating you. Showcase your strength and let him take a look. Qin Hu said with a loud laugh. Mo Shi nodded his head and said coolly, Okay. One mysterious and profound power of law after another suddenly descended, echoing around Mo Shi. Earth, fire, water, wind. It was another 4 kinds of power of laws. Furthermore, these 4 kinds of power of laws were different from Qin Hu's. They could form a perfect closed loop, the power unable to be mentioned in the same breath. This Mo Shi's strength was much stronger than Qin Hu's. At the same time, 4 beads of different colors slowly rose up, revolving around him. The power of the 4 kinds of laws suddenly increased significantly again, and also emitted a rhythmic tempo along with the 4 beads. These 4 beads are called the 4 directional beads, a set of peak heavenly emperor spirit treasure. They correspond respectively to earth, fire, water, and wind for kinds of power of laws, and are able to make my strength become a lot stronger. Kid, you try repeating those words earlier. Mo, she looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, while on the other side, Qin, whose power of laws had already been released. His entire cultivation was all on his sword, his strength also fearsome. It was just that compared to Mo Shi's 4 directional beads. It was significantly lousier. The two of them joining forces. It was hard to find a rival among this clouded city's 4th firmament heavenly emperors. No matter how great Yi Yuan's strength was, it was also impossible to be their match. Ha ha ha, kid, lost all hope, right? Mo Shi's strength is even above mine. With the two of us teaming up, are you still harboring hopes of getting lucky in your heart? Qin, who said smugly, seeing Mo Shi's strength, everyone was incredibly shocked. Everyone only heard that he was impressive, but it seemed like his strength was very high. Earlier, they thought he was about the same as Qin Hu, but looking at it now, that was not the case. So strong! I didn't expect that Mo Shi's strength is much stronger than Qin Hu's. This kind of power of laws doesn't have the slightest flaws at all. Furthermore, with the augmentation of a peak heavenly emperor spirit treasure, its power is unimaginable. No wonder it said that Mo Shi's ranking is actually above Qin Hu's. Looks like his D of war points were all used on these 4 beads. This boy, not listening to the advice of the elderly, suffering is right ahead, asked him to not get too greedy, but he wouldn't listen. Many people present all started gloating over his misfortune. It was true that Yi Yuan's strength was strong, but he did not listen to other people's words. They clearly had good intentions, but were treated as ill intent. Actually, it was them who were thinking too much. Yi Yuan just wanted to get more D of war points, that was all. And right at this time, Yi Yuan finally touched his swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 1,000 overswords scattered all around, dancing wildly in the air. Seeing this scene, Yang Ke's entire body trembled, and he actually gave a low cry, rather agitatedly. He finally deployed his swords. I indeed didn't guess wrongly. What he's strongest at isn't the physical body, but sword Dao. No, wait, there's also formation Dao. 1,000 overswords. It was impossible to just be sword Dao. A bunch of Empyrean spirit treasures, SMAs. Plussing over, he could blast it to dregs with a punch. What was there still? At this time, Yang Ke had a strong feeling that he might be witnessing the birth of a miracle. This newcomer was too formidable. Boss, what are you agitated for? Even if he knows sword Dao and formation Dao, it's also impossible to be those two people's match, right? Peng Yang said. Another person said, yeah, these two are too strong. If that punk is the same rank as them, there's still a show. But his realm is too low. Yang Ke suddenly smiled and said, haha, you guys just watch. Yi Yuan's face did not show the slightest change in expression. He just said coolly, I said before I will kill until you guys don't dare to go out of the city. Do you guys really think that this Yi is kidding? Ha ha ha, this is your trump card? This pile of metal SCR. P.S. and you want to deal with us teaming up? Wen Qin, who saw the situation, he said with a loud laugh. Mo Shi also shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, hoo-hoo kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Using a bunch of Empyrean spirit treasures, and you want to deal with the two of us? Too naive. Yi Yuan gave them a cold glance and said, coolly, is that so? Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus suddenly, the sword formation unexpectedly erupted. Sword Dao source and formation Dao source reverberated between heaven and earth, enveloping Qin Hu and Mo Shi, two people inside all at once. All of a sudden, a feeling of immense danger welled up in their hearts, making the two people's faces change wildly. Two great source powers. Qin Hu, you've screwed me over this time. When Mo saw Yi Yuan take action, his mind shook heavily. He shouted at the top of his voice, roaring angrily. At the same time, Qin Hu's expression also changed wildly, and he yelled, "Talk again later! Let's join hands first to repel the enemy." It was already too late to want to run. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. The swords coming and going were merely a matter of an instant. In a blink, Yi Yuan's sword formation already covered Mo. In an instant, he felt a huge cage covering him firmly, unable to break free at all. This sword formation was too scary. His 4 directional beads' power was tremendous. But no matter how great his power was, in front of Source power it was too weak until it could not stand up to a breeze either. The power of Source, that was an existence that only Deva realm powerhouses could touch. This guy was just a second firmament heavenly emperor. So how did he comprehend it? Even though Yi Yuan's sword formation was formed with metal SCR, PS, his power was currently being divided on 1,008 swords. He should not have much power left. Qin, who had a conflicted look. He wanted to run, but he still endured it. The loss outweighed the gain in doing so. Hence, he released his full strength and rushed over toward Yi Yuan. But he had yet to arrive when he saw the sword formation dice Mo, into mince meat as if chopping vegetables and cutting melons. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Chapter 2342. Pitiful. Chapter 2342. Pitiful, the combination of 2 great sources. Too strong. Truly too strong. What did I say earlier? What he's strongest at is definitely sword technique. I didn't say it wrongly, right? Yang Ku was very agitated. He also did not know whether it was because he saw such a heaven-defying sword formation or because he guessed correctly. However, his companions were clearly all very surprised. They did not expect that it was really guessed correctly by Yang Ku. It was just that even Yang Ku also did not expect that Yi Yuan swordsman's HI plus P was actually so powerful. 1 source power was already utterly shocking. The sword formation created by the combination of 2 great source powers truly had boundless power. Such a fearsome Mo, she kicked the bucket without even blocking a single exchange. Yi Yuan did not waste his time, controlling the 1,000 over swords to return to him and speeding toward Qin Hu. Qin, who was long already overwhelmed with terror. Under a loud roar, he also went straight back home. The onlooking, unpredictable children were all shocked until they were dumbfounded with shock. They never could have thought that this battle would end in such a manner. They thought that this would be an Estoni's HI plus Ingli great battle. Yi Yuan would try his best, but he would still die under the teaming up of Qin Hu and Mo. But the battle was merely several breaths of time from start to end. Only then did those people who urged Yi Yuan understand that Yi Yuan truly had nothing to fear, and was not that he could not listen to persuasion. Impressive. How did this kid cultivate? He's simply a freak. Qin, who really did a sieve tumble with this. His D of war points will probably be reduced by half, right? A perfect rank 8 golden body is already freakish enough. So who would have thought that he actually also comprehended 2 powers of source? Above the void, Yi Yuan's D of war points soared endlessly and already broke through 3,000 points, breaking through to 3,000 on the first day of entering the city. This was likely the first person among the 1 million unpredictable children too. Yi Yuan received the D of war points, returned to the city, and directly arrived at the Spirit Treasure Hall. When Redleaf saw Yi Yuan, she could not help but ask doubtfully, "Isn't the D of war points on Sir already spent finish? Why did you come back again?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Someone is generous and keeps giving me D of war points nonstop. Miss Redleaf, Jade True Sword, give me 10 of them." Redleaf opened her mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan in shock. Jade True Sword was a peak Heavenly Emperor spirit treasure. 1 sword would cost 372 G D of war points. This guy wanted to exchange for 10 in one go. Where did he get so many G? Oh, D of war points. Redleaf suddenly thought of Cheen Hu. But even Cheen Hu probably did not have so many G. Oh, D of war points either, right? The moment he settled the bill, she discovered to her shock that Yi Yuan really had that many G. Oh, D of war points. When Yi Yuan left Spirit Treasure Hall, Redleaf did not even recover from the shock. Yi Yuan spent all the G, oh, D of war points on him and went straight out of the city, leaving Cloudade City. In Cloudade City, a figure appeared rather fluid S-tiered. Hey, did that punk called Yi Yuan really leave? Yes, we saw him leave with our own eyes. You're sure that you didn't see wrongly? For sure. Cheen, who was already asking the seventh person here. Everyone told the same story, all saying that Yi Yuan already left. Only then did he finally set his mind at rest. Returning to the city, he naturally could not avoid being reproved by Mo Shi. It was fine that he himself got screwed. He even dragged his close friend into the water. But fortunately, Cheen, who did not flee in the face of danger. The friends, H, I, plus P between them could still continue. That brat already left. Let's hurry up and leave the city too? If we run into that brat, he'll definitely kill us again. Cheen, who inquired around and decided to leave the city right away. He did not want to run into this monster again. But Mo, she was much more cautious than him. He shook his head and said, "Wait another 2 days. Going out now, it's very easy to run into him. Furthermore, he might be intercepting us for all we know." Right. It's still you who's smart. Cheen, who repeatedly approved. 2 days later, the two went out of the city cautiously, looking all around. Discovering that there wasn't Yi Yuan's figure, their hearts finally calmed down. Let's hurry up and go. Make sure not to run into that brat. I've already inquired. Clearly he headed in the direction of Wish Valley. We'll go in the opposite path of him. Go to the Central Plains. Cheen, who hurriedly said. Mo, she nodded and said, "Okay, we'll go to the Central Plains." The two were just about to depart when suddenly a voice came out of the void. "Gentlemen, this Yi has been waiting for a long time. You guys are in a hurry. Where are you headed?" Hearing this voice, Cheen, who two people's hair stood on end, all the Guseb, MPS on their bodies rising. This was simply the devil's voice. Only to see Yuan's figure walk out of the void, already cutting off the two people's path to withdraw back to the city. Why didn't you leave already? Why would you show up here? Cheen, whose expression changed wildly, scared until even his words were stammering. Mo, she had a stunned face and said, "His spatial law likely already reached an unimaginable level. So when he hides in the void, we can't discover him at all." That was right. Yi Yuan deliberately left behind a false impression of having left. Following that, he shuttled into the void and quietly sneaked back, waiting for the two to leave the city. Before killing until the two did not dare to go out of the city, how could he leave? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since you understand, then I'll send you guys on your way then." Wait a minute. Cheen, who still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan did not give him the chance at all. The sword formation already greeted them, annihilating the two of them instantly. Just went out of the city, and they died again. Cheen, who returned to the rebirth point and simply wanted to tear, but had no tears. He originally had close to 3,700 G. D of war points on him. After dying a few times, his D of war points directly shrunk by more than half. Yi Yuan, this fellow, was too hateful, deliberately spending all the D of war points on him in order to fleece more of his D of war points. His ranking already fell to around the ranks of 9,000. Mo, she was not much better than him too. He just died one less than him. Right now, it had also shrunk by close to half. F*CKU. Did you have nothing better to do? What the L kind of monster did you provoke? Forget about that. He's a perfect 8 transformation. two great source powers. I've also resigned myself to it. Now he's even proficient in spatial law. Do you think we should go out of the city or not? Mo, she bellowed crazily at Qin Hu. He was really going crazy. If he was merely strong, forget it. Could not afford to provoke, I could hide. But Yi Yuan's spatial law was too powerful. With their strength, they could not detect this guy at all. Then how would they know when Yi Yuan would leave? With this, they really did not dare to go out of the city anymore. Not far away, many people saw the bellowing Mo Shi and the Qin who looked like a bullied wife, and they could not help casting sympathetic gazes. In the crowd, there was still Yang Ku and the rest. At this time, they felt extremely grateful. Fortunately, Yi Yuan did not target them. Otherwise, they would be much more miserable than these two right now. Each person could only stay for 20 days' time in the city. Not leaving for 20 days, they would be directly obliterated by heavenly Tao. This time, Qin Hu two people endured for 20 days and finally still decided to make another run for it. But just arriving outside the city, they were defeated by Yi Yuan once more. With this, they really did not dare to go out of the city anymore. Another 20 days said. The pitiful Qin Hu and Mashi were directly obliterated by heavenly Tao. Half a year's time said. Just like this, they were consecutively obliterated by heavenly Tao close to 10 times before going out of the city, once again in trepidation. Chapter 2343. A Strange Couple. Chapter 2343. A strange couple. Just as Qin Hu two people were frightened until they did not dare to go out of the city, Yi Yuan had long already left Cloudade City. He naturally would not really accompany these two people and keep on playing. Furthermore, he knew that with those few times, those two likely did not dare to go out of the city anymore as well. He had also earned enough D of war points from these two, and there was nothing to mess with anymore. However, those two were intimidated from killing and did not dare to gamble at all. They would rather be killed by heavenly Tao than be willing to give Yi Yuan D of war points anymore. Sun Moon Canyon was a relatively dangerous place around Cloudade City. In the canyon, there were many middle-stage, Heavenly Emperor realm fierce beasts coming and going. With Yi Yuan's current strength, this place was clearly the most suitable cultivation place. Before leaving, Yi Yuan made another trip to Spirit Treasure Hall and used Qin Hu two people's D of war points, in exchange for 36 low-grade Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures. He made a slight modification to the sword formation, with 12 peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures as the core, 48 low-grade Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures as auxiliary, driving 1,000 Empyrean Spirit Treasures. This way, with the augmentation of peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures, the power of the sword formation grew even stronger. In the Primeval War realm, as long as one left the city, there was a possibility of encountering dangers at any time. Of course, the closer to the cities the place, the weaker the fierce beasts. The further away from the cities the place, the stronger the fierce beasts. Walking all this way, Yi Yuan killed many fierce beasts, but the D of war points obtained were not a lot. Only all the way until now did he know how hard it was to obtain D of war points. Killing low-level fierce beasts did not seem to have many DS of war points, while killing high-level fierce beasts. After your ranking became high, the D of war points obtained would get lesser and lesser. There would come a day where your bottleneck would arrive. So in this place, you needed to keep on getting stronger before you could Serpa. Yourself. Hubby, there's a young fellow here. You're not allowed to look. Keep looking, and I'll kill him. Hubby, I just like your jealous appearance. Why not? We kill him together. Mwack, wifey, I also love your beautiful and charming appearance the most. However, this little fellow's realm is too low. There's also no benefit in killing him. Spare him then. My hubby is the most kind. Love you. Mwack, wifey, I love you too. All of a sudden, a man and a woman walked over from not far away. The two people's conversation made Yi Yuan feel a chill. This was clearly a pair of Tao companions. It was just that the two were chummy until it made people despair when they were talking. Yi Yuan looked over. The man was unbelievably ugly, and the woman was well matched with him. Then the man said that the woman was beautiful and charming, while the woman said that the man was handsome and tall. He really did not know where their courage came from. These two people were really one family. Not entering the household door, they were quite a lively pair of living treasures. But such a pair of ugly man and woman. They were actually unpredictable children too. It still made Yi Yuan quite surprised. As the saying went, one should not judge other people based on their looks. It was probably like this. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to pay attention to the two either, and planned on leaving straight away. If they were to really make a move, he was naturally not afraid either. Who would have expected that he was about to leave when that woman suddenly said, "Little brother, your strength is too low. Why not come together with us? Us husband and wife will protect you." The moment the man heard, he was immediately enraged and said, "Arg, infuriating me to death. You still said that you didn't take fancy on this pretty boy." The woman rolled her eyes and said, "Silly darling, I saw that this babe is friendly and thought of our baby. If he was still alive, he'd probably be as handsome as him, right?" As she said, the woman actually shed tears. The moment the man heard, he also fell silent and actually choked silently. Yi Yuan originally did not want to care about the two, but seeing the two get worked up, not seeming to be fake, he felt awkward to leave as well. However, when he was just about to open his mouth to refuse, the man suddenly said, "Kid, you heard it. My wife sees that you're pitiful. In this Sun-Moon Canyon, stick around with us husband and wife then." Yi Yuan smiled and said with cupped fists, "Many thanks for your husband and wife's kindness, but I'm used to traveling alone and won't impose on you too." His words were said very courteously. After all, they had good intentions. So Yi Yuan naturally maintained some respect. It was just that the moment the man heard, he was indignant. His face turned sullen, and he said in a solemn voice, "Asked you to follow, just follow. What's with all the C, R, A, P?" The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help shaking his head. They were truly a pair of weirdos. The moment the woman heard, she hurriedly said, "Goodness gracious, you silly darling. What will you do if you frighten that kid? Little brother, this place is really very dangerous. Furthermore, there are also a lot of bad guys in Sun-Moon Canyon. You should follow us. We can share some D of war points with you." This woman was really protecting him like protecting a calf. However, Yi Yuan himself came to train in the first place. What the L would it be if he followed these two? Hence, he could only refuse this kind intention. Yi Yuan cupped his fists once more and said, "Madam, this Yi really appreciates your kind intentions. It's just that this Yi came here to train. It's seriously hard to follow you two. Farewell, the two of you." As he said, Yi Yuan turned around and was about to leave, but right at this time, there was suddenly a blur in front of his eyes. That man blocked in front of him. The man had a grim look, appearing very angry, and said, "You punk, don't know how to appreciate favors. Since you're not willing to follow us, then I can only use force." Yi Yuan could not help being unable to stifle his laughter when he heard it. Heard before forcing a sale, never heard before compelling to follow and cultivate. This big brother, if you can keep this Yi behind, then there's also no harm in this Yi follow you guys. Yi Yuan said coolly. The man said, "Haha, punk, what high-sounding sentiments. You still don't know the two of us husband and wife's tea. I please, right? The two of us are Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck 1. We're very famous in the Heaven-span world too." Yi Yuan was aloof and indifferent and said coolly, "Senior Heaven Mandarin, please." Heaven Mandarin's face turned black. A punch suddenly struck over, but his attack clearly held back some strength. In his view, how could Yi Yuan's small body withstand his one punch? While Earth Duck smiled by the side and did not speak, an appearance of watching a show. Facing this punch, Yi Yuan did not avoid it and similarly threw a punch over. He understood that he could only talk to this heaven mandarin with strength. Boom! A loud bang came over. Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, while heaven mandarin fell several steps back. A tremendous force transmitted into his bosom, and he hurriedly revolved divine essence to dispel it. This punch, Yi Yuan similarly did not use his full strength to. But this husband and wife, two people, had surprised expressions, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Perfect eighth transformation. Kid, I couldn't tell that you still have some real skills. Heaven Mandarin said in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior Heaven Mandarin, can this Yi go now? Who knew that Heaven Mandarin shook his head and said, The two of us, husband and wife, mean what we say. Ask you to follow, you have to follow. Keep being long-winded, and I'm going to be serious. Yi Yuan also had some anger aroused from being repeatedly Hara. Said by these two people. These two were clearly Hara. Saying with unreasonable demands. Is that so? Then this Yi will have to witness Senior Heaven Mandarin's brilliant moves. Please. Yi Yuan said coolly. 1a play on words. Mandarin ducks mean an affectionate couple. Chapter 2344. 8 Great Source Powerhouses. Chapter 2344. 8 Great Source Powerhouses. Upon exchanging blows, Heaven Mandarin let out all sorts of strange cries, making Yi Yuan's scalp tingle. However, these strange cries were extremely formidable. It actually contained sound wave attacks and achieved the same wondrous effect as the voice of the dragon Ji. D with different means. Furthermore, Heaven Mandarin's sound wave attack was already not far from the power of Source. Coupled with the strength of a fifth firmament heavenly emperor, Yi Yuan was actually not a match by just relying on the power of the fleshy body. Ha ha ha, brat, know my prowess now. Heaven Mandarin said smugly, but right at this time a series of sword cries sounded out. Yi Yuan already brought out his sword formation. The moment the sword formation arose, Heaven Mandarin's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out strangely, Boy, I didn't expect that you still had such capability. Wifey, quickly come and help. The Earth Duck by the side was also extremely surprised. Clearly, she did not expect that such a little fellow actually comprehended 2 great powers of Source. With her husband calling, Earth Duck joined the battle without the slightest hesitation. However, same as Heaven Mandarin, Earth Duck also emitted a series of strange cries the moment she came in. However, the power was completely different. The two people combining their sound wave attacks actually miraculously stepped into the realm of Source. Coupled with the two people's strength of fifth firmament heavenly emperors, they actually fought on pair with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was greatly surprised in his heart. He really rarely ran into someone who could rely on the power of Source to fight with him until they were evenly matched. Want to deal with Yi Yuan? There was only by relying on powerful cultivation realm to carry out an unreasonable suppression. Competing in power of laws was equivalent to seeking death. Yi Yuan naturally did not know that the shock in Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck's hearts was 100 times than his. Just now, they were still boasting shamelessly, saying that they wanted Yi Yuan to stick around with him. But in a blink, Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 2, and actually fought with them until neither could gain the upper hand. Hubby, this babe is so formidable to actually comprehend 2 great powers of Source. Wifey, if our babe didn't die, he might also be so formidable now. That's for sure. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, You too, how about we just stop here? All right, not fighting anymore. You, this babe, are really strong. Let's stop fighting, can we talk? Earth Duck said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right. Earth Duck was overjoyed and dragged Yi Yuan to start jabbering away. One could tell that she genuinely liked Yi Yuan. Earth Duck was like a loudmouth, talking about the two of them husband and wife's anecdotes. It turned out that back then they were also just a pair of very ordinary Empyrean husband and wife, and were not very outstanding. They even gave birth to a son and doted on their son a lot. Their son's talent was a Stonies. Plussing the moment he was born, he was peak true G, OD. He also cultivated very fast. Using only 10,000 years, he cultivated to peak Empyrean realm. Just a step more, he would be able to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor. But something unexpected may happen at any time. Because his son offended a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, he was killed by the other party. The husband and wife, two people, were overwhelmed with pain to the point where they wished they were dead. Hence, their temperament changed drastically. As the saying went, matters of the world were hard to predict, and this also paved open the two people's path of defying the heavens. Their son dead, the two of them had all hopes dashed to pieces, and only had one thought remaining, that was to take revenge. But the Heavenly Emperor was too strong to them. As a result, the husband and wife, two people, supported each other and actually walked further and further on this path of sound law. Later, the both of them broke through to Heavenly Emperor and even comprehended sound source. The Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, who was originally undefeatable in their eyes, already became unbelievably weak. The two killed the Heavenly Emperor and avenged their revenge, wandering the world ever since. Because these husband and wife, two people, had strange personalities, they provoked many powerful enemies, but their strength was formidable. Relying on the power of sound source, they even slew many powerful enemies. Later, they also earned their Tlees of Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Hearing these two people's stories, Yi Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder, also filled with emotions at the unpredictability of heaven's secrets. Under normal circumstances, these two absolutely would not have become such major powers. But because of their son's death, it became the current situation. Little guy, I found you agreeable the moment I saw you, feeling like you're especially like our son. Furthermore, you're also different from the rest. When others see us pestering like this, they will be killing intent aroused. But you didn't, Earth Duck said with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I won't offend people unless I'm offended. You husband and wife didn't have ill intentions toward me. So this ye naturally won't deal a killing blow either. All right, many thanks for the two of your boundless hospitality. This ye is really going to cultivate now. Farewell. Earth Duck had a reluctant look, but they also knew that they could not keep Yi Yuan behind and could only let Yi Yuan leave. Just as Yi Yuan was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. A series of ripples suddenly surfaced in the surrounding space. One powerful aura after another came out of the void. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, I searched for you guys for a very long time already. This time, let's see what you guys run to. A man in black robes walked out of the void and looked at Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck as he said with a resentful look. At the same time, in the other 7 directions, 7 figures also appeared. These 8 people, the auras on each person was extremely powerful. They were not the slightest bit weaker than Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Heaven Mandarin's brows furrowed and he looked at the man in black and said, Jiangxia, you really linger on relentlessly. Also, you guys, you actually ran together. You two freaks, you don't know how many powerhouses you've provoked. Today, with us 8 great source powerhouses moving out in unison, see where you guys can still run. In the future, see you guys once, kill you once. Jiangxia said. Yi Yuan's expression also changed when he heard that they were actually all source powerhouses. How capable at provoking were this husband and wife, 2 people, to actually draw 8 great source powerhouses to team up all of a sudden. However, with the 2 of their strange personalities, there was really the possibility. Now these 8 people were clearly banding up to deal with them. Earth Duck frowned and said, "Fine, you let young Friendy leave. We'll slowly settle our scores." Jiangzhi gave Yi Yuan a glance and said disdainfully, "This little thing is together with the 2 of you. 2 old freaks. Can he still be anything good? It's naturally killing together." Buzz. While talking, Jiangzhi snapped his fingers. A lightning ball that radiated electricity in all directions flew toward Yi Yuan, the speed inconceivably fast. Lightning source. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. Lifting his hand, it was a transient heavenly dragon hand. Boom! The lightning ball being punched heavily by Yi Yuan was directly annihilated. Jiangzhi underestimated Yi Yuan too much. So this move was very casual. Yi Yuan naturally resolved it very casually too. But landing in Jiangzhi's eyes, he was naturally somewhat surprised. A little interesting. This kid actually originates from the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, he's a perfect 8th transformation. Presently in this heavenspan world, those able to cultivate the physical body to the perfect 8th transformation are rare. "Kid, what's your name called?" Clearly, Jiangzhi became a little interested in Yi Yuan. "None of your business," Yi Yuan said coolly. What annoyed him the most was Jiangzhi's appearance of arbitrarily deciding the life and death of others. Clearly came to find trouble with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, but wanted to implicate others. He did not even finish saying a sentence yet, and he wanted to kill him. Therefore, Yi Yuan naturally would not show Jiangzhi any good attitude. Jiangzhi was first stunned when he heard that. Then his face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, I originally wanted to spare you. Looking at it now, it's you who are seeking death yourself." Chapter 2345. Kindly Accepting. Chapter 2345. Kindly Accepting. This sentence, I'll return it to you as it is. I originally wanted to spare you, but now, prepare to die. Yi Yuan replied unceremoniously. These words immediately drew a wave of loud laughter from the 8 great source powerhouses. A second firmament, heavenly emperor saying this sort of words was really very hilarious in their view. A middle-aged man in white robes could not help laughing as he said, "Hoo-hoo, you think that with a perfect 8th transformation, you can be invincible in this primeval war realm? Boy, you're still too inexperienced." Earth Duck said, "Young Friendy, in a while we'll hold these guys back. You go first. They are all source powerhouses. You're not their match by yourself. If I want to leave, just the likes of them can't hold me back still. If I want to stay, none of them can leave." Yi Yuan looked at Jiangzhi, his tone exuding domineeringness. It was just that this declaration sounded like childish words to the 8 great source powerhouses. Perfect 8th transformation. Was it very impressive? Jiangzhi said to the white-robed male, "Lin Zhan, this brat will be handed to you. Regroup with us after killing him. These 2 old freaks, source laws are rather formidable. They are not easy to deal with." Lin Zhan nodded his head and said, "Relax, I'll dispose of him within 3 moves. Jiangzhi nodded and said, "Attack together. This time, we must make these 2 old fellows pay the price." The 7 great source powerhouses, powers of law, were released fully. 1 Estones, H.I. plus Inglaw undulation after another instantly reverberated inside Sun Moon Canyon. Even Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, 2 people, also felt tremendous pressure. "Young Friendy, don't put up a bold front anymore. Find a chance and quickly escape. You don't need to care about us." Earth Duck said with concern. She knew Yi Yuan's strength. Dealing with 1 source powerhouse was not an issue. But if Yi Yuan did not leave and attract even more source powerhouses, that would not be good. In the beginning, Yi Yuan was still slightly critical of this strange husband and wife pair. But after listening to their tragic experience, Yi Yuan could not hate them anymore as well. That pain of losing a loved one, he felt deeply affected by it. The things that this husband and wife, 2 people, had suffered at that time, he could understand fully. Furthermore, This Earth Duck was genuinely concerned about him. "Ha, you guys had better worry about yourselves," Jiang said with a cold laugh. 7 great source powerhouses attacking at the same time. The commotion was extremely shocking. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck cried strangely over and over again, letting out all kinds of sound martial techniques to deal with the 7 people. Yi Yuan could tell that these 2 still appeared rather strained under the pincer attacks of the 7 people. However, sound law was also an extremely high-level law. Coupled with these 2 people's tacit understanding and cooperation, their strength far surpassed, said those in the same rank. For some time, they were actually able to barely ward them off. "Brat, stop looking. This Heavenly Emperor will send you back to the city right now. This level of battle isn't what you can take part in." Lin Zhan looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smug look, "Immobilize." Lin Zhan's voice had yet to fade, only to see Yi Yuan nonchalantly spit a word out of his mouth. Heavenly Tao suddenly descended, locking Lin Zhan firmly. His gaze was incomparably shocked, wanting to speak, but was completely unable to move. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword formation suddenly arose, plussing over towards Lin Zhan. In a breath, Lin Zhan was diced into pieces. His source power had yet to be put to good use, and he was already slain by Yi Yuan, unimaginably fast. "Since you're in such a hurry to go back to the city, then this Yi will give you a ride then," Yi Yuan said coolly, but sadly, Lin Zhan already could not hear it anymore. Many runes entered Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan felt that his D of war points suddenly increased by more than 2,000. Source powerhouses were indeed different. Their D of war points was also very abundant. Lin Zhan could not hear it, but those powerhouses fighting over there felt this terrifying Heavenly Tao undulation already. Heavenly Tao, true word. This kid actually knows Heavenly Tao, true word. What he mobilized should be time law. To be able to mobilize a Heavenly Tao, true word that's of the 2 great supreme laws, too terrifying. Also, that sword formation, 2 great powers of source. My D, just what kind of freak is this kid? Not just Jiang, they all, Heaven Mandarin, and Earth Duck, 2 people were also astounded. They thought that the sword formation was already Yi Yuan's final trump card. Did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had such a heaven-defying ace in the hole that was not used. If Yi Yuan flashed this trump card, killing the 2 of them husband and wife just now would be effortless. After Yi Yuan killed Lin Zhan, he slowly walked over to this side and said coolly, "I originally came here to train, but there are always some people who feel that they have too many D of war points and insist on sending me some. Since that's the case, this Yi will kindly accept it." Not waiting for Jiang and the rest to react either. The moment Yi Yuan's sword formation rose, he joined right in the battle. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck's combat power was actually higher than these source powerhouses. Yi Yuan was able to fight to a draw with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, but his strength was actually much stronger than them individually. Immobilize. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly using time freeze, immobilizing Jiang firmly there. Jiang was long prepared, the source power in his body surging wildly, attempting to break through time freeze. Additionally, another 3 people saw that the situation was not good and rushed right at Yi Yuan, attempting to stop him. Yi Yuan's sword formation revolved crazily, hurting one of them in a blink of an eye. With the combination of 2 great powers of source, Yi Yuan's combat power was much stronger than ordinary source powerhouses. The only thing that he was at a disadvantage in was cultivation realm. In the fight with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck previously, he did not use his full strength either. At this time he was truly enraged and went all out, hurting one of the source powerhouses in a twinkle. Under Jiang's frenzied salt, time freeze was finally burst through, but he also broke out in cold sweat from shock. This move was really impossible to guard against, unless one's strength reached the seventh firmament heavenly emperor realm. Otherwise, there was no way to fight with this kid at all. With Yi Yuan joining the battle, the situation on both sides suddenly turned around. The 7 people diverted more than half of their power to deal with Yi Yuan, while the other 3 also started struggling in straightened stances under the teaming up of Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Originally, the 8 people came in a threatening manner. At this time, they were actually devastated until their helmets and coats of mail were lost. Yi Yuan fought 4 people by himself, even firmly suppressing his opponents in terms of momentum. At that time, Yi Yuan fought more than 20 divine race powerhouses alone in Cloud Heart Realm. The formidable aspect of the sword formation was this: when in a group battle, the power of the sword formation could be amplified infinitely. In terms of strength, the strengths of source powerhouses were much stronger than those abyss monsters. But no matter how strong, it also would not be stronger than those 20 people. Now, Yi Yuan exchanged for 12 peak Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures and 48 initial rank Heavenly Emperor Spirit Treasures. The power of the sword formation was more than a level stronger than back then. Therefore, there was more than enough to spare for him to deal with these people. The more Jiang Jie and the others fought, the more alarmed they got. Originally, when this second firmament Heavenly Emperor was standing here, they thought that he was just a rookie, who knew that this kid was actually even stronger than Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck teaming up. They kicked an iron plate. Leave. Jiang Jie saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. The others saw the outcome too and fled one after another. If a source powerhouse wanted to leave, an body could keep them behind. However, Yi Yuan just smiled coldly, his figure immediately melting into the void. Immobilize. Jiang Jie's figure suddenly froze in the void. Chapter 2346. Time Law Fragments. Chapter 2346. Time Law Fragments. Jiang Jie's pupils constricted, his eyes full of horror. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's spatial law was actually so formidable, catching up to him in a blink of an eye. Pucci. Sword light flashed. Jiang Jie was directly killed. Following that, Yi Yuan took another step out and caught up to another source powerhouse. Once these few people's strength was scattered, how could they be Yi Yuan's match? Yi Yuan killed 4 people in a row like chopping vegetables, while the other 3 people were tied down by Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck, and they were unable to get away for some time. Yi Yuan rushed back again and slew the 3 people together with Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. 8 great source powerhouses. There was actually not a single one who escaped. In Cloudade City, Jiang Jie and the rest had lingering fear in their hearts, having horrified expressions on their faces. Really and unlucky to actually encounter such a freakish brat. Jiang Jie had a grim look as he said, "A source powerhouse," said with a bitter smile, "Where did this kid pop out from? He's also too monstrous, right? Other people spend their entire lives and only comprehend one power of source. But he's too talented. One person comprehended 2. That's not all. He even comprehended spatial law to such a high boundary, and even comprehended heavenly Tao, true word." Looking at his expression, it was obvious he suffered a tremendous blow. Even though they gathered 8 source powerhouses were also extremely rare existences among the unpredictable children. They could be said to be geniuses among geniuses, monsters among monsters. However, these geniuses, monsters, all became dim and full under Yi Yuan's light. and it really stepped on dog S. H. I plus T when we went out. This kid's strength can probably already rank in the top 4,000. It's also that his cultivation realm is too low. Otherwise, even assaulting the D of War Golden List is also nothing difficult. Lin Zhan said unhappily. D of War Golden List. It was released once every 100 years. This list only tabulated the unpredictable children within the top 3,000. Only people whose D of war points ranked in the top 3,000 had the qualifications to be tallied in. The unpredictable children who could enter the D of war golden list. Each one was an expert among experts, a genius among geniuses. However, this so-called D of war golden list was just Cloudade City's sublist. Forget it. When we see this kid in the future, directly make a detour. Encounter the Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck. Also directly make a detour. Can't provoke, we can avoid. Jiang just said, helplessly. Killing 8 source powerhouses in one breath. Yi Yuan's D of war points soared crazily and broke through 5,000 points very soon. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck husband and wife, 2 people, were also stunned. They said to protect Yi Yuan inside this Sun-Moon Canyon. In the end, it was Yi Yuan who saved them. When Yi Yuan was fighting with them before, he did not even take out half of his strength. Otherwise, the result would be totally different. Young friendy, it was us husband and wife, 2 people who didn't know what's good for us. This time, thank you very much for lending a helping hand. We're definitely becoming friends with young friendy. After going to the real world in the future, you must come and find the 2 of us to play, Heaven Mandarin said. Although the 2 of their personalities were peculiar, they were not unable to tell what was good for them. Yi Yuan clearly did not want to stoop to their level. If they went from bad to worse, that would not be good. The 2 of them did provoke many powerful enemies, but it was also not like they provoked everyone. Otherwise, they would have long kicked the bucket. Yi Yuan smiled and said, definitely. This, Yi still has to go cultivate and will take my leave here. Bidding farewell to the 2, Yi Yuan headed toward the depths of Sun-Moon Canyon. In the dense woods, a lion-shaped fierce beast came out with a roar. A battle Xian beast. Yi Yuan found intel about this fierce beast from the information. This battle Xian beast's strength was very strong and not weaker than source powerhouses. What was even more terrifying was that this battle Xian beast was able to control time law. Extremely hard to deal with. Yi Yuan expended some effort before killing it too. Killing such a powerful fierce beast, and I only got 3 D of war points. Looks like the D of war points obtained from Jiang. They all were too many. Amen? What's this? Yi Yuan was currently lamenting about the D of war points when suddenly he discovered that some mysterious and profound thing entered his body. That's law fragment, a fragment of time law. Unfortunately, there are too few law fragments. I'm unable to comprehend them at all. Yi Yuan identified what this thing was very quickly and could not help being very excited. But very soon he felt dejected. This law fragment was too small. It was simply impossible to be comprehended. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, I wonder if the time laws in all of the battle Xian beasts are the same or not. If they are not the same, then can one piece together a complete time law? Getting to work at once, he started searching for battle Xian beasts to proceed with hunting. Battle Xian beasts were very rare, but one could always encounter them. After more than 10 days, Yi Yuan hunted another battle Xian beast. Then he became incomparably excited. It was because these 2 extremely tiny time fragments really merged together. Excellent. This way, as long as I continue hunting battle Xian beasts, I can always piece together a small piece of time law. Yi Yuan said excitedly. Feeling the flow of time here, Yi Yuan became very covetous of time law. He did not expect that there was really an opportunity to comprehend it. Time law was very vague and insubstantial, but this small fragment was different. It was tantamount to a reification of the power of law and could let martial artists directly view the mysteries of time law. Of course, even so, wanting to comprehend time law was still as hard as ascending to heaven. After all, this was the heaven-span world's hardest law to comprehend. Not one of. Even spatial law still had some disparity in front of time law. Yi Yuan finally understood why there were so many source powerhouses here. Looks like these geniuses obtained the other party's law fragments after hunting fierce beasts, which allowed them to break through the shackle, reaching the realm of Source. Yi Yuan previously still found it strange. The source powerhouses here were a little too many. Starting from today, hunt battle Xian beasts. Yi Yuan immediately decided, arriving at the primeval war realm. Even if he did not gain anything, merely a time law was also worth it. However, Yi Yuan discovered very soon that the number of battle Xian beasts was seriously too few. His efficiency of hunting was too low. Hence, he simply returned to Cloudade City and released a mission. As long as someone could provide intel about battle Xian beasts, after confirming it, he would give the other party 100 G. Oh, D of war points. Very soon, the entire Cloudade City knew that Yi Yuan was hunting battle Xian beasts. But what followed was everyone's ridiculing. Ha ha! Truly a fool who overestimates his own ability. Does he really think that time law is so easy to comprehend? This kid actually released such a mission. What a moron. Who does he think he is? Something that even Wan Jin doesn't dare to touch. He dares to touch too. I heard that Wan Zhen pieced together a whole piece of time law at that time and gained nothing after comprehending for several decades. In the end, he still gave up. This kid is also thinking too highly of himself. The Wan Zhen everyone talked about was the number 1 major power on the D of War Golden List rankings. To be able to rank first on the D of War Golden List, his talent could be imagined. But even such talent also ended in failure. So what did Yi Yuan count as? Chapter 2347, Golden List Powerhouse. Chapter 2347, Golden List Powerhouse. Young friendy, are you still persisting? Do you know that you've already become Cloudade City's laughingstock? Do you know what they are saying about you behind your back? Especially Jiang Zhe. What he says is very unpleasant, Earth Duck urged painstakingly. For 3 years, Yi Yuan had been persistently collecting time law fragments, all this while. Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck husband and wife naturally also knew about this news. Hence, they wanted to persuade him to dispel this idea. But Yi Yuan was very stubborn. 2 seniors. Yi Yuan's mind is made up. You don't need to persuade me any longer, Yi Yuan said smilingly. These 3 years, Yi Yuan practically did not go out to train. The majority of the time was staying in Cloudade City to wait for news. As long as he received the news, he would head to the wilderness to hunt battle Xian beasts. However, it was also not without gains. Every once in a while, he would go out to hunt for a period of time. Primeval War Realm's heaven and Earth's spiritual energy was extremely rich. In a short 3 years' time, Yi Yuan's realm already closed in on peak initial stage world realm. This time he just received the news that a battle Xian Beast King appeared in Long River Forest. Yi Yuan was just planning on going out of the city to hunt. Battle Xian Beast Kings were very powerful, their realm comparable to peak 6th firmament Heavenly Emperor, but their combat strength was far greater than that. More importantly, the time law of Battle Xian Beast Kings was very strong. Ordinary martial artists could not beat them at all. Yi Yuan's current time law fragment was only left with the last tiny bit. After hunting this Battle Xian Beast King, his time law piece should be able to be pieced together. Hence, he did not hesitate in the slightest, directly getting ready and setting off. Yi Yuan did not care about D of war points ranking at all. The D of war points that he hunted these few years was practically all exchanged for Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures, apart from using to issue missions. Presently, Yi Yuan's sword formation was already replaced with Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. The power of the sword formation was virtually unstoppable. Seeing Yi Yuan's departing back view, Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This babe, it's true that his talent is high, but he's too stubborn. Earth Duck said. Heaven Mandarin nodded and said, yeah, this kid is a character who's hopelessly headstrong. We can't persuade him. Hoo-hoo! Our genius went out to hunt battle Xian beasts again? TSK, after he comprehends time law, he'll definitely sweep across the entire primeval war realm. Remarkable! Remarkable! From the back came Jiang's ridiculing laughter. Another person burst into laughter as he said, "Does this fool want to use this kind of method to prove that his talent is stronger than Wanjin? I only want to say that very stupid and very naive. Ha ha ha!" Similar ridicules Heaven Mandarin and Earth Duck already heard too much. Either way, Yi Yuan's affairs had long already become the topic of ridicule for everyone after their meals. The two of them also could not be bothered to care, so they just snorted coldly and directly left. Leaving Cloudade City, Yi Yuan sprinted straight for Long River Forest. Long River Forest's fierce beasts were extremely powerful. There were also a lot of powerhouses here. Yi Yuan arrived at the location of the intel and started searching for the whereabouts of the Battle Xian Beast King. Roar! After a bout of searching, Yi Yuan finally discovered traces of the Battle Xian Beast King. He looked overjoyed and stepped forward Brandis. Plussing his sword. The Battle Xian Beast King was well deserving of being Beast King level. Just his figure was twice as large as an ordinary Battle Xian beast. The moment Yi Yuan approached its surroundings, he immediately felt like he had fallen into a time quagmire. Roar, roar! When the Battle Xian Beast King saw a human, it pounced over crazily. "Vile beast, you dare?" Yi Yuan bellowed, spatial law and sword formation suddenly operating. Two great powers of source surged frenziedly in the quagmire of time law, attempting to cause trouble for the Battle Xian Beast King. However, Yi Yuan really met his match this time. Time law's power greatly exceeded his imagination. His sword formation operated very strenuously. His divine essence and soul force expenditure was practically several times the usual, but the efficiency was less than half of the usual. Coupled with that, he was several minor realms lower than the Battle Xian Beast King. Yi Yuan virtually fell into a hard fight in an instant. Right when Yi Yuan fell into a tough battle, on top of the treetops of a distant forest, a middle-aged man in a sky-blue long robe was standing on top, his hands behind his back, currently watching the battle over there from a distance. What an ignorant little fellow to actually really want to comprehend time law. Wanjin, are you afraid that he will beat you? Suddenly, another figure appeared on a treetop not far from the middle-aged man in a blue robe. This person had a beautiful face. If not for his Adam's apple, probably everyone would think that he was a stunningly beautiful woman. But his face made many peerless beauties feel ashamed of their unworthiness. This middle-aged man in a blue robe was actually Cloudade City's #1 person, Wanjin. Wanjin's face had no joy nor sorrow. His eyes never left Yi Yuan. He just said coolly, "Zhang, you're thinking too much. If he can really comprehend time law, I'll be happy for him." Zhang. If somebody was here, they would discover to their surprise that this beautiful man was actually Zhang, who was ranked second on the D of War Golden list. Cloudade City's #1 person and #2 person actually appeared in Long River Forest at the same time, in order to watch Yi Yuan fight. Zhang revealed a look of resentment and said with a grin, "You this person, your words don't match what's in your heart." Wanjin had a deep gaze as he said coolly, "Primeval War Realms training is nothing more than a game. That's all. The human race is imperiled, with Heavenly Emperor profound secrets opening up the Primeval War Realm. It's in order to let us increase our cultivation as soon as possible and fight for the human race. At this time, the more the human race's powerhouses and the stronger, the happier I naturally am. Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked? If the divine race is really going to attack Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets aside, I'm afraid that the first batch they're going to kill is us, these so-called geniuses." Zhang did not think that Wanjin would actually say such a thing. He and Wanjin had fought for 100 years. The two had always found it hard to determine the victor. It could be said that he was Wan Zhen's only opponent. However, his considerations were just inside this primeval war realm. Zhang Lian never thought that Wan Zhen was actually considering the matter of the doomsday battle. He frowned and said, "Is the divine race really so powerful?" "They will only be more powerful than you imagine. The heaven-span world's former overlord, the existence that towered above all life, how could it be a trifling matter?" Wan Zhen said. Zhang Lian was silent. After a long time he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "That kid is going to die." But Wan Zhen said coolly, "The Battle Xian Beast King is going to die. TCH, under time law, it's hard for you and me to escape too, let alone this brat?" Zhang Lian said with a look of disbelief. Wan Zhen seemed to be very confident in Yuan and said coolly, "He knows time law too." An incomparably shocked expression suddenly showed on Zhang Lian's stunning face, and he said, "How is that possible?" Wan Zhen said indifferently, "Your understanding of him is too little. Immobilize." Right then, this word seemed to pierce the void, drawing down the paramount heavenly Tao. A powerful and unmatched power of heavenly Tao suddenly descended in the dense forest. Feeling the undulation of the power of heavenly Tao, Zhang Lian's shock could not be any greater. It turned out that the time law Wan Zhen was referring to was this, but very clearly the power of heavenly Tao that heavenly Tao True word induced was even stronger than the Battle Xian Beast King's power of law. Time suddenly solidified. Chapter 2348. Comprehending Time Law. Chapter 2348. Comprehending Time Law really died. What a powerful heavenly Tao True word. Zhang Lian was full of disbelief. On that beautiful face it was full of shock. Under heavenly Tao True word, the Battle Xian Beast King was annihilated by Yi Yuan just like that. He was merely just feeling the power of time law just now. That's why he would get into a dogfight with the Battle Xian Beast King. If he really took action, he would have long since slain the Battle Xian Beast King, Wan Zhen said. Zhang Lian was already speechless. He had been observing Yi Yuan the entire time just now and knew that Yi Yuan's talent could not be underestimated. But he did not think that Yi Yuan still had such heaven-defying means. A freak. Truly a little freak. This boy's talent is too terrifying, if not for his cultivation realm being lacking. You and I are likely not his match anymore. Zhang Lian exclaimed. He finally somewhat understood now why Wan Zhen would specially come to see Yuan. This kid would become the most threatening person to them. Two fellow Taoists have watched for so long. Aren't you showing yourselves yet? Right at this time, a voice came over leisurely. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Zhang Lian was taken aback again and said, "How did this boy know that we were spying on him? How could he know that Yi Yuan could even detect Heavenly Emperor profound secret spying, let alone them?" Wan Zhen was not too surprised and said indifferently, "Since we're discovered, go over and meet him then." Hearing Wan Zhen two people report their names, Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. He had never heard of Zhang Lian before. But Wan Zhen's great name, he already heard no idea how many times these few years that his ears already grew calluses. These few years he was constantly being compared to Wan Zhen. Not wanting to know, also he could not do it. Wan Zhen's great name was resounding like the roar of thunder to Yi Yuan. But upon meeting today, the other party gave him an unfathomable feeling. Cloud 8 City's #1 was indeed not boasted out. This one has paid attention to you for a long time already, Wan Zhen said straightforwardly. Yi Yuan was taken aback, then immediately smiled and said, "Does Brother One hope for this Yi to comprehend time law or to fail?" Wan Zhen thought about it and said, "Both, I guess." Yi Yuan was taken aback and said with a nod, "Brother One is very honest. However, Brother One actually hopes that I can comprehend it." This makes this Yi a little surprised. The impression that this Wan Zhen gave Yi Yuan was pretty good. At least, he was not condescending like other geniuses. Furthermore, he was very candid. The meaning of both was hoping and also not hoping. As the number one genius, something that even he could not do, but others achieved it, it was hard for him to avoid feeling uncomfortable in his heart. This was human nature. Yi Yuan could understand it. If it were him, he would similarly inevitably feel dejected in his heart. But while dejection was dejection, he would not be jealous of the other party with the heart of a despicable villain. Very clearly, Wan Zhen was also such a person. As for the reason that he hoped for it, Yi Yuan was rather curious. The human race needs a leader who can contend with the divine race. Wan Jin said coolly, I didn't expect that Brother Wan is actually concerned about the overall situation. This he admires. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, These two people were chatting ardently, giving Zhang Lian the cold shoulder, making him feel like he became an outsider. Brat, your spatial law is so strong. Even if you want to become the human race's leader, you should also push spatial law to the level of source first. You're biting off more than one can chew like this. Furthermore, you wouldn't really think that time law is so easy to comprehend, right? Wan Jin, this guy's talent isn't ordinary. Zhang Lian suddenly spoke up. When Wan Zhen heard this, he also said curiously, What Zhang Lian says makes sense. With your intelligence, you shouldn't do such an irrational thing. Hence, this one is also very curious why you'd insist on comprehending time law. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This ye naturally has my own reasons. If I succeed, the two of you will naturally know in the future. If I don't succeed, it's useless to talk about it. He wanted to increase the human race's alchemy path strength with time law. This was a sudden inspiration. Whether or not it could be realized was still hard to say. He was not willing to take it out to get laughed at. As long as he said it, these two would definitely turn their noses up in disdain and ask him to stop dreaming. But Wan Zhen's gaze flickered, and he said, Looks like what Brother Yi is planning isn't minor. Then this one will wish Brother Yi speedy success. After that day, Yi Yuan found a secluded place and laid down many large formations. Then he hid inside himself to comprehend time law. This small piece of time law was also just a segment of time law. But this segment was already sufficient for Yi Yuan to comprehend. Time law was extensive and profound, extremely fleeting and ephemeral. To the vast majority of martial artists, time was just a concept. There was no way to get started at all. Where time was, how it operated, and how to measure it, there was no way to ascertain. Even though Yi Yuan was considered to have learned the rudiments, it was also just a trace of sense from the unseen world. There was no way to get started with comprehending it all. This small piece of law fragment was actually a key. How to use this key to open time law, this door, was the question that Yi Yuan needed to comprehend. When he started comprehending the law fragment, he finally experienced the terror of time law. That sort of feeling was like dredging for a needle in the sea, wanting to find an embroidery needle in the vast ocean. How difficult was that? When he comprehended spatial law back then, that was because his sword Dao reached the level of drawing parallels from inference and coincidentally triggered spatial law. Yi Yuan could continuously comprehend spatial law through sword Dao, but time law was completely independent. There wasn't the slightest area to do things in an irregular manner or be opportunistic. Walking along the way, Yi Yuan's comprehension of the power of laws was still smooth sailing compared to other martial artists. But this time he really ran into a problem. Time slowly trickled by, the seasons changed, spring left, and autumn came. In a blink, it was already 100 years later. On this day, it was the day where the D of War Golden List was announced again. The entire primeval war realm was astir. Don't have that kid in the list. It looks like he's still comprehending time law. What did I say? How can time law be so easy to comprehend? Zhang Lian found Wan Zhen and said disdainfully. Wan Zhen nodded and said, Looks like I overestimated his talent a little. Time law is too difficult. Even if he touches heavenly Tao, It's likely very hard to transform it into his own Tao too. Heavenly Tao true, word touched heavenly Tao, its power boundless. But that was just guiding heavenly Tao for their own use and not grasping the way to utilize time law. He was interested in Yi Yuan precisely because of heavenly Tao true word. Looking at it now, he had indeed somewhat overestimated Yi Yuan. After that kid returns, he'll likely become the entire Cloudade City's laughingstock, Zhang Lian said with a smile. Wan Zhen gave him a glance and said coolly, "Do you think that Yi Yuan will mind? He's someone with great willpower. So how can he possibly care about what other people think?" Time flew like a shuttle in a twinkle. Another 200 years, Pa S said. But merely 3 years had Pa S said in the outside world. But in profound secrets, heavenly capital, a mocking voice came over. An old man said with a disdainful look, "Profound secrets, this is the human race's hope that you talked about? 3 consecutive seasons of G. Oh, D of War Golden List. He didn't even enter the top 3,000. If the human race were to rely on him, wouldn't we all be dragged into the ditch?" Chapter 2349 Yi Yuan Returns. Chapter 2349 Yi Yuan Returns. I know about that kid you're talking about. Isn't he that ancestor of alchemy, Tao, who has been in the limelight recently? Ha ha. After the alchemy path declined, no one can lift up the big banner anymore. A bunch of ignorant fellows. They're playing very enthusiastically by themselves. There's not the least bit of help with regards to the overall situation at all. I know about Cloud Heart Realms matters. This kid's talent is indeed pretty good, but unfortunately, he still can't stir up any waves among these unpredictable children. Speaking of which, I still feel more optimistic about Xiao Qingsong, Huanglin, Pangzhen, and Wanzhen they all. When they come out this time, they might become our human race's main pillars. The few old men looked at the newest release of G. Oh, D of War Golden List, all revealing looks of disdain. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was silent by the side, also not knowing what he was thinking about. However, being able to talk in front of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets like this, these people present were naturally all the human, demon, and fiend race's top major powers. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue Taoist robe suddenly said to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, "Profound Secrets, you take every conceivable possibility into account, but this time you probably miscalculated. This boy isn't worth our grooming." There was a lightning mark at the glabella area of the blue-robed, middle-aged man. There was no overly powerful aura on his body, but in his eyes it was as if it was a vast sea of lightning. Inside, a powerful to the extreme aura faintly exuded. Extremely terrifying. That look seemed to be able to destroy the world. This was the incomparably mysterious Tao ancestor lightning. His words could be said to hold tremendous weight. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, selecting the human race geniuses. It was impossible for Tao ancestors to not pay the slightest attention. To them, the doomsday battle this time was similarly a life and death trial. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets just said coolly, "This old man absolutely won't be wrong in judging people. Lightning, I know that you harbor selfish motives, but with this old man's experience, Pangzhen can't succeed your position as Tao Ancestor Lightning." During the primeval war realm struggle this time, the various major sovereigns all had progenies who were selected. The 5th Blight progenitors, present as well as Lightning, this spokesperson of the Tao ancestors, all hoped that their offspring could obtain the final victory. The Pangzhen that Profound Secrets spoke of was precisely Tao ancestor Lightning's descendant. This Pangzhen was of the innate Lightning Tao body. His comprehension of lightning law and his talent were extremely terrifying. Before entering the primeval war realm, he already comprehended the power of Source, and his combat power was unparalleled. Profound Secrets, can't you say something nicer sounding? Tao Ancestor Lightning said in a solemn voice. Everyone felt terrified. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, actually said that Tao ancestor Lightning harbored selfish motives to his face. To dare talk to Tao ancestor Lightning like this, there was probably only Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets alone. Profound Secrets said, "Coolly, this old man is just discussing the matter as it is. The few of you Tao ancestors want to continue your glory. But first of all, the human race can't fall. Concerning this point, this old man hopes that you guys are clear. Therefore, the battle of geniuses this time. Strength determines everything." Lightning sneered and said, "What a joke! With Pang Zhen's strength, can he still lose to a second firmament Heavenly Emperor brat?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets just smiled faintly and said, "Then let's wait and see." In the primeval war realm, 100 years pa-s, said after 100 years. In a blink, it had already been more than 800 years. After more than 800 years, the compet 1. Tie-in of the D of War Golden List also became increasingly intense. 100 cities, only the D of War Golden List top 10 had the qualifications to win in the end and enter the Temple of DS to accept the legacies. This was civ lucky chance. For each city, the compet 1. Tie-in for the top 10 was abnormally fierce. Each time the D of War Golden List was released, the changes of the top 10 would be huge. Of course, there were also some powerhouses who stood out among the rest. They sat firmly in the top spot. Their status could not be shaken by anyone, such as Wan Zhen, such as Pang Zhen, so on and so forth. These unpredictable children, in this close to 1,000 years, their improvement was so great that it was simply hard to imagine. Their strength already reached an inconceivable height. Except, among these people, Yi Yuan seemed to have vanished. Even those guys who had once ridiculed him before, they already forgotten about his existence. The last 10 years. Looks like Yi Yuan, that kid, really failed. Wan Zhen's words revealed a thick disappointment. Time law was too difficult. With his talent, he was unable to comprehend it. Primeval War Realms cultivation was too hard to come across to them. These unpredictable children. Yi Yuan spent all of his time on this kind of unrealistic action. It was equivalent to wasting this rare opportunity. Wan Zhen felt that it was too much of a shame. It's that kid's own choice. Who can it be blamed on? We all urged him back then, but he wouldn't listen at all. In this primeval war realm, how many have the talent that Serpa? SES yours? Moreover, even if they're talent Serpa, SES yours, can they comprehend time law? Zhang Lian said disdainfully. Forget it, not talking about him anymore. In the last 10 years, the D of War Golden List is announced once every year. I plan on going to the Myriad Beast Battle Plane to train. Are you going? Wanjin said. In Cloudade City, the only one who could pose a threat to him was Zhang Lian. Toward this opponent, Wan Zhen still regarded him very highly. Zhang Lian smiled brightly, his looks able to topple kingdoms, and said, "That's of course. This is my only chance to Serpa. SSU. So how can I not give it a shot?" Wan Zhen nodded and said, "Okay, set off together." Myriad Beast Battle Plane was the most dangerous place within Cloudade City's territory. The fierce beasts there were not only huge in numbers, furthermore, each one was extremely powerful. Even with Wan Zhen's current strength, he also did not have confidence in coming out alive. Actually, not just them, the unpredictable children ranked in the top 50 would probably all choose the Myriad Beast Battle Plane as the final land of trial, because this was their last chance. But not long after they left, a youth in white robes slowly entered Cloudade City. "Yo, isn't this our son of time? Spent more than 800 years. Came back after comprehending time law? My heavens, impressive. The last 10 years. Is our son of time going to defy the heavens? TSK. What a shame. The disparity is too great." That might not be it. He grasped time law. So his strength is definitely Cloudade City's #1 already. 10 years is sufficient for him to charge for first place. Ha ha ha. Upon entering the city, Yi Yuan heard a series of harsh ridicules. No one else, they were precisely Jiang, Zhe, and company. As a source powerhouse, Jiang Zhe's improvement in strength these few years was extremely terrifying too. His ranking already ranked around 2,000, becoming a golden list powerhouse. Even though it was very hard to obtain D of War points after more than 900 years of Asusu. Mulation, the current D of War golden list D of War points was already an extremely horrifying number. Especially those like Wan Zhen, their D of War points was unimaginably high. Salting the top 10 in 10 years' time was simply something impossible. Yi Yuan did not care about Jiang Zhe's mocking. He walked straight to Spirit Treasure Hall. It was still Red Leaf, it was just that stances already changed with the passing of time. Sir, Yi hasn't come for very long already. What are you buying this time? Red Leaf said smilingly, Jade true swords, 1,000 of them. Yi Yuan said coolly, Chapter 2350. Entering the God of War Golden List. Chapter 2350. Entering the God of War Golden List. Red Leaf did not know when Yi Yuan left. Her entire person was still in a dazed state. The price of one jade true sword was 300 over points. 1,000 over was more than 300,000. Yi Yuan paid close to 400,000 D of War points in one go, and he purchased more than 1,000 jade true swords. This was really a huge splurge. This young man, who had already disappeared for close to 890 years and had never appeared on the D of War points. Where did he get so many D of War points? One had to know having 300,000 D of War points was already sufficient to rank in the top 1,000. The D of War Golden List's ranking. The closer to the front, the greater the difference in D of War points. Just like Wan Zhen, who is in the first place currently, his D of War points reached more than 3 million. This was an extremely terrifying number, a figure that made virtually all of the unpredictable children feel despair. The only one who could threaten him was only Zhang Lian. But even Zhang Lian currently only had over 2. For million, this was a full 500,000 over D of War points worse than Wan Zhen. The D of War points in the top 10 of the D of War Golden List were basically all above 1 million too. Existences like Wan Zhen had never died before since entering the primeval war realm until now. 900 over years of ACCU, mulation, that was no joke. Actually, Yi Yuan had merely only come out for 3 years. These 3 years' time, he was hunting fierce beasts in the myriad beast battle plane. Several hundred years of gaining enlightenment on Tao. Yi Yuan's realm already broke through to middle stage world realm. If let others know that Yi Yuan obtained 400,000 D of War points in a short 3 years, they would definitely be astounded with amazement. This efficiency was simply too terrifying. The myriad beast battle plane was a place that even the likes of Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian did not dare to easily step foot into. Yo, our son of time is going out of the city to earn points? Ha ha ha, having comprehended time law. You must be very formidable, right? Is 10 years time enough? Impressive. Our son of time is going to counterattack. With 3 million over points. You can definitely enter the top 10. Buck up. Haha, son of time. 10 years is enough. It can be used as 1,000 years. Yi Yuan went out of the city. It was all taunting voices everywhere around him. With regards to him, such a weird existence, everyone naturally turned their noses up in scorn. Everyone entered in order to improve themselves and fight for the qualifications to enter the top 10. But Yi Yuan was good to actually waste all of his time on time law. There were still 10 years now. He suddenly ran out to earn D of War Points, it really made people laugh their heads off. As for Time Law, Body thought that Yi Yuan comprehended it at all. Want to comprehend, he would have long comprehended it. Yet he comprehended it when it was about to end. After leaving the city, Yi Yuan returned to the myriad beast battle plane once more. 1,000-peak heavenly emperor spirit treasures, under Yi Yuan's control. How powerful was its might? Yi Yuan already obtained 400,000 points here without these heavenly emperor spirit treasures, let alone now. After arriving at the myriad beast battle plane, Yi Yuan started his crazy plan for earning points. There are very few people in the myriad beast battle plane. Those who dared to come here were mostly extremely strong, so not many people noticed Yi Yuan's existence. If somebody was here, they would discover that the flow of time around Yi Yuan was currently quietly changing. The moment those fierce beasts entered a certain range, it was like they had fallen into a quagmire, allowing Yi Yuan to do as he pleased. That was precisely the sign of Time Law. Yi Yuan was able to earn D of War Points so quickly in the myriad beast battle plane precisely because of Time Law. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan wasted these few centuries. Who could have expected that he really comprehended Time Law? With regards to the comprehension of Time Law, Yi Yuan had an advantage that no one else had. He already learned the rudiments of Time Law to begin with. Coupled with Heavenly Tao True Word, Yi Yuan was not absolutely ignorant about Time Law. But even so, Time Law was still the power of law that he spent the most time on so far. Around roughly 400 years, Yi Yuan finally opened this door and started comprehending the law fragment. However, it was not smooth sailing for Yi Yuan when he was comprehending Time Law. In the 400 years after that, only then did he slowly digest this small piece of Time Law, using close to 900 years time to go and comprehend a power of law. This was something that Yi Yuan had never encountered before. It could be seen how great the difficulty of Time Law was. There were indeed many unpredictable children in the primeval war realm, but in terms of comprehension ability, none was superior to him. Regardless of the power of law, Yi Yuan was the first to advocate it, comprehending the Chaos Heavenspan canon, this heaven-defying existence of a cultivation method. It was impossible for the likes of Wan Zhen and Peng Zhen to be stronger than him too. No matter how powerful these geniuses were, their cultivation time was also several times, even several dozen times, several hundred times of Yi Yuan's. But Yi Yuan used such a short time and comprehended a law that was even stronger than theirs. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. However, comprehending this small piece of Time Law fragment, Yi Yuan's application of Time Law was only at the degree of 1 to 5 as well. Right now, he could speed up the surrounding flow of time by 5 times, or reduce it by 5 times. Although it was only this, Yi Yuan's improvement in strength was far more than that. His Sword Dao Source, Formation Dao Source, plus Spatial Law, were incomparably swift and fierce in the first place. Now, with the addition of the application of the speeding up and slowing down of time, the variations of his means would become even harder to ascertain. When facing the enemy, his combat power would be even more terrifying. It was also precisely so that Yi Yuan could be like fish in water in the powerful myriad beast battle plane. Very soon, the D of War Golden List was released once more. Because the time Yi Yuan returned to the city was only less than a year, he still did not make the list this time. This way, it attracted even more mockery. Close to 1,000 years of ACCU. Mulation, wanting to enter the rank of top 3,000 now, roughly requiring only 100,000 D of War Points. Yi Yuan merely entered the myriad beast battle plane for 4 to 5 months' time. It was naturally impossible to attain so many D of War Points. However, it was already very close to. Only 9 years left. This guy didn't even make the top 3,000. What a joke. Jiang Zhe looked at the D of War Golden List and mocked. After 9 years, I really want to take a look at his expression. This guy will be the laughingstock of the entire Heavenspan world. Lin Zhan also said with a snicker. Very soon, another year said. This time, Jiangzhe could not laugh anymore. My eyes aren't failing, right? This 1 year's time he earned more than 100,000 G. Oh, D of war points? It's too fake. Jiangzhe looked at the name on the D of war golden list with a shocked expression on his face. Yi Yuan 159,842 G. Oh, D of war points. Rank number 2745. This name finally made it onto the D of war golden list for the first time. Yi Yuan's name had long been resounding like the roar of thunder in Cloudade City. Everyone knew that there was such a fool who overestimated his own ability, spending all of his time on comprehending time law, falling behind others by 990 years. How could it be possible to catch up within a short time? One had to know the powerhouses who entered the top 3,000 had gone through close to 1,000 years of ACCU mutilation before obtaining 100,000 over G. Oh, D of war points. But Yi Yuan only used 1 year and entered the top 3,000? Chapter 2351. Reality mercilessly slapping faces. Chapter 2351. Reality mercilessly slapping faces. It's impossible, right? Why did Yi Yuan's D of war points suddenly increase so much? This Yi Yuan wouldn't be that fool who was comprehending time law, right? He has never entered the D of war golden list before. Heard that this kid's cultivation realm isn't high, but his combat strength is extremely formidable, having comprehended 2 kinds of power of laws. It's just that only focusing on strength now, doesn't he feel that it's too late? In Cloudade City, everyone was discussing the Yi Yuan who just entered the D of war golden list. There was no choice. He was the focal point to begin with. Now that he appeared in everyone's field of vision again, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Reaching the last 10 years, those ranked towards the back basically all did not have hope anymore. Each and every one of them was bored out of their minds, and they naturally had to look for topics of discussion. Very clearly, Yi Yuan was this sort of explosive figure. Hence, everyone paid more attention to him. Especially Jiangzhe and his group. They wished for Yi Yuan to risk his life and fail to enter the top 10 in the end. That way, they would be able to mock to their heart's content. On the wilderness, 2 figures were currently advancing swiftly. One was calm as a mountain. The other was so beautiful as to cause the flowers to blush and the moon to hide. These 2 were naturally the Wan Zhan and Zhang Lian who were training in the myriad beast battle plane. How strange! We walked so far, but why didn't we encounter a single fierce beast? According to past experiences, there should be even more fierce beasts here. Zhang Lian said with a puzzled look. Wan Zhen's gaze was slightly sullen, and he frowned and said, "Could it be that it has already been cleaned up by someone before?" Impossible. The fierce beasts in this region are very powerful. Even if you and I enter, we'll have to be careful too. Once we fall into a heavy encirclement, it will be hard to escape death. In this Cloudade City, apart from you and me, who else has this ability? Zhang Lian immediately denied it. Wan Jin said, "What you said is right, but it's indeed a little strange. There seem to be some activities over there. Go over and take a look." His perception was very keen, faintly feeling that there seemed to be significant undulations very far in front. The 2 people's movement techniques were extremely fast, Russ. Plussing ahead very soon. Suddenly, the 2 were stunned by the scene before their eyes. In front of them was a sea of fierce beasts. There were at least several thousand fierce beasts roaring crazily, Russ. Plussing toward somewhere in the sea of beasts. These fierce beasts seemed to be triggered by something. All of them were like they went mad. 7th firmament and 8th firmament, heavenly emperor, fierce beasts. Furthermore, It was even fierce beasts with extremely high comprehensions and laws. There were several thousand of them bellowing in the wilderness all at once. That scene was too shocking. In the sea of beasts, there seemed to be a figure that appeared from time to time, unable to see clearly. Those fierce beasts seemed to be losing their S-H-I plus T at that person. The two people's complexions were somewhat pale. Those violent attacks made them somewhat shudder with fear. Wan Zhen, this scene, can you deal with it? Zhang Lian swallowed his saliva and said. Wan Zhen had a solemn look and shook his head and said, "We'll die beyond a doubt." Zhang Lian said, "You're the D of War Golden Lists #1, and I'm #2. Even you and I can't handle it. Then who's in the sea of beasts?" Wan Zhen was silent. It was true that they were strong, but facing such a horrifying beast horde, it was impossible for them to survive too. These fierce beasts were of different types. The laws comprehended were different. Some laws just happened to restrain your law, which would make martial artists very uncomfortable. Moreover, being besieged by so many fierce beasts, divine essence was a huge problem. The divine essence of heavenly emperor powerhouses was extremely vast, but their moves likewise consume a lot of divine essence. Facing so many fierce beasts, their divine essence consumption speed increased sharply. These two people killing all the way over, they at most faced the besiegement of 30+ fierce beasts. Several thousand fierce beasts. They did not dare to imagine it at all. Suddenly, Wan Zhen's pupils constricted. His gaze turned intent, and he sucked in a breath of cold air deeply. "Amen? What discovery did you make?" Zhang Lian said. Wan Zhen said, "Have you noticed that the fierce beasts around that figure, their tempo is completely different from the outer peripheral?" Zhang Lian focused his eyes and looked over, and discovered that it was really the case. Even though this range was not large, with his eyesight he could naturally tell at a glance. Just now it was because it was too shocking, resulting in overlooking this detail. It really is true. Zhang Lian was talking halfway, when suddenly his expression changed wildly and he exclaimed, "It wouldn't be him, right? This isn't possible." Wan Zhen's gaze became extremely solemn, and he said, "Who else is there beside him? Actually, you yourself already have that thought, right?" Zhang Lian said in shock, "He really succeeded? But that's time law." A hint of melancholy suddenly flashed across Wan Zhen's face. Clearly, this conjecture made him feel somewhat of a loss. So what if time law, no matter how difficult it is, there's also someone who comprehended it? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets why can't he? It's a shame that there's no more time. Otherwise, I'd really want to comprehend time law, Wan Zhen said. It was not that he was unable to comprehend time law, but that time was too short. A short 1,000 years, want to comprehend time law. This was simply something impossible. Wan Zhen believed that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets must have also gone through countless years to comprehend time law. As long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to comprehend time law, regardless of whether it was 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or hundreds of millions of years. But the divine race would not give him time. However, what he could not accomplish, Yi Yuan did it. He only used a short 1,000 years' time and comprehended the time law, which was known as the Supreme Law. This kind of talent was too terrifying. No, Yi Yuan came in 100 years later than them, which was also to say that Yi Yuan only used 800 over years and achieved this great feat. We were still mocking him for clinging on to it previously. Now, what irony! It turns out that it's our talent that's too lousy, rashly discussing about people's talent. Zhang Lian said with a bitter smile on his face. To be able to rank second in Cloudade City, it could be seen how confident he was in his own talent. One had to know those able to enter the Primeval War realm were all unpredictable children, their talents extremely terrifying. And he and Wan Zhen were the strongest ones among these unpredictable children. They had sufficient reason to be proud. Hence, When Yi Yuan was persistent in wanting to comprehend time law, they were very disdainful in their hearts. The law that even they were unable to comprehend. What right did Yi Yuan have to comprehend it? Even if he could comprehend, it was also impossible within a short 1,000 years. Wan Zhen similarly smiled bitterly and said, "It's not just you. Every single person in the city was jeering at him, laughing at his ignorance, laughing at his overestimation of his own ability. I previously also thought that this kind of mocking made sense. But now, reality slapped faces mercilessly. Comprehending time law, his gains from this trip to the primeval war realm is greater than any one of us." During these several hundred years, they felt that Yi Yuan's behavior was very naive. Knowing how to make one's choice was what defined a wise man, and only then could one achieve great things. Yi Yuan clearly did not know how to choose. But now, Yi Yuan used action to tell them that they were wrong. The two looked from afar just like that. They wanted to see how strong Yi Yuan, who comprehended time law, was. The more they watched, the more alarmed they got. Chapter 2352, Soaring. Chapter 2352, Soaring. How is he earning G? Oh, D of war points. It's simply S, N, A, T, C, Hing. Zhang Lian had a look of righteous indignation on his face, feeling that Yi Yuan's way of operating was very disgraceful. Amidst the sea of beasts, Yi Yuan relied on his powerful sword formation to kill his way in and out. The outcome was the place being akin to a no-man's land. Under the intertwining of time law and spatial law, it was very hard for the attacks of these fierce beasts to hurt Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan's sword formation could cause a fatal blow to these fierce beasts. Therefore, this scene seemed like a grand sight, but actually Yi Yuan was as steady as Mount Tai. But Wan Zhen's gaze was very solemn, and he said, "Although his realm isn't high, his strength is too formidable. Being able to control 1,000-peak heavenly emperor spirit treasures. His soul force is simply fearsomely powerful. Also, the application of various laws is utterly brilliant too. This guy simply has no weaknesses to exploit." Zhang Lian looked toward Wan Zhen in surprise. He did not expect that the proud Wan Zhen actually had such a high appraisal of a person. But hearing Wan Zhen's A lysis, he also felt that this guy was too monstrous. Ignoring other things, just controlling 1,000 swords, the might of his soul force could be rated as terrifying. Zhang Lian suddenly gave Wan Zhen a glance, his ISHI, plus mirroring with water as he said, "At his rate, the two of our positions aren't safe." When Wan Zhen heard that, his expression could not help stiffening up. "Leave." Wan Zhen's expression turned solemn, and he directly left. Who among these geniuses was not arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Even if Yi Yuan's talent was stronger than theirs, they did not want to lose to Yi Yuan too. Before this, Wan Zhen two people were still relatively relaxed, because there was already no one who could pose any threat to them. But now, when they saw Yi Yuan hunting fierce beasts with such high efficiency, the pressure increased sharply. After Yi Yuan finished dealing with this wave of fierce beasts, he would get thousands of D of war points, no matter what. Another year set in a twinkle. It reached the day where the D of war golden list was released again. Cloudade City immediately became lively. Early in the morning, it was already packed with people in front of Cloudade City's central square. Jiang Zhe was shockingly there. "Jiang Zhe, do you think Yi Yuan the brat will enter the top 2,000 this time or not?" Lin Zhan asked Jiang Zhe, "Ha, do you really think that D of war points are cabbages? The higher the rank, the less the D of war points obtained from hunting fierce beasts. He already entered the ranks of 2,000 plus. Wanting to obtain a large batch of D of war points again, he'll have to hunt even more formidable fierce beasts. With his fourth firmament, heavenly emperor strength, Jiang Zhe said firmly. "Indeed, just a fool." Originally, he was pretty talented. Why did he have to go and comprehend whatever time law? Now, there are just the last few years left. Then, he came out, wanting to compete for it again. How could there be such an easy thing? Yeah, if he succeeds like this, then wouldn't the primeval war realm's millions of geniuses become a joke? There were many people who agreed with Jiangxia in the crowd. After all, Yi Yuan's way of doing things made many people feel inconceivable. He naturally became the object of ridicule too. Suddenly, a rift fissured apart in the void. An enormous golden book broke out of thin air. The book slowly unfolded. Everyone was BRIMMING with expectations. Very soon, the page of the book revealed the tip of the iceberg. A huge golden name appeared in front of everyone. First place, Wan Zhen, 3,157,321 G. Oh, D of war points. Seeing this name, everyone had a look that it was only to be expected. Really impressive. 1 year's time, Wan Zhen gained tens of thousands of G. Oh, D of war points again. Reaching his ranking, he can still rise several tens of thousands in 1 year. His strength is really formidable. His position of first place really doesn't have anyone who can shake it anymore. Zhang Lian won't cut it either. Although they had already been amazed many times when they saw Wan Zhen's ranking and G. Oh, D of war points. Everyone still could not resist exclaiming with amazement once more. For 1,000 years, Wan Zhen already became a benchmark, becoming a phenomenon. From the first time the D of War Golden List was released, Wan Zhen had firmly occupied the first place. One had to know, the first time that the D of War Golden List was released, Wan Zhen spent several decades time to go and comprehend time law. Later, when the D of War Golden List was released the second time, Wan Zhen already left people far behind in the dust, gradually shaking Zhang Lian off. Later, the gap between the two became wider and wider. The pages unfolded again, revealing the second-place Zhang Lian. His D of War points also rose to more than 5 million. Further down, the third place dropped to 7 million all of a sudden. The gap grew wider and wider. Li Jin actually dropped out of the top 10. The compet tie-in for the top 10 is really getting more and more fierce. There's also Zhu Tian. He's already squeezed to 10th place. Those at the back are hot in pursuit. 8th place to 15th place. The gap isn't very big. If anyone breaks through in terms of comprehension, they will probably Serpa S very quickly. As the pages slowly unfolded, everyone's discussion became more and more heated. The golden names of the top 10 shone brilliantly and were many sizes larger than the other people's names. Further back, there was actually not much viewing value anymore. Even though there were some fluctuations in ranking, not entering the top 10, everything was futile. However, there was another name that everyone was very concerned about, which was Yi Yuan. The last time the D of War Golden List was released, Yi Yuan entered the D of War Golden List for the first time, which already caused a great sensation. This time, everyone wanted to see whether Yi Yuan's ranking dropped out or moved forward again. After that, the speed at which the pages unfolded slowly increased until it was fanned out in the end. Everyone habitually searched from behind. But after looking for half a day, they could not find Yi Yuan's name either. Anybody saw Yi Yuan's name? I already read until 1,500th place from the back and didn't see it. Most likely fell out of the top 3,000, right? Or maybe he already died and we just weren't aware. I found it. This, what's wrong? What place is it? 553rd place. How is this possible? What? 500 plus ranking? The crowd exploded all at once. Everyone looked in the direction of ranks around 500 and saw that Yi Yuan's name was surprisingly in the 553rd position, promoting 2,000 over places in a year. This was also too freakish, right? 553rd place, 634,365 G.O.D. of war points. Hiss! He obtained 500,000 G.O.D. of war points in this 1 year? This G.O.D. of war golden list wouldn't have made a mistake, right? When the G.O.D. of war golden list was released the first time, Wang Jun used 30 years' time and only obtained 500,000 G.O.D. of war points. Yi Yuan only used 1 year and achieved it? In the crowd, Jiang Zhou was completely dumbfounded. Over 500,000 G.O.D. of war points in 1 year. This force of explosion was simply like a sledgehammer, stunning his entire person. He was already prepared to taunt Yi Yuan, but this value of 500,000 shocked him. At the rate of this speed, wouldn't even Wang Jun's position be threatened? In the next 8 years, 500,000 in a year, that was 4 million G.O.D. of war points. This was a heaven-defying tempo. No, wait. The higher his ranking, the lesser the G.O.D. of war points obtained when hunting fierce beasts. Now, even Wang Jun's speed of getting G.O.D. of war points had dropped, let alone Yi Yuan. Chapter 2353, Major Reversal. Chapter 2353, Major Reversal. He must have gone to the myriad beast battle plane. Otherwise, it's impossible to get so many G.O.D. of war points within a year. Bulls. HI plus T. Don't you know that Wang Jun is in the myriad beast battle plane too? He only obtained several tens of thousands of points. That can only mean that Yi Yuan's efficiency is too high. Could it be that he really comprehended time law? That's impossible. Even Wang Jun couldn't comprehend it. So what right does he have? Over 500,000 G.O.D. of war points in a year. This number shocked all of the unpredictable children in the city. Hence, Yi Yuan was speculating how Yi Yuan obtained so many G.O.D. of war points. Everyone had different opinions about this matter. No matter who, they could not explain it either. Because apart from Yi Yuan, no one could achieve this. Wang Jun could not as well. Hence, everyone waited to see, waiting for the update of the G.O.D. of war golden list next year. A year's time was merely a snap of a finger. The day when the G.O.D. of war golden list was announced again arrived very quickly. I don't believe that this guy can really overturn the heavens. His ranking is so high now. The G.O.D. of war points obtained will be greatly reduced. If he can get 200,000 this time, it will already be very impressive. Jiang Zhe predicted very confidently. Everyone deeply felt that way too. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan, but that this was an inevitable trend. Along with the increase in ranking, getting G.O.D. of war points would become harder and harder. Even if your combat strength Serpa S, said all others, you would always run into the upper limits of your own strength. In a short 1,000 years' time, how could it be possible to continuously be improving and challenging high-level fierce beasts endlessly? This was illogical. I also feel that the G.O.D. of war points he obtained this time should be between 200,000 to 300,000. This time next year, it will definitely be even lesser, between 100,000 to 200,000. Amen, it should be like this. He hasn't taken action for so many years. Having an outbreak period is a very normal phenomenon, but it also ends here. Later, it will get slower and slower. Top 10 is definitely enough to choke on, but within top 30 shouldn't be an issue anymore. Everyone was all discussing the limits of Yi Yuan's strength and calculated that Yi Yuan's final result would be between 2 million to 4 million. At the rate of the current trend, this G.O.D. of war points was already sufficient to rank into the top 30. But wanting to rank in the top 10, there was basically no chance. Very soon, the Golden Book pages unfurled once more. Everyone had looks of antic. 1. P-ation on their faces. The first place, impressively still, was Wan Zhen, without the slightest suspense. But what surprised people was that Wan Zhen actually obtained a lump sum of 130,000 G. Oh, D of war points this time, reaching more than 28 million. This was a very horrifying number for his rank. And the second place Zhang Lian actually increased more than 110,000 G. Oh, D of war points too. This chance made everyone rather surprised. How did Wan Zhen gain so many G? Oh, D of war points in this 1 year? Even if he casually hunted some fierce beasts now, it's also impossible for Zhang Lian to catch up to him too, right? There's also Zhang Lian. These two people are suddenly struggling fiercely. What in the world are they afraid of? Maybe they know about Yi Yuan's sudden emergence. It's also not impossible that they are afraid of him catching up. How is that possible? Even if give him another 100 years, he can't catch up too. These words, everyone naturally just treated it as a joke. No one would really take Yi Yuan seriously. Yi Yuan just started, while Wan Zhen's G. Oh, D of war points was 6 times of Yi Yuan's. How could this gap possibly be caught up to within a short 7 years? According to everyone's guesses, the greatest likelihood was still that these two people were going all out. How could they know that Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian's pressure came from precisely Yi Yuan? Ever since they saw that Yi Yuan comprehended time law, the two of them seemed to have gone crazy, desperately hunting fierce beasts. They continuously challenged their limits, carrying out a slaughter frenziedly. In this 1 year, the two people's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, increasing significantly. However, they did not dare to slack off in the slightest, because there was someone chasing from behind. Looking further down, the top 30 was followed with close interest. But when the pages opened to the 30th place, everyone was shocked, only to see that on the 3rd place from the bottom of the page, a golden name was written impressively. Yi Yuan. 28th place, Yi Yuan. G. O. D of war points, 1,239,804. In this instant, the unpredictable children in the entire square felt that their breathing became somewhat labored. Those people who predicted Yi Yuan's G. O. D of war points previously all collectively lost their voices now. The originally noisy square instantly quietened down. Suddenly, someone said rather uncertainly, "This? He entered the top 30 already? My eyes aren't failing me, right? 1 year, 600,000 G. Oh, D of war points really blinded my eyes. Rising so many places in the ranking, his G. Oh, D of war points actually didn't drop but increased instead. How did he do it?" In the crowd, Zhang just suddenly yelled hysterically, "The G. O. D of war golden list must have made a mistake. There absolutely must be a mistake. 1 year, 600,000. How can someone possibly achieve it?" Not knowing why, he suddenly rather a little flus teared. 1 year, 600,000 G. Oh, D of war points. This kind of thing simply subverted his understanding. Right, there must be a mistake. This guy must have found this world's loophole. Otherwise, how can this year be even more than last year? Someone immediately agreed. It must be like this. See his ranking next year, then. When the matter exceeded everyone's understanding, they habitually let their imaginations run wild, finding all sorts of reasons to deny this phenomenon. Especially for these geniuses, they did not want to acknowledge that someone was so much stronger than them. In the 4th year, everyone already did not care about Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian anymore. Everyone's attention was all on Yi Yuan. After a year's time, what place would Yi Yuan charge to this time? When the golden book pages slowly opened, everyone's expressions solidified once more. 13th place, over 7 million G. Oh, D of war points. A year's time, Yi Yuan increased by another 500,000. Although it was a little less than last year, Yi Yuan still maintained the rapid growth momentum. he was only a step away from the top 10. As a result, the idea of a loophole in the rules caused a huge clamor once more. Jiang Zhe already did not know how to describe his feelings. A few years ago, he ridiculed Yi Yuan over and over again, saying that it was laughable for Yi Yuan to make a frantic, last-minute effort. But now, he already became the most laughable person. Yi Yuan used a rocket-like speed of rising to prove his ridiculousness. So what if there were only 10 years left? Insane, insane, insane. Really too crazy. In the last 10 years, could it be that Yi Yuan is going to make a major comeback? This guy wouldn't be aiming for first place, right? My G, oh, D close to 3, 5 million G. Oh, D of war points, and it's still growing. If it's Serpa, S, said by him, wouldn't the heavens change? At this time, some people thought of this possibility. They could not help being filled with fear. Could Wan Zhen's throne of first place be protected in the final 6 years? Chapter 2354, Final Suspense. Chapter 2354, Final Suspense. In the 5th year, Yi Yuan's G, O, D of war points grew by another 450,000, reaching to 15 million. This way, Yi Yuan used 5 years' time and rose to the top 3 at a rocket speed. The entire city was shocked. No one could have thought that in the last 10 years the G, O, D of war golden list actually changed heavens. After close to 1,000 years, more than 12,000 unpredictable children fought hard before they had today's results. But who knew that Yi Yuan only used a short 5 years and climbed to 3rd place? The questioning voices grew louder and louder. The questioning of a loophole in the rules grew more and more. Clearly, everyone was very unconvinced by this result. But now, an even bigger question was placed in front of everyone. That was, could Yi Yuan Serpa S the top 2 on the ranking list? Could he make a heaven-defying comeback at the last moment? These two shook the rest off far behind them. Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian suddenly making a determined effort. It wouldn't really be because of Yi Yuan, right? Suddenly, someone said weakly. There had been this argument previously, but everyone felt that this argument was too ridiculous. But today, when Yi Yuan climbed to 3rd place, this notion suddenly popped up in everyone's heads once more. This time, everyone did not find it ludicrous anymore. Although this argument was still a little preposterous. Yi Yuan's speed of ascending was already sufficient to make the top 2 take it seriously. That's impossible. How would Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian know that Yi Yuan's G, O, D of war points will suddenly balloon? It can basically be confirmed now that regardless of whether it is Yi Yuan, Wan Zhen, or Zhang Lian, they are all at the Myriad Beast battle plane. Maybe they met? It's also not entirely impossible. Previously, Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian's G, O, D of war points clearly slowed down. These few years, they've made new heights year after year. Clearly, they are going all out. If there's no sense of pressure, how can they possibly work so hard? With drive and without drive, those were 2 completely different things. Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian already swept away all opponents 5 years ago. For 10 years, there was no one who could catch up to them at all. Hence, even if they worked hard, it was also just a challenge to themselves and would not push themselves to the limit. But if they ran into Yi Yuan and witnessed Yi Yuan's combat strength, that would be totally different. This kind of situation was very likely. For a moment, everyone fell into shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan really relied on his strength and obtained so many G, O, D of war points? The following few years completely became these 3 people's tussles. In the 6th year, Yi Yuan obtained another 400,000 points, reaching to 55 million. That was only a step away from Zhang Lian's 8 million. Everyone's nerves were wound up tightly. In the 7th year, Yi Yuan still obtained over 400,000 G, O, D of war points, reaching more than 97 million. This year, Yi Yuan was still ranked 3rd. However, he was merely just a few thousand D of war points away from the second place. Without any doubt, this time next year, Yi Yuan would replace Zhang Lian, who was at the second place, becoming the D of war golden list second place. No one could have thought that Zhang Lian, who was as steady as Mount Tai, would actually be Serpa, said by someone one day. Sure enough, in the 8th year, Yi Yuan obtained another 400,000 D of war points Serpa, Sing Zhang Lian in one stroke, becoming the D of war golden list second place. On this day, the entire Cloudade city was seething with excitement. And even though I've been mentally prepared for a long time, when this day really arrived, it still feels unthinkable. What the *CK? I can't figure it out. Even Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian can only obtain over 100,000 D of war points in a year. So how did he achieve 400,000 a year? Zhang Lian has already been pulled down. Right now, there's only Wan Zhen left. Zhang Lian had already been Serpa. As said, Yi Yuan was only left with a final opponent, Wan Zhen. This person was Cloudade City's insurmountable existence. He was a powerful opponent that made everyone not dare to look directly at him. Starting from roughly the 200th year, there was already no one who dared to have the thought of Serpa sing him anymore. This notion became increasingly stronger towards the end. But no one could have thought that in the last 10 years, a guy who had never entered the D of war golden list before, suddenly skyrocketed heaven-defyingly, arriving at the position of second place. And now Wan Zhen's D of war points was 98 million. Yi Yuan's D of war points was currently 42 million. There was a difference of 560,000 D of war points between the two. Could it be Serpa, as said? Staying in the primeval war realm for close to 1,000 years, these unpredictable children had never discovered that they would get so nervous. Was it Wan Zhen narrowly defending his throne of number 1, or Yi Yuan making a heaven-defying comeback, rising up amidst insignificance and climbing to the summit? This suspense would not be revealed until the final year. It was another year in a blink. On this day, the D of war golden list was released. When Wan Zhen's name appeared, everyone immediately seethed with excitement. Someone exclaimed, 170,000! This year, Wan Zhen actually obtained 170,000. With this, the number 1 throne is secured. 15 million. This was Wan Zhen's current D of war points. Following that, it was Yi Yuan, 83 million. This year, Yi Yuan obtained 410,000 D of war points. Now, the difference between the two was 320,000. Indeed, still couldn't make it. Wan Zhen finally showed his stuff at the final juncture. At the rate of this speed, Wan Zhen just has to obtain 150,000 D of war points next year, and he'll surely win. When Jiang just saw this result, he could not resist laughing out loud. Finally, Yi Yuan still failed. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan's current performance was already sufficiently heaven-defying, even though he knew that it was only because Yi Yuan lacked time. But for Yi Yuan to fail to get first place, he just felt happy. As long as Wan Zhen got more than 150,000, that would be a gap of 470,000. According to Yi Yuan's current rate of speed, it was roughly a little more than 400,000 every year. It was impossible to defy the heavens next year. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. Seeing this result, many people also let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, still unable to Serpa. Wan Zhen is so strong. He has always been sitting firmly at first place, but was Serpa, said by Yi Yuan using 10 years. I'm really unable to accept this. There must be something fishy. He must have grasped a loophole in the rules. Otherwise, how can he possibly be so heaven-defying? Those present were all unpredictable children, all rare geniuses. Wan Zhen being strong, that was having proceeded steadily step by step and through 1,000 years of hard work. They could accept it, but Yi Yuan used 1,000 years to gain enlightenment on Tao, and suddenly jumped out in the last 10 years to compete for the rankings. Furthermore, he only used 10 years' time and reached second place. They were unable to accept such a thing emotionally. Maybe they just did not hope to be crushed. 10th year, apart from the top 30, practically everyone returned to Cloud Aid City. There was already no point in continuing to cultivate. Everyone was waiting for the last release of the D of War Golden List. The release this time would determine who could get the final 10 spots. Suddenly, several beams of light flashed. There were suddenly several dozen additional people at the rebirth point. Clearly, the hour had arrived, and everyone was transported back. Chapter 2355. The Final GOD of War Golden List Publication. Chapter 2355. The Final GOD of War Golden List Publication. These roughly over 30 people still had blank faces when they returned to the city. Clearly, they still had not recovered to their senses. Just earlier, each one of them was still in a B-L-O-O-D battle, but in a blink they were transported back. Especially Yi Yuan, Wan Zhen, and Zhang Lian, 3 people. They were clearly somewhat at a loss on what to do at this time. Just earlier, Yi Yuan was still narrowly escaping death under the pincer attacks of a large group of fierce beasts. Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian were the same. Wan Zhen's gaze adjusted to the present very quickly and saw the Yi Yuan in the crowd. He was just about to go over to greet when he was surrounded by a large group of people. Wan Zhen, how many D of War points do you have right now? A powerhouse, ranked 40, plus immediately moved closer to ask. Wan Zhen was taken aback and said, "For 34 million, why?" The moment these words came out, everyone's faces immediately revealed wild ecstasy. Ha ha ha! That despicable brat has completely no chance now. A gap of 510,000. It's impossible for that punk to catch up. That powerhouse said in great joy. Wan Zhen frowned and said, "What gap of 510,000? What are you guys talking about?" When he said so, there were immediately many people in the crowd who were filled with righteous indignation, especially Jiang Zhe. "Wan Zhen, we really feel too unjust for you. There's a punk who resorted to trickery, and he could actually attain 400 to 500,000 D of War points in 1 year, forcefully climbing to second place from behind. Yeah, lucky you stood firm and exerted your strength at the last moment, overwhelming him ruthlessly. First place is first place. His strength indeed isn't simply for show, to actually be able to obtain 190,000 D of War points in a year. How clever was Wan Zhen? He discerned what the problem was from these people's words very quickly. You guys are talking about Yi Yuan, right? He didn't use trickery. Turns out that he's already in second place. Indeed terrifying. Wan Zhen also looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise again as he said. Everyone was stunned, suddenly falling into silence. Wan Zhen actually personally defended Yi Yuan. This guy did not eat the wrong medicine, right? Didn't use trickery? How is that possible? With your strength, you only got over 100,000 D of War points every year. He's far worse than you, but actually got 400 to 500,000 points in a year. This is too illogical, Jiang Zhe said with a look of disbelief. But Wan Zhen shook his head and said, when Yi Yuan was fighting in the myriad beast battle plane, Zhang Lian and I saw it with our own eyes. He already comprehended time law, laws of time and SPAC being unleashed together, coupled with sword Dao source and formation Dao source. His strength is already not beneath mine. Furthermore, The power of his sword formation can deal with hundreds and thousands of fierce beasts at the same time. The efficiency of obtaining D of war points is far stronger than us. Even though 400 to 500,000 in a year is a little exaggerated, he absolutely didn't resort to trickery. At the same time, a hint of ridicule flashed across Zhang Lian's beautiful face, and he said disdainfully, "You can't imagine it. Doesn't mean that others can't do it. If not for Yi Yuan's encouragement, the two of us also wouldn't have hunted fierce beasts without heed for our lives. Of course, we also wouldn't have obtained tremendous benefits." Ever since seeing Yi Yuan's battle, the two of them started a crazy hunting mode. Although it was impossible to be like Yi Yuan, they frequently pushed themselves to their limits, narrowly escaping death several times. In these 10 years, the two of them similarly made great progress. With motivation and without motivation, those were two totally different states. The over 10,000 people in the square were shocked by these two people's words until they were staring dumbfoundedly. Firstly, Yi Yuan really comprehended time law. Secondly, Yi Yuan's 400 to 500,000 D of war points every year that was actually really obtained by him hunting fierce beasts himself. Thirdly, his strength could actually rival Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian already. This news was too soul-stirring. In these 10 years, they had always judged based on the numbers. It was far less shocking than Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian personally explaining it. It turned out that Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian suddenly erupting was really because of Yi Yuan. All of this was simply like a dream. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? 10 years. Yi Yuan used 10 years' time and instantly obliterated their 1,000 years of hard work. They were all unpredictable children, existences that even heaven was jealous of. But if they were existences that even heaven was jealous of, then what was Yi Yuan? When they were mocking Yi Yuan for comprehending time law, when they were questioning that Yi Yuan resorted to trickery, when they were mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability, heaven was watching them and laughing. Not that Yi Yuan was overestimating his own ability. He really had the talent to comprehend time law. Wang Zhen could not be bothered to care about everyone's shock. Dividing the crowd, he came before Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Younger brother, Yi is truly an unrivaled talent. You don't know how shocked the two of us were when we saw you execute time law on that day." Time law was known as the number one law in the world. Although it was on par with spatial law, the difficulty of comprehension was several times harder than spatial law. Even a peerless genius like Wang Zhen was unable to comprehend it too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That day, I sensed the two of you fellow Taoists. But at that time it was trapped in a heavy encirclement and was too busy to say hello. I hope that fellow Taoist doesn't blame." Yi Yuan's impression of Wang Zhen was pretty good. This was someone capable of shouldering great responsibility. Wang Zhen shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, "What's younger brother Yi saying? I won't ask about your D of war points either. Let's await the release of the D of war golden list together then." Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded his head. Right then, there was a tremor in the void. A volume of pages flew out for the last time. Everyone's breathing became ragged. Impossible. Impossible. Even if these D of war points were derived from his true strength, it's also impossible for him to obtain 510,000 D of war points with his ranking. Jiang Zhi cried out frantically in his heart. Judging from Yi Yuan's situation in previous years, it was impossible for him to surpa S 500,000. The pages slowly unfurled, affecting the hearts of each unpredictable children. Very soon, the pages revealed the tip of the iceberg. A huge golden name appeared in front of everyone. Buzz! There was immediately a burst of exclamation in the square. First place, Yi Yuan. Serpa. S said. He really Serpa. S said Wang Zhen. Too inconceivable. In this last year, he actually obtained 540,000 G. Oh, D of war points. How? How did he do it? Too crazy. Too shocking. 10 years, he only used 10 years. He then reached the top of the G. Oh, D of war golden list. A nuke seemed to have detonated in the square. Everyone exploded. The first name that appeared on the page was precisely Yi Yuan's. In the last year, Yi Yuan miraculously gained 540,000 G. Oh, D of war points, and finally reached a horrifying 37 million, suppressing the Wan Zhen who had maintained first place for 1,000 years with the edge of 30,000 points. The shock that this scene brought to everyone was seriously too strong. Jiang Zhe looked at the name on the page, feeling battered out of his senses as he muttered under his breath, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Without cheating, how can he possibly get 540,000 G? Oh, D of war points in a year?" Chapter 2356 Caged Battle. Chapter 2356 Caged Battle. Second place, Wan Zhen for 34 million G. Oh, D of war points. Third place, Zhang Lian 21 million G. Oh, D of war points. Fourth place, Gu Tianjin 12 million G. Oh, D of war points. The G, O, D of war golden list slowly unfolded, one name after another displaying in front of everybody. The top 10 names were finally decided as well. Some rejoiced, some bemoaned. With Yi Yuan climbing to the top, there were naturally people who were eliminated. In the crowd, several murderous gazes shot toward him. Of course, Yi Yuan did not care at all. Seeing this result, Wan Zhen himself was very surprised too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan really did it. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan never made it onto the G. Oh, D of war golden list. A gap of more than 4 million was caught up, just like that. Honestly speaking, he was still a little sour in his heart. Younger brother Yi, you actually obtained 540 G. Oh, D of war points in this last year. Wan Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and exclaimed. Even though several 100,000 a year was very impressive, this sudden eruption in the last year clearly still exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Yuan said, "I had some new insights during this year again, and so I made a trip to the celestial beast plane. That's how I gained more than 500,000 G. Oh, D of war points." Wan Zhen's entire body trembled, and he sucked in a cold breath as he said, "You went to the celestial beast plane?" "What?" He actually went to the celestial beast plane. He's really a madman. The celestial beast plane is the central region of the myriad beast battle plane. Each one of the fierce beasts is incomparably powerful. He could actually come back alive from there. Not that no one dares to go to the celestial beast plane, but that no one can go there. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed extremely shocked expressions. The myriad beast battle plains area was extremely vast, but the more towards the central region, the stronger the strength of the fierce beasts. Furthermore, the fierce beasts of the central region were very densely packed. Wanting to rush to the central region from the periphery of the myriad beast battle plane was simply an impossible task. Even Wan Zhen could not do it either. He and Zhang Lian also continuously went deep into the central region, but failed to reach the celestial beast plane in the end too. But Yi Yuan reached it. In reality, before being transported back, just now, he was still undergoing a life and death battle in the celestial beast plane. Everyone suddenly somewhat understood why Yi Yuan was able to soar at a rate of 400 to 500,000 G. Oh, D of war points every year. Being able to rush into the celestial beast plane. This in itself already ill. U.S. Trot had many problems. In reality, Yi Yuan had made great improvements in these 10 years' time too. Regardless of whether it was sword Dao source or formation Dao source, or whether spatial law, time law, he had an extremely deep understanding. Under this kind of high-intensity battle, his potential was excavated once again. Furthermore, after he finished taking care of a swarm, he would continue advancing forward, all the way until he reached the celestial beast plane. However, the strength of the fierce beasts in the celestial beast plane was also indeed extraordinary. Even he felt extremely strained too. If not for his spatial law breaking through to rank 8 at the final juncture, it would also not have been impossible that he would fall in battle and return to Cloudade City. You this fellow really a freak. I really want to know what kind of boundary you've reached currently. Wan Zhen said with a bitter smile. There will be an opportunity, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Everyone looked with gazes, as if looking at a monster to look at Yi Yuan. This guy simply was not a human. Just as everyone was exclaiming with admiration, there was suddenly a tremor in the void. A huge cage broke out of the sky and suspended in the air. At this moment, the million unpredictable children in the Primeval War realm could see this enormous cage distinctly. For a moment, there was shock all around. What's this playing at again? Could it be that the genius compet 1 tie-in this time hasn't ended yet? Isn't it said that as long as people entered the top 10, they can all obtain the inheritances? Could it be that it isn't like this? Just as everyone was shocked, the figures of Yi Yuan and the rest gradually became illusory. When they appeared again, they had already arrived in the cage. There were also many strangers who appeared at the same time. Sweeping a glance over, there were just 1,000 people. The top 10 of each city all gathered in the cage. Hiss! Everyone drew a cold breath. Gathering the top 1,000 people together, this was going to be a melee. Suddenly, a voice came out of the void. It was precisely Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' voice. This is your final test, a caged battle. This time, there are no restrictions. Bring out all of your means and kill the people around you. The last person alive shall obtain a supreme inheritance. The next 10 people will obtain a top inheritance. The rest of the people will obtain an ordinary inheritance. Now the killing begins. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' voice was akin to rolling thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. However, those unpredictable children were clearly all not prepared. Even Yi Yuan had a stunned look too. He heard Jian Yinxin say before that there were 10 top inheritances, but he did not know that there was still a supreme inheritance. Wonder what kind of terrifying legacy this so-called supreme inheritance was. However, 1,000 of the top-notch unpredictable children were all gathered in one cage now. This would really be a terrifying why battle? To think that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could come up with such a perverse idea. However, Yi Yuan understood very well, because in the future, these unpredictable children would definitely encounter this kind of scenario. At that time, they might encounter even more and even stronger divine race powerhouses. This kind of melee, just treat it as a preview in advance. Dying in this caged battle now, they could still come back to life. But in the future, when they faced divine race powerhouses, they would not be able to come back to life. A little more preparation was considered to have a process of adapting in advance, right? Yi Yuan turned to look at Wan Jin beside him and could not help laughing as he said, "You see, I said that there will be an opportunity, right?" Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said, "I didn't expect that it came so quickly. Okay, let me experience what right you have to walk in the celestial beast plane." At this instant, Wan Zhen brimmed with fighting spirit. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, and also knew that Yi Yuan had many trump cards, he had his own pride. He also had absolute confidence in himself. Therefore, he did not think that he would lose to Yi Yuan, who was stronger and who was weaker. Got to fight before one would know. By the side, Zhang Lian rolled his eyes and said, "The two of you fight then. I'm not getting involved. I'm not Wan Zhen's match. If you lose, the two of us fight then." Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from beside them. There was actually someone who was killed already. The battle came suddenly. In an instant, the flames of war started burning in the cage. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of terrifying energy undulation exploded in the cage. This cage was clearly specially made. Even if 1,000 unpredictable children fought frenziedly, they were unable to break this cage too. At this time, several unpredictable children, not far away, saw that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was low. They immediately rushed over toward him. "Brat, really don't know how you came in. Your city is too weak. Sending you on your way then." An unpredictable child grinned sinisterly and rushed over towards Yi Yuan. However, he discovered to his horror that his speed of advancement became slower and slower, increasingly slower. His pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "Tea time law!" Chapter 2357 The Powerful Wan Zhen. Chapter 2357 The Powerful Wan Zhen. Suddenly, a cold light appeared around Yi Yuan. "Pucci!" Yi Yuan did not look at that guy at all, and his body was already pierced into a sieve. Kicking the bucket. Opposite, Wan Zhen's pupils constricted. Yi Yuan killed a top 10 powerhouse so effortlessly. Really very strong. In Cloud 8 City, people opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with shocked faces. So strong! That's a powerhouse, ranked in the top 10. He killed the other person without even giving him a look. Is that time law? Indeed, well deserving of being a supreme law. It's really too strong. Just how strong is Yi Yuan's current strength? From his appearance, it seems like he's going to fight with Wan Zhen. Everyone had looks of antic. One, P-Asian. They really wanted to take a look at just who was stronger and who was weaker between the former number 1 and the current number 1. While time law was powerful, Wan Zhen had experienced these few years of training. Just how strong he was, they were unable to judge as well. Everything would only be known after fighting. After all, Wan Zhen was 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. Time law is indeed impressive. Wan Zhen laughed loudly, causing the pressure of an 8th firmament heavenly emperor to suddenly bloom. During these 10 years' time, Yi Yuan fought crazily. Currently, his realm improved further and was already comparable to 5th firmament heavenly emperor. Among the unpredictable children, especially among these top 1,000, even half a minor realm lower was fatal too. But Yi Yuan was going to challenge the 8th firmament heavenly emperor Wan Zhen with a 5th firmament heavenly emperor cultivation realm. But no one felt that there was anything wrong. Yi Yuan's trump cards were too many. All of a sudden, 5 kinds of power of laws suddenly descended, forming a perfect closed loop around Wan Zhen. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Fusing the 5 element laws! Brother, one indeed, kept to your own counsel." Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said, "It's not that I kept to my own counsel. It's just that I didn't have a chance to display it. 5 element laws, just comprehending one was nothing. This was the most basic power of law. What the vast majority of martial artists comprehended was 1 or 2 of the 5 element laws. Those with stronger talents would comprehend 3 kinds. In fact, the Lu Zi whom Yi Yuan had once seen before, she was extremely talented, comprehending all of the 5 element laws. But comprehending was easy, while fusion was hard. Wanting to fuse the 5 element laws into one, this was something harder than ascending to heaven. The difficulty was no less than Yi Yuan's comprehension of the 2 great supreme laws. 5 elements fusing into one, the power would not be the slightest bit inferior to the supreme laws. 5 elements, mutually promoting and restraining each other. If it could be fused into one, it would be able to continue in an endless cycle. One thought, one world. It was exceedingly powerful. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that Wan Zhen's 5 power of laws was extremely balanced. These 5 kinds of power of laws. There was you in me in you. Nothing the least bit superfluous. This kind of 5 elements fusion could be rated as perfect. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, Brother Wan's 5-element laws is probably more than this, right? Wan Jin smiled and said, "That's right. My water law, fire law, and wood law already reached the level of source. It's just that once the 5 elements balance is broken, the power will be inferior to now instead. Hence, these 3 laws are almost useless to me." Even Yi Yuan also sucked in a breath of cold air. He originally thought that Wan Zhen comprehended 1 or 2 source powers, did not expect that he actually already comprehended 3 kinds. One day, if he comprehended 5 great source powers at the same time and achieved the balance of the 5-element laws once more, that would be too terrifying. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, "It was this Yi who underestimated the heroes of the world. Brother Wan's talent is unprecedented since time immemorial. What's even rarer is that Brother Wan's considerations are huge and can take a broad view of the world. Truly hard to come by." Wan Zhen smiled and said, "Younger brother Yi, stop overselling me. In terms of talent, who can compare to you? Oh, time law. This one tried for a long time, but I still gave up in the end. Now, with younger brother Yi synchronizing time and SPAC, your combat power is unparalleled under the heavens. Enough talk, let's fight." Yi Yuan was also filled with lofty sentiments and laughed loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha, come and fight." At this time, it already became a mess in the cage. It was incomparably chaotic everywhere, but these two only had the other in their eyes. A treasure peg, suddenly appeared in Wan Zhen's hand, only to see his expression turn solemn. The aura of the treasure peg, billowing to the sky, and suddenly slamming over towards Yi Yuan. The speed was unbelievably fast. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, the sword formation suddenly rising, meeting the treasure peg. Oda! Boom! 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 The two people's battle gave off a loud noise. One ma, civ energy undulation after another rippled out between the two of them. No one dared to approach them at all. Inside the cage, those unpredictable children were all shuddering with fear, choosing to stay away from these two people very consciously. An unpredictable child could not resist cursing, "Damn, and these two fellows are really strong." Similarly, top 10, the disparity isn't just a little bit. That one who's using the sword formation still thought that he was easy to bully just now. Didn't expect that he's so strong. Luckily, I didn't make a move. Time law coupled with 2 great source powers. This kid is simply a freak. Also, there's the other guy. He actually achieved the perfect balance of the 5 elements. These two aren't human at all. Regardless of which city it was, the gap between the top 10 was very large too. Under normal circumstances, the top 3 or top 2 was an echelon. It was even be divided into 2 or 3 echelons at the back. As for how strong each city's number 1 was, it would only be known after competing. But Wan Zhen and Yi Yuan's fight made them realize the disparity. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a black figure stood in the air, with the power of lightning on his body surging crazily. No one dared to approach this person at all. The power of lightning on his body was too strong. Even a fool could also guess that this person was the successor of Tao ancestor lightning, Pang Jin. His gaze was already drawn by Wan Zhen and Yi Yuan's gazes. I really didn't expect that besides us, another guy who can rival Wan Zhen actually popped out. This kid is very strong. Looks like the supreme position this time is very troublesome. A youth dressed in ink-black long robes fanned his fan, arriving beside Pang Zhen. Others were afraid of Pang Zhen, but he did not seem to care at all. This youth fanning his fan was bleak carefree Yu Tanji, who was as famous as Pang Zhen and Wan Zhen. Pang Zhen snorted coldly and said, "The supreme position is mine. Body can ATC H it away. Wan Zhen can't, you likewise can't." Yu Tanji laughed and said, "Pang Zhen, you're always like this. Who can get the final position of supremacy? Not reaching the end, who will know?" Pang Zhen's gaze turned cold, the aura on his body surging as he said in a solemn voice, "Looks like you want to have a go at me." Yu Tanji put away his fan and said smilingly, "Fighting, naturally got to fight. But before this, shouldn't we clean up these trash first? Also, those two, isn't it good to let them fight first?" Pang Zhen withdrew his aura and said coolly, "MN, what you said makes sense." Swizz. H. Plus finished talking. His figure suddenly disappeared, his speed being inconceivably swift. Chapter 2358. 5 Chi De-Origin vs. True Nirvana, Sword Formation. Chapter 2358. 5 Chi De-Origin vs. True Nirvana, Sword Formation. Inside the cage, lightning ran rampant. Places that it said through wailing sounded out. Pang Zhen was well deserving of being Ancestor Lightning's successor. To be able to cultivate Lightning Source to such a level, it was truly seldomly seen. Laws had distinctions in superiority, but at the same time it also depended on how a person utilized it. People who cultivated supreme laws might not be stronger than those who cultivated ordinary laws. But Pang Zhen had clearly gained the essence of Ancestor Lightning's true legacy, applying Lightning Source to a transcendent realm. However, they were all top 10 powerhouses at any rate, especially the various cities' top 3. Those were all existences with extremely fearsome strength. Pang Zhen being so overbearing also aroused the dislike of some powerhouses. The temptation of this legacy was too great. Who did not want to get the supreme inheritance? Even if they did not get the supreme inheritance, obtaining the 10 major legacies was also pretty good. Hence, some powerhouses discovered that something was wrong and established an offensive and defensive alliance very quickly. In short, inside the enormous cage fell into an extremely chaotic situation. But as the numbers decreased more and more, the battle situation also grew more intense. Because those who remained were all experts among experts. Even Pang Zhen also felt overwhelmed facing several great powerhouses at the same time. Ha ha ha, awesome. Younger brother Yi, you should also bring out your true ability already. Wan Zhen said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, Brother Wan is indeed formidable. Since that's the case, this you won't conceal my abilities anymore. Over here, the two people fought earth-shatteringly. But up to this point, they both did not bring out their true strength and were both testing each other. Even so, their combat power already surpassed, said the vast majority of the people present. In Cloud 8 City, Jiangzhou was dumbstruck with amazement long ago. Only seeing Wan Zhen and Yi Yuan's fight did he know how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. The current Yi Yuan was more than 10 times stronger than the Yi Yuan back then, let alone that Yi Yuan had not used the law of time and SPAC yet. Only then did he understand how laughable these few years of questioning were. In the crowd, Qin, whose expression was also very ugly as he said, really blinded my dog eyes. How was it blinded by obsession back then to go and provoke this freak? She gave him a glance and said crossly, If you know that you're blind, change your temper in the future and stop making trouble everywhere. This is inside the primeval war realm. If it was outside, you'd had long died 10 times over. Qin, who deeply felt that way too, and nodded repeatedly and said, You're right. I mustn't simply posture anymore in the future and keep a low profile. And you really can't judge a book by its cover, and the sea cannot be measured with a bushel. Some people really can't be provoked. Only then did he know what kind of freak Yi Yuan was. 1,000 years was neither long nor short. Yi Yuan's improvement in these 1,000 years could simply be described with the word terrifying. Forget that his realm increased quickly. His power of laws even advanced at a tremendous pace. And he had not showcased his real skills yet. His move. Wan Zhen is going to use his ultimate move, 5 Chi De-Origin. I really don't know what kind of realm his move already reached. My The power of this move is more than 10 times stronger than just now. This pressure, it's simply going to burst through the cage. 5 elemental laws fusing perfectly is really too terrifying. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Wan Zhen's imposing aura suddenly rose several levels. Above his head, a 5-colored flower petal quietly condensed into shape. Wan Zhen controlled the treasure peg. Oh, duh. The 5-petaled flower rotated without resting. This scene looked very gorgeous. But every powerhouse in the cage felt a dangerous aura. Many powerhouses, even those powerhouses ranked in the top 3, all gave a wide berth, consciously distancing themselves from the two. Even Pang Zhen's eyes also flickered slightly, clearly very shocked. Over the past 1,000 years, Wan Zhen's strength did not just improve by a little bit. His major 5 elemental fusion became even more powerful. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also shrunk. This Wan Zhen was really too strong. This move had not been unleashed yet, but there were no flaws at all. This battle was a tough fight. There was no chance to gain any advantage by trickery. His thoughts stirred, and the sword formation suddenly changed. It was just that this change did not have any major changes in the eyes of others. Did the formation change? Doesn't look very impressive. This bit of change, can it survive under the attack of the 5 Qi De origin? Is this Yi Yuan's final trump card? Doesn't look like much. Even if he used time law, it's also impossible to be very strong, right? The power of the sword formation was not so intuitive, but once one got caught in the sword formation, that would be terrifying. Bystanders could not understand Yi Yuan's action at all. They just instinctively felt that he could defend against Wan Zhen's move. True Nirvana, sword formation. This was Yi Yuan's newest comprehended sword formation. It was also by relying on precisely this set of sword formation that Yi Yuan could kill into the celestial beast plane and obtain more than 500,000 D of war points at the final moment, making a heaven-defying comeback. One could imagine how strong this sword formation was. Over the past 1,000 years, especially the recent 10 years, Yi Yuan's sword Dao source and formation Dao source improved significantly again. During a battle, Yi Yuan fused these 2 great powers of source and the law of time and S.P.A.C. fully, creating this set of true Nirvana sword formation. The power was extremely terrifying. Wan Zhen similarly did not understand, but he instinctively felt that Yi Yuan's change seemed to be even more profound. How profound, he could not explain it, but he understood that it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to rely on an ordinary move to deal with his 5 Qi De origin. He would know how strong after he gave it a try. At once, he no longer hesitated as well, urging the treasure peg. Oda. 5 flower petals rolled like a wheel and flew over toward Yi Yuan. In an instant, everyone felt like heaven and earth were pressing down. The 5 elements developed myriad things in the world. Wan Zhen perfectly used the 5 elemental laws. Didn't it represent the entire world? Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. True Nirvana sword formation suddenly operating, forming a world of its own. Rumble. As soon as they collided, it was as if the world started shaking. The entire cage started trembling violently. Many unpredictable children were currently in the midst of fierce fighting. Even though they already avoided far away, they were still affected by this tremor. They did not have time to resist in the slightest, and were directly drowned by the horrifying energy, dying until they could not be deader. Wan Zhen's pupils constricted. He did not expect that this unremarkable sword formation was actually so strong, evenly matched. At once, he did not dare to be neglectful. Divine essence surging crazily once more. That 5 elements spinning will actually started disintegrating after this collision, deriving myriad Dao. Wan Zhen roared explosively. That 5 enormous flower petals immediately decomposed into thousands of miniature petals. Yi Yuan's pupils shrunk, The power of this move was several times stronger than earlier. These decomposed petals seemed disorderly and unsystematic, but actually every 5 petals formed a miniature closed loop. And between each closed loop, there was a magical kind of power attracting. This was deriving myriad Tao. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark, his figure moving. He actually directly took a step out and entered among those countless flower petals. Chapter 2359. Welcome to Come Over. Chapter 2359. Welcome to Come Over. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan was drowned by the 5 petals. In fact, even his sword formation was submerged too. Everyone opened their mouths wide and had shocked faces. It could be played like this still? Wasn't this courting death? Deriving myriad Tao, it could only be overcome by strength. If Wan Zhen's move had flaws, Yi Yuan could naturally break them through ingenuity. But Wan Zhen's move did not have flaws at all. It was perfect until there were no weaknesses to exploit. Then, how terrifying was the power of the core area of this move. Slightly using one's brain to think, and one would understand. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the petal rain that filled the sky, a series of detonating sounds came over. People could not see Yi Yuan's figure at all. They only saw one streak of sword light after another appearing and disappearing again inside. But when Pangjin saw this scene, his gaze turned sharp. What a formidable brat, to actually see through where the problem lies at a glance. Wan Zhen, this move derives myriad Tao. Wanting to crack it, there's only from the inside. Although doing it like this, the danger is also several times greater. But this is the only chance. Pangjin said in shock. 5 elements developing Tao. Continuous reproduction in an endless succession. That was the power of Tao, even if it was Tao that had shrunk countless times smaller. Wan Zhen's strength did not lie in how strong his offensive power was, but precisely that he had no CHINKS in his armor. No matter how you raged like a storm, how could you break my Tao? Among these top-notch, unpredictable children, to talk about whose offensive power was number 1, that was definitely Pangjin. But to talk about who was the most difficult to deal with, that was definitely Wan Zhen. Even Pangjin also did not dare to easily make a move against Wan Zhen, wanting to defeat Wan Zhen. Either break through with strength, such as a Deva realm martial artist, forcefully using cultivation realm to suppress him firmly, or it was collapsing from within. Very clearly, Yi Yuan saw through where the problem lay at a glance. But seeing through was one thing, whether he dared to enter was another thing. The core of this move was not a GLAS bottle that broke at a touch, but was powerful until it made people despair instead. Several powerful, unpredictable children were all paying attention to the battle situation over here. Seeing this scene, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan is definitely dead this time, evolving myriad Tao to form its own world. Isn't it seeking death for him to enter inside the world? Ha ha, it's indeed still Wan Zhen, who's a level stronger. Looks like him being able to obtain so many D of war points was purely due to the sword formation. Something's not quite right. Why do I see that Wan Zhen's expression is becoming more and more serious? The crowd that was eating melons and who did not understand the truth naturally felt that Yi Yuan's behavior was very foolish. Strength determined the horizon. Although they were all unpredictable children, the gap between these powerhouses in the city and the powerhouses inside the cage was too great. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounds became more and more intense and increasingly horrifying. That earth-shaking sound seemed to be one sledgehammer blow after another, striking onto people's hearts. Suddenly, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. Those countless petals actually suddenly exploded at this time, shattering into pieces. The horrifying energy undulation actually seeped out of the cage and reached the primeval war realm. Immediately, mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. This was the power of a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. The power was seriously too horrifying. Wan Zhen spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, letting out AMUF fled groan, his figure flying out backward. While at this time, 10,000 streaks of sword light poured out, blinding everyone's eyes. That was Yi Yuan's sword formation. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with shocked faces. Yi Yuan, he won? Even the likes of Pang Jin and Yu Tanji also had astonished expressions on their faces. No one could have thought that Wan Zhen actually really lost. Furthermore, he was defeated so quickly. The current Yi Yuan appeared somewhat tousled, the wounds on his body shocking to behold. Among his peers, those able to push him to this extent, Wan Zhen was still the first. What a terrifying sword formation! You already perfectly fused two great sources, and the laws of time and S.P.A.C. This sword formation will definitely radiate with splendor in the future. What's its name? Wan Zhen clutched his wound and looked at Yi Yuan as he said in shock. Just earlier, he already went all out, wanting to kill Yi Yuan. But unfortunately, the power of Yi Yuan's sword formation was too powerful. Regardless of whether it was defense or offense, it was ridiculously strong. Sword Dao Source was a law that was among one of the few with top offensive power to begin with. The laws of time and S.P.A.C. were also perfectly fused inside, as well as the enhancement of Formation Dao Source. This move was too vague and too swift and fierce. Such a move that no rivals in the same rank at all. If not for him being 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, he would have long lost. He would not have been able to receive even one of Yi Yuan's strikes. One had to know 3 minor realms of Heavenly Emperor Realm. How big a gap was that? Not talking about 3, just 1, was an insurmountable chasm to ordinary people. But Yi Yuan leapfrogged 3 minor realms and defeated the top genius, Wan Zhen. How could they not be shocked by this scene? The sword light converged and hovered quietly around Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This formation is called True Nirvana." Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said, "Haha, True Nirvana sword formation, a good name. I hope that this set of sword formation can defend the dignity of our human race." Yi Yuan's expression turned somber, and he nodded his head seriously and said, "This you will do my best. Brother Yi, our battle ends here. How about it?" Clearly, the two of them did not really determine the victor. This move earlier, Yi Yuan did defeat Wan Zhen. But Wan Zhen was notoriously difficult to deal with. It was not that easy of a matter for Yi Yuan to want to kill Wan Zhen. The two of them appreciated each other and naturally were not willing to determine life and death right now. That way, they would miss the legacies. Haha, it should be that way. If we die now, wouldn't it become a great tragedy in life? Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said, at this time there were still roughly close to half of the powerhouses left inside the cage. The death rate also became lower and lower. The powerhouses from all areas were mostly in a melee. Those weaker ones had basically already been eliminated in one round. Those remaining were all powerhouses. Seeing Yi Yuan turn around, those powerhouses close to him changed expressions one after another, hurriedly backing away. Clearly they were afraid. The commotion caused by the two people's showdown earlier was seriously too great. Even though they examined their own conscience and felt that they were very strong, they were also not strong to such a degree. Furthermore, they were extremely apprehensive of the true nirvana sword formation. The true nirvana sword formation was strong, but strong to what extent? Only Wan Zhen, who experienced it personally, would know. How could the rest dare to go and touch Yi Yuan? Seeing the others' cowering appearances, Yi Yuan could not help being speechless. Yi Yuan did not like this kind of feeling. Even though he killed these people, they would not truly die. He could challenge the strong. But with regards to the weak, as long as they did not come and provoke him, he really could not quite make his move. After all, this was also their hope. It was the hope of obtaining an inheritance. Otherwise, why would they need to fight fervently here? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "You guys continue. I'll rest for a while. If anyone wants to come and kill me, you are most welcome to come over." Finished talking, he actually sat cross-legged and recovered his vitality on the spot. The others exchanged glances and could not help being speechless. This guy was posturing too hard, right? But did they dare to go up and provoke Yi Yuan? They did not dare. Chapter 2360. Tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Chapter 2360. Tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. I'm Jingnan City's Tauhani, seeking guidance from Brother Ye's brilliant moves. Just as everyone was wavering and not advancing, a figure arrived not far in front of Yi Yuan and challenged Yi Yuan. He was open and above board and did not suddenly sneak attack. He looked very much like an upright gentleman, but Yutanji had a disdainful look as he said, "This hypocrite still made a move in the end. But it's good like this as well. We can see this kid's depths again." Many people who knew Tauhani all had disdainful looks on their faces. Making a move at this time was clearly wanting to take advantage of people's predicament. However, under this kind of life-and-death battle, it also did not seem to fail to conform with the rules. Either way, this was a battle without any rules. As long as one put the opponent to death, it would do, regardless of whether you sneak attacked or took advantage of others' difficulties. Yi Yuan opened his eyes, glanced at the other party, and slowly stood up. "Okay, please condescend to teach," Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Tauhani had a well-mannered appearance as he clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Brother Ye's sword formation is transcendent. You have to show leniency." But in his heart, he sneered coldly to no end. Tauhani thought in his heart, he caused such a huge commotion just now. This kid's divine essence expenditure must be huge. Dealing with him at this time, the timing is just right. As long as I kill him, I'll be the genius who towers above Wan Zhen. Yi Yuan was taken aback, feeling a little baffled. Show leniency? Are you joking? Right now, this was a life-and-death battle. But seeing the other party's kind appearance, he could only smile and said, "Life and death are up to fate. Each relies on one's own abilities then." He did not kill Wan Zhen. Firstly, because they appreciated each other. Secondly, killing Wan Zhen needed to expend huge amounts of energy. The losses outweighed the gains. But this did not mean that he would also do the same to the others. Since he came to challenge, then he would have to be prepared to die. Yi Yuan was also considered to have reminded the other party tactfully, but in Tauhani's eyes it became sarcasm. However, he still maintained his demeanor and said smilingly, "Haha, that's okay." A moment ago, he was still talking in a jovial manner. The next second, he already dealt a devastating blow. Virtually instantly, Tauhani's tempest-like attack already arrived. As Jingnan City's #1, Tauhani's strength naturally did not need to be elaborated. 100 Samsara Saber. Tauhani's power of law was the fusion of the law of Saber and Samsara law. The power tremendous. Heavenly Tao Samsara. Want you to live, you'll live. Want you to die, you'll die. The terrifying saber light instantly engulfed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's entire person was submerged in the sea of blades. Yi Yuan was naturally not some rookie. The true Nirvana sword formation was already in operation long ago. The four great power of laws transformed into thousands of light class. H.I. plussing head-on with Tauhani's endless blade lights. For a moment, saber lights and sword images, laws intertwined. The terrifying energy undulation swept across the entire cage in virtually an instant. But the more they fought, the more alarmed Tauhani became. Although his power of law was not as strong as Wan Zhen's, among the top geniuses, it was very formidable already as well. This guy battled with Wan Zhen and was clearly in a difficult position. So how did he still have such thick divine essence? His saber images seemed to have fallen into a quagmire when being inside the true Nirvana sword formation, unable to cause any harm to Yi Yuan at all. Only at this moment did he deeply understand how powerful the guy who broke Wan Zhen's development of myriad Dao was. Pang Zhen and the rest had been paying attention to the battle here all this while. Seeing Tao Hani gradually losing ground, they could not help being incomparably shocked in their hearts. He was sure that when Wan Zhen and Yi Yuan fought just now, they did not hold back at all. That battle could be said to be the top-level battle in the cage already. The consumption of this level of battle could be described using horrifying. Pang Zhen naturally would not think that Yi Yuan was not able to fight anymore. But he never thought that Yi Yuan's combat power could actually still maintain so vigorously. One had to know Tao Hani was not some random Tom, D-I-C-K, or Harry. Each city's first place, each one of them was an extremely powerful genius. Although Yu Tanji and the rest were very scornful of Tao Hani's behavior, this did not prevent them from acknowledging Tao Hani's talent. Prior to this, he did not experience any great battle either. But now he wanted to take advantage of Yi Yuan's battle and let himself fall into Pa-S, Siveness instead. Very soon, his saber lights were suppressed to the extreme by Yi Yuan. From his limitless suppression in the beginning, to the current feebleness and dead L-U-S-Ter, it did not last too long. Life and death were already just on the line. The shock in Tao Hani's heart grew greater and greater, and he shouted loudly, "Brother Yi has excellent means. This Tao admits defeat. Brother Yi, please show mercy." But Yi Yuan did not buy it in the slightest, and said coolly, "Sorry. In a life-and-death battle, whence the mercy? Moreover, the moment your esteemed self made your move, it was already a life-and-death showdown. Now, pleading for me to show leniency, don't you find it too late?" Yi Yuan was also not a fool. Could sparring and wanting your life be the same? This guy had that pose of risking his life the moment he came up. He clearly wanted his life. Yi Yuan's thoughts were meticulous. How could he not tell that this guy came to take advantage of others' difficulties? He thought that he had just experienced a great battle and felt that he was easy to bully. Ha ha! How could there be such a bargain? Tao Hani yelled out, "Brother Yi, this Tao is—" How could Yi Yuan listen to him talk nonsense? Urging the true Nirvana sword formation, he directly annihilated this guy. Turns out that this is Yi Yuan's true combat strength. His divine essence is too thick. After going through that kind of great battle, he actually still had such terrifying strength. I know Tao Hani, even though he isn't as strong as Wan Zhen. For Wan Zhen to want to beat him, it absolutely won't be so effortless either. Yi Yuan is really too strong. I finally understand how he Serpa S, said Wan Zhen in 10 years. With thick divine essence like his, coupled with a sword formation, it's simply a killing machine. There was a shock in Cloudade City. Only after experiencing this great battle did they finally fully believe that Yi Yuan relied on his own strength to Serpa S Wan Zhen. He, this number one person, was fully deserving. And this battle also truly shocked all of the geniuses in the cage. Now, who still dared to be blind and come forward and attempt to take advantage. Even the likes of Pang Zhen and Yu Tanji also did not dare to easily step forward. They were confident that they would not lose to Yi Yuan, but what if they lost? Their objective was the final supreme inheritance, and it was not to show off momentary bravery. Therefore, everyone chose to ignore Yi Yuan with a very tacit understanding. This time, Yi Yuan was really able to recover his vitality with peace of mind. Along with the Pa-S Sing of Time, the battle situation inside the cage also became fiercer and fiercer. The numbers continuously decreased, from 500 to 400, then to 100. Finally, there were only several dozen people left. These remaining several dozen people were all the top-notch group of geniuses. Each person's strength was extremely powerful. Of course, of the people remaining, the vast majority were all people who ranked first place in their respective cities. However, there were also upsets. Some people were ambushed by someone, and then they died due to fatigue. But of those who remained, there were clearly none who were weak. Chapter 2361. All right? Chapter 2361. All right, all of a sudden, it became quiet inside the cage. People suddenly discovered that the huge cage was only left with a few people. Counting carefully, there were only 19 people left within the cage. These 19 people were, without a doubt, the strongest 19 people. Among them, many fought one versus many, then slew their opponents. Inside the cage where the strong gathered, it could be seen how strong their strength was. And just earlier, the last battle ended. Everyone tacitly stopped taking any more action. A great battle until now. Their consumption was huge too. Making a move in this state was not secure. They needed to compete for the throne of first place under their strongest state. Pang Zhen's gaze swept across everyone and said in a solemn voice, "Those who remain are all old acquaintances already. Half a day of rest. After half a day, regardless of to what degree you recover, it will be the final battle. Wonder if everyone has any objections?" Everyone nodded their heads, one after another. Clearly, they agreed with this suggestion very much. "I have an objection," Yu Tanji suddenly said. Pang Zhen's brows furrowed, and he said, "What objection do you have?" But Yu Tanji looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said, smilingly, "Somebody rested 3 whole days more than us. How to calculate this?" The moment these words came out, everyone looked in Yi Yuan's direction, each and every one revealing very wary looks. Clearly, this person was referring to Yi Yuan. Even Wan Zhen also had many powerhouses who went to provoke him. But Yi Yuan did not have a single one. Half a day's time, it was impossible to recover to their peak state. How much they could recover would depend on their own ability. However, Yi Yuan already had not taken action for a full 3 days. The current Yi Yuan had swept away the decadence after fighting with Wan Zhen, his entire person in great form. Clearly, his state had already reached its peak. Yi Yuan was troublesome in the first place. Now, he was also in better shape than them. How to resolve? Pang Zhen's brows furrowed even harder. He really overlooked this problem. "Kid, you explain it yourself. What should be done?" Pang Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan did not expect that he suddenly became the public target of scorn. Hearing Pang Zhen's question, he just spread his hands out and said smilingly, "Anything goes for me. It's up to you guys." He really did not care. Moreover, this sentence clearly already had the intention of targeting him. After all, if they really wanted to put forward a complaint, they could have everyone all rest well, then get to fighting again. But Yu Tanji very clearly pointed all of the spearheads at him. Yi Yuan's indifferent attitude made Pang Zhen very displeased. It was like they all, these so-called proud children of heaven, did not exist in Yi Yuan's eyes at all. That appearance was like he was saying, "Do as you all see fit. Either way, you all will lose in the end." Sure enough, seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, these proud children of heaven all furrowed their brows, feeling like they were being underestimated. "Ha ha! I have an idea. Why don't everyone attack together first and finish him off? The rest will be easier," Yu Tanji said with a laugh. An unpredictable child said with a smile, "Oh, this is a good idea." Although they all were disdainful to team up with the others, to be honest, they were really quite fearful of Yi Yuan, a guy who defeated even Wan Zhen. How could they not dread? Of course, they still had a small thought. That was to force Yi Yuan to withdraw. "Weren't you very COCKY? Didn't you leave it up to us? Then we'll take care of you." Even though each and every one of them was currently not in their peak state, the strongest dozen over unpredictable children joining forces. What kind of horrifying lineup was that? Here, no one dared to face so many people at the same time, even if they were at their peak state. "Hoo-hoo, kid. Since you said that anything goes for you, then we shall do so. What do you think?" Pang Zhen also had a mocking look as he said with a smile. Others looked at him, all having fear and respect in their eyes. Even these unpredictable children were fearful of his ident. One, Tai Tu. But Yi Yuan was not. He could not see the slightest trace of awe from Yi Yuan's eyes. That was not just showing contempt for him. It was looking down on his ancestor Lightning. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan grinned and lightly spat a word out? All right. He knew that these people were all afraid of him. But so what? All the heavens chosen were stunned when they heard it. It was as if they could not quite believe their own ears. All right. Was this guy stupid? He was going to challenge the strongest 18 people by himself? Even Yutanji was also dumbstruck with shock by Yi Yuan's answer, even though he had this intention, deliberately leading everyone in this direction. But for Yi Yuan to actually fall for it so easily, he was still very surprised. At this moment, the entire primeval war realm was in a stir. What did he say? Did I hear wrong? No, you didn't hear wrongly. He said, all right. Haha, awesome, domineering. It's just, does he have the strength? Those are the strongest 18 people. Everyone seemed to have heard a hilarious joke, all jeering at Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability. They thought about 10,000 possibilities of the final great battle, but only never thought of this. One person challenging 18 people. Among these 18 people, there were at least no fewer than 5 whose strength was not inferior to Wan Zhen's, even Serpa's sing by a thread, while the rest was also merely marginally weaker than Wan Zhen. These 18 people joining forces was roughly equivalent to 18 people similar to Wan Zhen's power teaming up. Too terrifying. Younger brother Yi, don't act based on emotions. Wan Zhen also said with a frown. Yi Yuan gave him a comforting look and said with a smile, Relax, brother Wan. It will be fine. Wan Zhen was rendered speechless. This kid was really stubborn. Even if he backed out, there were still 17 people. Forget about facing 17 people. Even facing the teaming up of Pang Zhen and Yu Tanji, he was absolutely not a match either. But Yi Yuan was going to challenge 17 people. This was too crazy. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. Ever since I first made my appearance in the world, I've never been underestimated so much before. Forget it. I'll witness today how confident you are to dare say such conceited words. Kid, hope that you don't let me down too much. Pang Zhen laughed from extreme fury. Yi Yuan did not know Pang Zhen, although he was surprised by his lightning source. He did not know that he was Ancestor Lightning's successor. However, even if he knew, he would not care either. Hearing that, he just nodded his head indifferently and said, Amen shouldn't disappoint you. Pang Zhen's gaze was gloomy, having a look of fury on his face. Yi Yuan's attitude was a form of humiliation in his view. The successor of a Dao ancestor. What kind of venerated status was that? This guy was actually so condescending. Hoo-hoo good. Since that's the case, everyone attacks together then. Pang Zhen said with a cold smile. Wait. Yi Yuan suddenly said. Pang Zhen smiled coldly and said, What? Scared? It's too late. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Don't misunderstand me. It's impossible for you guys to win me like this. You all recuperate first. It isn't too late to attack again after recovering your strength. The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Was this kid stupid? He actually took the initiative to want Pang Zhen, they all to rest up. Chapter 2362. The Strongest 17 People. Chapter 2362. The Strongest 17 People. Rest. He actually took the initiative to have Pang Zhen and the others rest up. Did this kid knock his head silly when fighting Wan Zhen previously? What time is it? Is he still talking about whatever broad-mindedness? Everyone exploded. They were completely unable to understand Yi Yuan's way of doing things. At this kind of moment, when the smallest details had to be argued over, this guy became generous and took the initiative to let the others rest up. Even Pang Zhen, Yu Tanji, and the rest were taken aback too, only coming back to their senses after a while. They all, these people, were proud by nature. When had they been underestimated like this by someone before? Boy, are you sure? Yu Tanji said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "To me, one person or a dozen over people, it's all the same. Hence, you guys had better recover your strength first. Otherwise, this fight will be boring." Done talking, he sat down cross-legged and continued resting. The 18 geniuses exchanged glances, all having a feeling of being looked down on. They were actually being underestimated by someone. Very good. I want to take a look today, just how strong this punk is. Pang Zhen sneered coldly and immediately started to adjust his breathing. Waves of loud laughter came from above the void. This kid is really overbearing. He's actually challenging 18 people alone. This breadth of spirit. Even this old man can't compare to his spirit. Lightning, you said that he couldn't even enter the D of War Golden List. How about now? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with a big laugh. All of the big shots, including Ancestor Lightning, each and every one of their faces were very ugly. In these past 10 years in the outside world, they had been mocking Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets all the way, saying that the person he chose could not even enter the D of War Golden List. But who could have expected that at the final juncture, Yi Yuan actually came roaring into being, rising all the way until he charged to first place. In the caged battle, Yi Yuan even shocked the world with 2 battles, scaring the group of geniuses to not dare to make a move against him. In the final battle, he even challenged 18 of the strongest geniuses proudly on his own. This unexpected way of doing things not only shocked the geniuses in the primeval war realm, it similarly shocked the progenitors who were spying. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. Ancestor Lightning had a sullen look as he said, "What are you showing off for? Fighting 1 versus 18. Do you think that he can win?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret smiled and said, "So what even if he loses? A genuine major power needs to be capable of doing what others can't, and what others don't dare to do. Not Cruz. H.I. plus ingeniuses of the same generation. How will one corroborate their Tao? In this epoch, didn't only the few of us old fellows emerge? Moreover, this kid dares to be so arrogant. How do you know that he doesn't have any reliance?" The others were immediately rendered speechless. What Profound Secrets said was right. They all, these ancestors who corroborated their Tao, which one did not crush geniuses in their same generation before they had today? But even back then, they also did not dare to say that they would fight 1 versus 18. A progenitor said with a cold snort, "Profound Secrets, don't you get C? Oh, C. KY too early. Even if he has something to rely on, it's also absolutely impossible to win. Be careful that your face gets slapped when the time comes." Profound Secrets' gaze swept across everyone's faces, shaking his head, and could not help laughing as he said, "Your eyesight are too narrow. When all races are facing danger, there will be a hero who rises to the sky. The stronger Yi Yuan is, the more hope the human race has. At this time, you all are still playing your little schemes. Why is there such a need?" Everyone was speechless. Profound Secrets' words made sense, but people were all selfish. Who could truly be selfless? 3 days past, said in a flash. What these top geniuses cultivated were all the top-notch cultivation methods. Recovery was also very fast. At this time, the 18 people have all reached their peak states already. With power in hand, it was as if strong self-confidence returned to them. Pang Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile on his face, "Kid, confidence is a good thing, but you'll discover very soon that yours isn't called confidence, but it is called conceit." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then hope that you can prove it to me." Pang Zhen's face turned black. This punk smile was so annoying. But Yutanji suddenly said, "Wan Jin, which side are you prepared to stand on?" Wan Zhen said coolly, I choose to withdraw. Yutanji sneered and said, Withdraw? Ha! What a nice plan you have. If we really fought until both sides sustained heavy injuries, wouldn't you reap the spoils of victory without lifting a finger? But Wan Jin said, Actually, I want to help younger brother Yi, but he definitely doesn't want me to intervene. Therefore, I can only withdraw. Of course, if you guys feel uneasy, you can also divert a few to come and deal with me. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. This Wan Zhen was a sensible person. Yu Tanji's gaze also turned dark, and he said, Since that's the case, gentlemen, after we kill this punk, we'll join forces again to kill Wan Zhen. Everyone nodded their heads. Clearly, everyone did not have objections. Suddenly, a series of powerful to the extreme source power of law lit up inside the cage. Before even making a move, that powerful aura already said through the cage and engulfed the entire primeval war realm. This was the power of 17 people joining forces. Just feeling this aura made people feel asphyxiated. With 17 people, several dozen kinds of source power could be seen. Some had an overwhelming momentum. Some had a majestic air. Some were illusory. Each person's characteristic was different. Each person's forte was different. These 17 people joining forces could be said to be without any weaknesses to exploit. So strong, really so strong. If I were to stand there, probably before even waiting for them to make a move, I'd have directly been crushed into minced meat. Forget about you. If Wan Zhen was standing in the middle, he would likely have already collapsed as well. I really don't know how Yi Yuan thinks. Can such an opponent be what one person can deal with? Wan Zhen felt this terrifying power, his complexion turning pale too. It was a one-on-one battle previously, but now these auras were all aimed at a single person. But now, everyone was targeting Yi Yuan alone at the same time. The feeling was completely different. The superimposition of 17 powers was akin to 17 big mountains. It was truly incomparably heavy. Above the void, Yi Yuan was surrounded tightly in the middle by 17 people. Around him, a series of sword lights glimmered and faded indeterminately, the sword formation operating on its own. No joy nor sorrow on his face. To him, this was similarly a huge challenge. After all, these opponents were not some Tom, Dick, or Harry, but the Heavenspan world's top geniuses. Especially Peng Jin, the power of lightning on his body seemed to represent the heavenly punishment of heavenly Tao. Unbelievably terrifying. Kill! It was only to hear Peng Jin roar angrily. His entire person already turned into a bolt of lightning, smiting toward Yi Yuan. In an instant, a sea of lightning completely surrounded Yi Yuan. That horrifying power of lightning virtually wanted to destroy the world. Ancestor lightning represented the power of heaven's punishment in the first place. Pang Zhen obtained his true inheritance. How horrifying his strength could be imagined. At the same time, the other 16 people made a move at the same time. One horrifying to the extreme energy undulation after another smashed toward that lightning sea, the place where Yi Yuan was standing at. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was drowned by the brightly colored energy fluctuations. People only saw that the place Yi Yuan stood practically already became a black hole. The horrifying attack turned that side into a vacuum zone. Chapter 2363, Rank 2 Sword Source. Chapter 2363, Rank 2 Sword Source. The combined attack of 17 peak unpredictable children, it's too terrifying. That kid is probably already blown into flying ashes, right? To think that he still bragged, saying to challenge 1 versus 17. Now his face is slapped swollen, right? Feeling the horrifying undulations coming from inside the cage, the million unpredictable children were all shocked. This kind of horrifying power, dealing with one person at the same time, even if he was a bastion of iron, he would also have to be blasted to smithereens. Before taking action, the aura already billowed to the clouds. Attacking at this time, that was truly startling heaven and earth and making Oh, DS and ghosts wept. The 17 children displayed their strength to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. They had the intention of Imbara. Sing Yuan and naturally did not show the least bit of mercy. An unpredictable child said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha, really awesome! Who asked you to be arrogant? See if you still don't die." Even for them, this was also similarly the first time joining forces to deal with one person. They did not imagine that 17 people joining forces could actually erupt with such terrifying power. That torrential and grandiose scene made their blood seethe with excitement too. At this time, they felt like they could smash the sky. That pleasant sensation of being filled with power made them feel intoxicated. Pangjin sneered and said, "A fool who overestimated his own ability. You don't know how terrifying our power is at all. You are merely a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well. That's all." Yutanji burst out laughing and said, "Haha, Brother Pang is right. This kid is merely a frog at the bottom of a well." After a bout of wanton bombardment, everyone also felt rather drained. Only then, each pulling back their cultivation method. But that region of SPAC was still being blanketed by all kinds of violent energies, as if everything was being annihilated. That place was already a dead place. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to survive. "All right, finished off this punk. Now it's your turn, Wan Zhen." Pangjin said with a cold smile. Wan Zhen was also dumbfounded with shock by the scene before his eyes. Under such an intense attack, even if he comprehended 5 great sources, it was also impossible to survive. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. At this time, inside Cloudade City, Zhang Lian suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If Yi Yuan died, he should be revived here. Has he come back?" A word woke up the dreamer. In the city, tens of thousands of people looked around. Nope. Didn't see. There doesn't seem to be Yi Yuan. Could it be that he didn't die? How is that possible? Everyone was extremely shocked, discovering that Yi Yuan did not appear in Cloudade City. They did not dare to believe that under such a horrifying attack, Yi Yuan was actually still not dead. All in such a hurry for what? "The fighting's not over at my side yet." A leisurely voice came out from the vacuum zone over there. At the same time, the faces of the million unpredictable children changed at the same time. Impossible. Like this, and he's not even dead? It's too ridiculous, right? That area of SPAC is already shattered. How did this guy do it? Yi Yuan's figure gradually appeared, and the faces of each and every one of the 17 children all became incomparably ugly. At this time, the aura on Yi Yuan's body was somewhat disorderly, but he did not receive a fatal blow. Pang Zhen's pupils constricted, and he said in shock, "This is impossible. You're actually not dead yet." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. I said it. There's no difference dealing with one of you or 17 people. Since you all have already tested the waters, then now it's my turn." As Yi Yuan said it casually, his fingers lifted lightly, and he said, "Sword, come!" As if hearing Yi Yuan summon, a mysterious power of law reverberated between heaven and earth. Buzzing. My sword. What's going on here? My sword isn't listening to orders anymore. Where do you think you're running? Stay with me. Countless sword cries sounded out of the 1 million unpredictable children. As long as it was someone who used the swords on them all lost control at this moment. Breaking free! Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus. Countless streams of flowing light tore across the horizon, flying into the cage. The cage was an independent SPAC. It could be said to be a realm within a realm of the primeval war realm. But at this moment, it was as if the barrier of the cage did not exist, allowing those flying swords to pass through freely. The sword was the leader of 100 weapons. There were many swordsmen to begin with. the swords flying over at this time numbered in the hundreds of thousands. When the 17 children saw such a scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. This turn of events was too ruthless, right? Rank 2 sword source. He gained enlightenment on it. Pang Zhen's expression became incomparably solemn. Yu Tanji's mouth opened wide, and he said in shock, prior to this, he was clearly still rank 1. Was it him who concealed his strength, or did he break through just now? Pang Zhen's expression flickered incessantly, and he said, must have broken through just now. If he concealed his strength, he didn't have the need to forcefully resist our attacks. Yu Tanji stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied and said, this talent is also too terrifying, right? Gaining enlightenment on Tao at the last moment. Furthermore, it's even the power of Source. The so-called power of Source was actually to borrow a portion of the power of rules. Above the laws were rules. When a certain Tao was comprehended, after reaching a certain realm, they would faintly produce a hint of understanding of the power of rules, called the power of Source. This process was divided into 5 levels, corresponding respectively to the Deva 5 blights. Rules were the foundation that made up the world. They were the source of all power of laws. But even these unpredictable children with outstanding talents also mostly stopped at the level of rank 1 in the comprehension of power of Source. Those able to reach rank 2 were in the minority. Among the unpredictable children present, only Pang Zhen's lightning law reached the level of rank 2 Source. This was also why he could rely on one law to forcefully resist other geniuses. Presently, Yi Yuan also reached this level in Sword Dao. Just now, under the frenzied bombardment of the 17 children, Yi Yuan urged the true nirvana, sword formation, to the limit. 2 great sources coupled with laws of time and C pushed him to the limit. Under this state, it was the easiest for Yi Yuan to break through, and this was the fundamental reason why he challenged the 17 children. Only by plussing himself to the limit could he make progress. Clearly he succeeded. Sword Dao Law was all-conquering and the sharpest. In terms of power, it was even above Lightning Law. It was just that those able to comprehend Sword Dao to this level were very few. Sword Dao was easy to learn, but it was hard to master. Therefore, there were many who cultivated Sword Dao Law to law, but comprehending Sword Dao Source was extremely rare. All along, what Yi Yuan was most proficient in apart from alchemy Dao was Sword Dao. Even spatial law was only comprehended by drawing parallels from inference, after he cultivated Sword Dao to the extreme. This time, under the powerful pressure, he broke through once again, comprehending rank 2 sword source. As long as one's comprehension of laws was not as good as his, they would not be able to control their swords. Therefore, those unpredictable children who used the sword, their swords all flew toward Yi Yuan for Yi Yuan's use. From today onward, they would not be able to even draw their swords in front of Yi Yuan. Chapter 2364. Super Large-Scale True Nirvana Sword Formation. Chapter 2364. Super Large-Scale True Nirvana Sword Formation. Inside the cage, there were sword images covering the sky. Waves of Sword Dao Source aura made the expressions of the 17 children become extremely solemn. Just this lineup made people almost want to collapse. Suddenly, Yu Tanji smiled strangely and said, "Hoo-hoo, summoning so many swords out, bluffing people? Rank 2 sword source is very scary, but your Sword Dao Law advanced. Will it break the balance of the sword formation?" The moment these words came out, the eyes of Pang Jin and the rest lit up. Definitely, with so many swords, the balance of Yi Yuan's true nirvana sword formation would surely be broken. Just like Wan Zhen's 5 element laws. Once there was one kind that broke through, it would affect the balance of the entire 5 elements, and the power would be much lower than before instead. With Yi Yuan summoning so many words, It looked intimidating, but actually the power might not be stronger than before. Without the augmentation of the sword formation, could Yi Yuan still deal with 17 people? One had to know. It was not that there were none who reached rank 2 source among the 17 children. Pang Zhen reached rank 2 lightning source. Just relying on a sword Dao that did not have structure, it was impossible to win all of the 17 children. Ha ha ha. Almost got hoodwinked by you, this punk. Isn't it just second firmament sword source? My lightning source won't lose to you either, let alone that there are still so many people. Pang Zhen said with a big laugh. It's still Yu Tanji who is impressive, seeing through this kid at a glance. The others could not help but exclaim. They were really intimidated by Yi Yuan's formation momentum earlier, scared out of their wits. These flying swords that covered the sky were seriously frightening. Now, hearing Yu Tanji's reminder, only then did everyone suddenly realize that this guy was merely a paper tiger. Pang Zhen's mind also shook, and he said in a clear voice, "Don't get bluffed by this kid. Everyone, bring out your true ability. This time, we must annihilate this punk." As he said, he reached his hand out. A lightning source aura that was not inferior to Yi Yuan's surged once more. Electric snakes danced wildly, spreading inside the entire cage. In terms of momentum, it was actually not the least bit inferior to Yi Yuan. This time, the power of lightning source was even stronger than before. Only then did everyone come to realize the truth. Turns out that this guy still had a card up his sleeves. However, who did not hold back some skills. How could these people, really exert their best effort and not leave any room for maneuver for themselves? There was an even more horrifying, great battle later. However, Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent made these unpredictable children finally become serious too. Eternal D, A.M. Nation, True Martial, Heavenly Blade. 8 Desolates, True Saint Spear. One terrifying power of source after another superimposed together, and actually completely overshadowed Yi Yuan's limelight all at once. This time, the 17 children were really going all out. Inside the cage, terrifying pressure spread everywhere. They were several times more terrifying than before. It's over this time. It's really over. In the end, he isn't the 17 children's match either. What a shame. However, even though Yi Yuan died a glorious death, he indeed has the capital to challenge 17 children. 2 Self D, A.M. Ning. If not for provoking 17 children, he could have definitely entered the top 10. Now it's good. He can't even enter the top 10 now. A wave of lamenting came from the various major cities. Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent indeed made everyone sigh with amazement. It was just that, sadly, he did not know life from death, choosing to deal with 17 people with his power alone. While at this time, the Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Are you all misunderstanding something? When did I say that I only broke through in Sword Dao?" One sentence made the faces of the unpredictable children who are currently casting spells change wildly, only to see Yi Yuan slowly raise both hands, nonchalantly saying, "Formation, arise!" All of a sudden, the originally disorderly and unsystematic flying swords became orderly and traceable. Formation Dao Source, Rank 2. With this, the million unpredictable children in the primeval war realm exploded once more. Mad. Really insane. Sword Dao and Formation Dao both breaking through. Is he still a human? Monster. Freak. Brute. How can there be such a person in this world? How to make us live if it is like this? The power of Source, the further up, the harder it is to comprehend. He actually comprehended 2 great source laws at the same time. I might as well find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Envy, jealousy, hatred, all kinds of emotions spread among the million unpredictable children. Who were they? They were all 1 in a million peerless geniuses, prodigious martial artists that everyone admired. But These so-called geniuses, were simply worthless in front of Yi Yuan. Nothing at all. You were talented. But could you be like him, comprehending the power of source like drinking and eating? You were gifted. But could you be like him, contending against 17 children with the cultivation realm of fifth firmament heavenly emperor? They could not. This kind of person simply made people despair. Above the void, the group of progenitors was shocked. How can this kid be so monstrous? Sword Dao Law and Formation Dao Law are both powerful laws, second only to supreme laws. Being able to comprehend a single rank 2 source is already extremely hard to come by. He actually broke through both at the same time. Too frightening. Could it be that he's really going to challenge 17 people by himself? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed loudly without ceasing and said, "Haha, this boy always surprises people." Lightning, now, do you still feel that Pang Zhen can get first place? Ancestor Lightning's expression became extremely ugly. Yi Yuan's talent greatly exceeded his imagination. Seen before freaks, never seen before such a freakish one. Facing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's mockery, he could only choose to keep quiet. But he secretly prayed in his heart, praying that Yi Yuan's Sword Dao and Formation Dao were incompatible. That way, there was still a glimmer of hope for the 17 children. Of course, if they were compatible, as if specifically in order to slap faces. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's super large-scale true Nirvana sword formation formed. Come on, let me see if the 17 of you guys are as formidable as the legends say. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. He just broke through recently. His entire person's essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak states, his confidence overflowing. Although his opponents brought out their strongest strength this time, he was not the least bit afraid. Pang Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone attack together! Don't give him any chances." The group of unpredictable children also knew that it was impossible to hold back anymore. Each and every one of them pushed their momentum to the maximum. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the cage, heaven shaking like explosion sounds emitted. That horrifying pressure was practically about to break the cage. But amidst the endless laws, only to see countless flying swords shuttling back and forth indeterminately. That defense was even more secure than the cage. The entire realm was shocked. At this moment, they truly witnessed what was called impregnable. With 17 children attacking in full force, how Astonies. Plussing was the momentum, but Yi Yuan just stood proudly. No matter how the storm raged violently outside, he stood unmoving. Rank 2 sword source coupled with rank 2 formation Dao source, plus S.P.A.C. Team Law. This set of super large-scale sword formation was simply an impregnable fortress. Furthermore, the over 100,000 swords that Yi Yuan summoned were all Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. This kind of power was simply unimaginable. Chapter 2365. Got character I like. Chapter 2365. Got character I like. Countless sword lights shuttled through the void, blocking all of the attacks one by one. However, this was merely just the beginning. Yi Yuan started fighting back. Swift and fierce sword energies were teeming everywhere in the entire cage. Sword energy roamed unobstructed. Under the augmentation of rank 2 formation Dao source, the power of each sword was unimaginably strong. Even the 17 children did not dare to easily clash head-on to. Yi Yuan guarded against everyone's attacks and started to slowly expand the sword formation outwards. His expansion was neither too fast nor too slow. Each step was taken extremely solidly. Can't get wrapped into the sword formation by him. Otherwise, we're all finished. Pang Zhen roared wildly. An unpredictable child said gloomily, "I know, but I can't hold on anymore." They fought desperately on Li's. Plussing all of their hidden trump cards. But they were still unable to stop the footsteps of Yi Yuan's expansion. Gradually, over 100,000 swords completely occupied the entire cage, enveloping everything into the sword formation. Upon entering the sword formation, the pressure on the 17 children increased sharply. They needed to defend against those illusory sword lights at any time. A sword formation was a world. Yi Yuan was the master of this place. From the Pa-S, Civ defending in the beginning, to taking the initiative to attack now, Yi Yuan already gradually eroded the other side's advantage. Now the killing was about to begin. Getting trapped in the true Nirvana sword formation, the unpredictable children were each isolated from one another and were unable to organize powerful attacks anymore. Now they could only defend Pa-S, Sively, Pucci. Suddenly, countless sword lights pierced through an unpredictable child's body. He was directly pierced into a sieve. The first unpredictable child fell. With the first, there was soon a second, third, and fourth. The 17 children were decreasing one by one, while the sense of fear was also gradually increasing. The oppression that Yi Yuan brought on him was too strong. This sword formation simply had no weakness to exploit. Very soon, Yi Yuan placed most of his efforts on Yu Tanji. Yu Tanji's strength was very strong, almost equal to Wan Jin. But this guy deliberately drew aggro for him earlier, wanting to have everyone join hands to get rid of him. This grudge, Yi Yuan would not forget it. Since you wanted to make a move against me, then suffer the consequences of not getting into the top 10. Suddenly, Yu Tanji felt the pressure increase sharply. How could he not understand what was going on? Yi Yuan was intentionally targeting him. Yi Yuan would rather let the others eke out a meager existence for a period of time than to give him the chance to enter the top 10. Being targeted by Yi Yuan, Yu Tanji only felt a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas coming at him head-on. He urged his own power of laws to the extreme, unleash, plussing all of his means. But his domain was still being eaten up bit by bit. At this rate, he would undoubtedly die. Yi Yuan, this young N. Oh, Bli acknowledges your strength. I don't ask for anything else. Just to be able to enter the top 11. Yu Tanji said in a clear voice, Sup 1/Sup. Him saying these words was equivalent to yielding. 1,000,000 unpredictable children all sighed. The proud to the extreme Yu Tanji actually opened his mouth to beg for mercy. If it were before, they would not dare to imagine it at all. Of course, they were also unable to imagine that Yu Tanji was actually unable to even enter the top 11. What these final 19 people were fighting for was the number 1 supreme inheritance. In the end, Yi Yuan did not even give him the opportunity for the 10 top inheritances. Yi Yuan just smiled coldly when he heard that and said, Does my strength need you to acknowledge? Also, are you stupid? My goal is to prevent you from entering the top 11. Such an obvious thing, can't you tell? Just like you inciting everybody to surround and besiege me together. Yu Tanji wanted to vomit blood when he heard that. He did not expect that this guy actually showed such little regard for his face. Could it be that he did not know who he was? Yi Yuan, don't be too ruthless, and we can meet on good terms in the future. This young N. Oh, Bli is the descendant of the 5th Blight powerhouse, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit. Give this young N. Oh, Bli face, and I'll remember your favor. Yu Tanji said. Maybe Yi Yuan did not know who Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit was, but he should know what a Deva 5th Blight powerhouse signified. He believed that Yi Yuan knew how to choose. Who knew that Yi Yuan laughed mockingly and said, No need. I don't need this favor of yours. You can go and die already. Suddenly, 10,000 swords were unleashed together. Yu Tanji only had time to scream, tragically, and then he died. In the end, he stopped at 13th place and was unfated with the 10 major inheritances. This punk did it on purpose. This punk must have done it on purpose. At the outside world, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit gnashed his teeth in hatred. That look, he wished to skin Yi Yuan alive and swallow him whole. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit was a demon race's top major power, a Deva fifth blight, sovereign powerhouse. He naturally had the qualification to be here. However, he never thought that after Yu Tanji brought out his ident. 1. Tai, but Yi Yuan actually showed such disregard for his face. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit a glance, wanting to laugh, but he forcefully endured it. Laughing at this time was too unfair, but he also secretly admired it. Yi Yuan, this boy, was really too impressive to actually not even give face to a fifth blight powerhouse. Suddenly, his thoughts stirred, and he looked into the cage in astonishment. This boy wouldn't be wanting to kill Peng Zhen, right? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said in shock in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was lawless and unbridled to this kind of extent, to even dare to kill a Dao ancestor's descendant. He could not resist looking toward Ancestor Lightning and discovered that Ancestor Lightning's expression became darker and darker. A strong killing intent already spread out. Sure enough, inside the cage, Yi Yuan mobilized the majority of his power and swept over toward Peng Zhen. Very clearly, he did not want to let Peng Zhen enter the top 11 too. These two people taunted the most enthusiastically, so Yi Yuan intentionally killed them at 13th and 12th place, making them depressed to death. In the sword formation, Peng Zhen's expression was ashen. He could not quite hold out anymore. His lightning source's offensive power was strong, but Yi Yuan's two great sources were stronger. His attacks could not breach the sword formation's defenses at all. With this, the entire primeval war realm was shocked. He wants to kill Peng Zhen. Is he crazy? Peng Zhen is Ancestor Lightning's descendant, disregarding that he's strong, even if his strength was lacking, and, body dares to not let him enter the top 11 too. Yi Yuan, this guy is really too impressive. Ha ha ha, got character I like. I really want to see how Yi Yuan is going to face Ancestor Lightning after going out of the primeval war realm. At this very moment, the million unpredictable children were all seething with excitement. This moment was even more explosive than Yi Yuan obtaining the first place. Originally, any one of these unpredictable children getting the first place was very normal. Peng Zhen was fine, Wan Zhan was also fine, or even Yu Tanji, no one would say anything. But Yi Yuan was actually going to exclude Peng Zhen out of the 10 major inheritances. 12th place was essentially the same as 1000th place. He gained enlightenment on Dao in the primeval war realm for 1,000 years. In the end, not even getting the 10 great inheritances, it was simply a joke. Everyone admired Yi Yuan's courage. This scene was too shocking. Young friendy, this ancestor is Dao Ancestor Lightning. Can you give this ancestor face and let Peng Zhen enter the top 11? Right then, an explosive-like voice came from above the void, reverberating throughout the entire primeval war realm. Dao Ancestor Lightning finally could not resist speaking up. Chapter 2366, Ancestor Lightning's Promise. Chapter 2366, Ancestor Lightning's Promise. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave Ancestor Lightning a deep look, but did not stop him. A Dao ancestor is this world's apex existence. Even the divine race powerhouses did not dare to easily take action. He had this qualification. Although speaking up at this time, his manner of eating was a little ugly. But who dared to comment about him? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would still give him this bit of face, as long as he did not interfere with the spot of the supreme inheritance. But in the primeval war realm, it was already completely boiling over with excitement. Ancestor Lightning. It's Ancestor Lightning who spoke in person. Looks like Ancestor Lightning really regards Peng Zhen highly. This Yi Yuan is really impressive. To actually force Ancestor Lightning to personally speak up. He could choose not to give face to Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit. But a Dao ancestor's face he shouldn't dare to not give, right? Being able to force a Dao ancestor to intercede for a junior This in itself was a talent of cosmic proportions. At least, among these million unpredictable children, no one could do this except for Yi Yuan. After all, Pang Zhen was a powerhouse who had a chance to compete for the supreme inheritance. But hearing this, Pang Zhen himself almost wanted to vomit blood. Humiliating. Didn't expect that I, Pang Zhen, actually fell to the extent of needing Ancestor to speak up. Pang Zhen secretly hated it in his heart. When Yi Yuan heard this, he was stunned too. He was still curious why Pang Zhen's lightning law could be so strong. He did not think that he was actually Ancestor Lightning's descendant. Ancestor Lightning speaking up. Yi Yuan also fell into silence. Everyone was watching him, waiting for him to speak. After a long time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Letting him enter the top 11, I can do that. But I need a promise from Ancestor Lightning." Everyone opened their mouths wide with looks of disbelief. This guy was actually bargaining with a Tao ancestor? His guts were too plucky. This time, it was Ancestor Lightning's turn to be silent. "Speak. As long as it's not too overboard, this ancestor can agree to it." Ancestor Lightning said after thinking about it. Yi Yuan said, "I wish to ask Ancestor Lightning to help me retrieve a tear of life." When Ancestor Lightning heard this, he paused distinctly and said, "A tear of life? Ha, brat, what high-sounding sentiments you have. Do you really know what a tear of life is?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I naturally know. Hence, that's why I need to request Ancestor Lightning to take action." He was not that ignorant person from long ago anymore, and naturally understood about the tear of life. This thing was a product above rules, valuable until it made people's hair stand on end. It would only appear once every 100 million years. And this thing had never flowed out to the outside world before either. There were only legends in the outside world. This thing only existed in the hands of Tao ancestors. Ancestor Lightning's tone was somewhat cold, and he said, "This can't be done. Change to another one." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Sorry about it. This Yi has no other request. I only ask for the tear of life. Since Senior can't do it, then this Yi won't show mercy anymore either." As he said, he actually urged the sword formation again, planning on killing Pang Zhen. Everyone was stunned. This guy was really too impressive. That was a Tao ancestor. He actually did not give any face at all. "Brett, you dare!" Above the void came Ancestor Lightning's furious voice. Yi Yuan just said, "Coolly. These 17 people wanted to kill me. Pang Zhen and Yu Tanja were the instigators. Since the grudges are already formed, why should I let them get the inheritance? Although Senior might have a paramount status, you want this Yi to give in with all talk but no promises. Sorry, I can't do it." As he said, Yi Yuan pointed at the void. Countless sword lights rushed over towards Pang Zhen. The million unpredictable children watched until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. 9 great Tao ancestors. Those were true sovereigns, supreme masters. They were this heaven-span world's apex existences. The population of the heaven-span world was trillions upon trillions, but there were only 9 people who were able to reach this realm. Their words were the imperial decree. It represented heavenly Tao. Now, Yi Yuan was actually going to kill Pang Zhen in front of him. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also had a SY expression on his face. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so unyielding. The face of a Tao ancestor, not giving face as he pleased. It was really mind-blowing. One had to know. Even he had to show Tao ancestors some face. Of course, while surprise was surprise, he also guarded against Ancestor Lightning. If he dared to make a move, he would be taking action. He started the battle of geniuses, this time for the human race's matter of fundamental importance, and not for Ancestor Lightning alone. Now, Yi Yuan had clearly already obtained the position of the supreme inheritance. He would never allow Ancestor Lightning to break the rules. Ancestor Lightning gave him a glance, seemingly knowing what he was thinking, and suddenly spoke up, "Stop! The tear of life might appear again within 1,000 years. This ancestor can promise you that when the time comes, I can help you to take action once. As for whether it succeeds or not, it will depend on your own good fortune. This is already my bottom line." When Yi Yuan heard that, he smiled brilliantly and said, "Okay, deal. Senior, please swear a heavenly Tao oath. When taking action this time, you must do your best." Ancestor Lightning's face was black, but he still swore the heavenly Tao oath. After Yi Yuan finished hearing the heavenly Tao oath, he also finally set his mind at ease. In order to revive Mu Lingxue, forget about offending Ancestor Lightning. Even if it was poking a hole in the sky, he would go and do it too. Obtaining Ancestor Lightning's promise, Yi Yuan's sword formation suddenly turned its spearhead around and rushed towards the others. However, after killing one person, he killed Pang Zhen off without the slightest hesitation. Finally, Pang Zhen was ranked 11th, obtaining the last inheritance spot. When Ancestor Lightning saw this scene, his expression was livid with rage. This brat really did not know life from death. Couldn't you let Pang Zhen lose a little more beautifully? Getting a second place or a third place was good too. The following battles already did not have the least bit of suspense. Yi Yuan rushed over one by one, killing off the 17 children very quickly. Inside the huge cage, there was only Yi Yuan and Wan Zhen left. "Hoo-hoo! I didn't expect that in the end. It's still Brother Wan and me facing off," Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Wan Zhen smiled bitterly and said, "I also didn't expect that you actually used this kind of method to have a showdown with me in the end. In just a few days, I'm already far from being your match anymore." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Without fighting, who knows? Brother Wan is the most talented person that this Yi has ever seen." Wan Zhen felt touched. Yi Yuan was giving him face. Actually, at this point, fighting or not was already not important anymore. No one would think that he could win against Yi Yuan. Even he himself did not believe it. But Yi Yuan was giving him face. Yi Yuan did not even give a Tao ancestor face. But Yi Yuan gave him face. He suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was someone who was extremely principled. What he did not like, even if you pressed a blade against his neck, he would not shrink back too. What he liked, even if you fought against the whole world, he would fight with you too. This friend was worth making. Suddenly he was filled with lofty sentiments and laughed loudly as he said, "Okay, then let's decide the victor. This time don't hold back anymore." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "As it should be." The two people's great battle lasted for a whole day and night. Yi Yuan did not go easy. Wan Zhen was well deserving of being the most troublesome character among the unpredictable children. All the way until the end, he whittled away Wan Zhen's divine essence before he slew him. Coming this far, the curtains finally fell on the Battle of Geniuses. Chapter 2367, SBAC Team Vortex. Chapter 2367, SPAC Team Vortex. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. In the primeval war realm, 3 towering palaces rose from ground up and slowly flew into the air. The 3 palaces varied in size. The largest one had a circumference of 100,000 feet, while the smallest one was only 1,000 feet. What a powerful aura of law! These are the inheritance palaces? Surprisingly, the smallest one, its law undulation, is the scariest. Could it be that that's the one and only supreme inheritance? Really envy them. This is the human race's creme, the la creme of inheritances. Each and every one of the 1 million unpredictable children revealed incredibly envious expressions. It's just that those who were able to enter the inheritance divine temples were only a scanty 1,000 people. Of course, who people were most envious of was still the Yi Yuan who could monopolize a temple. They really wanted to know just what kind of inheritance was inside that smallest inheritance divine temple. The Battle of Geniuses is over. Those who didn't obtain an inheritance can leave. However, the doomsday battle has already begun. No one can stay aloof from the affair. If the human race isn't united, we can only become the divine race's slaves. Everyone, conduct yourselves well. Above the void came Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's warning voice, making everyone's hearts turn cold. Very soon, the figures of 1,000,000 unpredictable children directly dissipated on the spot. They were already transported out of the primeval war realm by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Those who remained in the primeval war realm were only left with those 1,000 people already. Right now, you all enter the palaces, respectively according to your rank. Yi Yuan, you got first place. Enter the smallest palace. Wan Zhen and the rest of the 10 people enter the second palace. The others enter the third palace. This old man will still give you all 10 years, which is also 1,000 years' time. How much you can comprehend will depend on yourselves. Finished saying, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' voice disappeared. 1,000 unpredictable children exchanged glances. There was already someone who started flying over in the direction of the inheritance palaces. Yi Yuan A.S. summed his responsibility and flew towards that smallest palace. When Wan Zhen and the rest of the 10 saw this scene, they all had looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Originally, this spot should have been born among them. In the end, someone threw a wrench in the works, and they were actually intercepted by Yi Yuan. Among their circle of the top-level geniuses, they had never heard of such a person before. Where in the world did this guy pop out from? As for the alchemy world's affairs, they would never pay attention to it at all. The alchemy world was not worth mentioning to them. In the doomsday battle, the alchemy world had a negligible effect on the human race. They naturally held it in contempt too. Stop looking around. Keep looking and your S will drop out. Time is pressing. Better hurry up and comprehend the Tao. At this time, Wan Zhen suddenly smiled, flying toward the second palace with a leap. 1,000 years seemed very long, but with regards to gaining enlightenment on Tao, it was merely a snap of a finger. Otherwise, why would the power of laws of those old monsters who had lived for 1,000,000,000 years be not as good as Yi Yuan? Even if these were all prodigies among geniuses, 1,000 years' time was really not considered long. Stepping into the palace, a source power that was strong until it made people suffocate hit him head-on. It was another S.P.A.C. inside the palace. Accurately speaking, it was a vortex composed of time law and spatial law. Hiss! What a powerful S.P.A.C. team law! Even if this power of law didn't reach the power of rules, it's also not far off, right? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help drawing a cold breath. These 2 power of laws were simply too strong. It was strong to the extent that he, this proud son of heaven, was also amazed by it. His attainments in spatial law could be said to be extremely strong already. But compared to the S.P.A.C. team vortex in front of him, it simply paled in comparison. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret said these power of laws were all refined by the human race's major powerhouses who died in the last epoch. Doesn't that mean that the human race's major powers back then could actually cultivate these 2 kinds of supreme laws close to the level of Tao ancestor at the same time? This is also too terrifying. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something, the shock in his heart growing even more. It seemed like in the last epoch, the human race was really glorious to the extreme, being able to cultivate 2 great supreme laws to this kind of level. Their strength was likely not inferior to Tao ancestors anymore, right? This kind of powerful existence actually fell in the doomsday battle too. Yi Yuan simply did not dare to imagine how strong the divine race's progenitors were. Most likely, what they were able to mobilize was not just the power of laws already, but the power of rules. The more he understood the human race's glorious past, the more Yi Yuan was able to understand the might of the divine race. Of course, he also understood Heavenly Emperor profound secrets, worries more. With the human race's strength currently, there was no chance of winning at all. Whatever divine son, Daymeld, whatever profound lineage's 9 elders, whatever Daymeld, these were all not the most terrifying existences. The most terrifying thing was still the divine race's progenitors. Their might was simply unimaginable. Being able to beat such a glorious human race until their legacies were close to being cut off, and not even regain their vitality for an epoch. The divine essence's terror was evident at a glance. Sigh, it's just that, don't know how Lier is currently. Yi Yuan suddenly felt melancholy in his heart. Brat, this ancestor senses the power of S.P.A.C. Team Law in you. Unfortunately, it's too weak. Are you the number 1 genius that profound secrets that brat picked? Too weak. Suddenly, a faint phantom walked out of the S.P.A.C. Team vortex, looking at Yi Yuan with a disappointed look. When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression could not help being strange. He annihilated 17 of the heaven-span world's top geniuses with his power alone to be standing here. But reaching this old man's mouth, he became too weak. However, he could also understand the old man's thoughts. After all, his power of laws was indeed too weak compared to the S.P.A.C. Team vortex in front of him. Yi Yuan gave a bow toward the old man and said, "Junior, Yi Yuan offers greetings to Senior." This old man perished for the human race. He was worthy of Yi Yuan's bow. He could tell that this old man was not some remnant soul, and also not some residual thought. He was merely just a remnant wisp of consciousness that was in the power of laws. That was all. But just a wisp of consciousness already made Yi Yuan have a feeling of being daunted at the sight of him. It could be seen how terrifying an existence he was before his death. The old man waved his hand and said to Yi Yuan, "You're too weak to accept this ancestor's inheritance. Leave." Yi Yuan could not help being taken aback when he heard that. This old man was actually not even giving him any chance. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "Senior hasn't tried it. How do you know that Junior can't receive the inheritance?" The old man said coolly, "S.P.A.C. Team Law is the most profound, most mysterious power of law in the world, especially reaching the level of Source. It's not what you can imagine at all. Your spatial law is pretty good, but it's just an accessory to Sword Tao. Wanting to step into the level of Source is virtually impossible. As for time law, it goes even more without saying. I believe that you also have an idea in your heart, right? Therefore, don't tell me how brilliant you are. You just couldn't do it.